morning. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the UCLG annual retreat and campus. Yesterday, we spent the afternoon acknowledging, recognizing, discovering, shaping together the we, who we are, our power, our joint energy and capacity, our challenges as well, our weaknesses, but also our opportunities. If you recall, yesterday we agreed that the power of we is not the will of power by itself, but it is about the power of humanity, about making use of those virtues, acknowledging that the only meaningful virtues are those that are meaningful to others, that work for others. Acknowledging that that would be the added value of our movement. We also acknowledge ourselves as something greater than an organization. The movement includes those that take the trip with you, that walk through the same path, and that might not always agree with you, that might not always think alike, but are willing to take the path to transform towards a space that will be better for all. And we acknowledge that that power of we was something that we had been building with the resilience of this organization through over a century. And over a century, we have had to face many crises. Maybe not as complex of poly-crises as we are addressing them now, because they are piling up now, they are coming all together, one on top of the other, what we call complex emergencies. But there had been crises. And in fact, crisis is at the very heart of the reason why we came to be. When our movement was created, the very first meeting of our movement was at a moment where the world thought that we were about to escape a war in the heart of Europe. In 1913, we thought we were avoiding a feared war. That's the peace movement called together our meeting in Ghent, and the first gathering of the World Union of Local Authorities took place to think about how to construct communities. That's where we come from, in 1913. Well, they were wrong. We were not to escape a war, and very soon after, in 1914, a war took place. I am recalling this because sometimes, and as I was saying yesterday, our own limited vision as humans makes us think that those are the scopes that we can reach. But we have gone through processes very similar before, and we will come out of the processes that we are going through again. What we need to try and make sure is that we actually learn. And this is why the we learn is extremely important. And it needs to shape what we do together. We also discussed yesterday how relevant it was to ensure that we acknowledge not only our history, but also our own contradictions. And today, and you are seeing many of the important things that we are already doing together. We will be discussing this afternoon how the challenges that we will have unfolding this incredible mandate that we have around the Pact for the Future. But today, I want to address some of those contradictions and put them in perspective. to open up this open mic kind of atmosphere that we are in, and to challenge you to be honest, to be frank, to be bold, to be daring. Because you are not in a UCLG decision-making meeting at political level. You are in a UCLG meeting that shapes our policy, that has a lot of impact, but is not hierarchical, and is not statutory. It's the place where we co-create. It's what I told you. If you compare the Day Young Congress with the UCLG retreat, the Day Young Congress is the big banquet at a wedding or a big feast. This here is our home-cooked meal with an exclusive group of people that we want to be with because you have said you want to walk our path. So keep that in mind, those of you, many people have joined us. We are more and more. Throughout the week, there will be more people. There are significantly more people today than yesterday in this room. This is why I'm recalling some of these concepts. We need to tackle those issues that are hard to tackle. And we need to acknowledge the challenges. So allow me, just for a moment, and this is risky because my bosses are in the room. My political leadership is in the room. You have co-presidents in the room. You have vice presidents in the room. But today I'm going to take off my Secretary General hat. I leave it close to me because it's always close to my heart. It's impossible to lose it. It's here. But I'm going to talk to you as part of the movement. As a professional woman that started over 20 years ago in this movement. And I want to put into perspective, and my colleague Octavio de la Varga challenged me yesterday. He said he used to be the Secretary General of Metropolis, and when he was sitting yesterday here, he was doing it on behalf of an important member, the province of Barcelona, the Diputación of Barcelona, and at the end of the session he said to me, you know, Emilia, now I can give more perspective. It gives me perspective. Well, I want to do that exercise of perspective. So I want to be frank with you. We are not in an easy space for local multilateralism. We are not in an easy moment to talk about international relations. It is not easy to keep a global, worldwide, truly global organization going. This is not an organization of like-minded only. It is a movement that includes all, that includes spheres of government, local and regional, from around the world, dealing with very different contexts. And so it would be easy to say, in this complex context, that the only way we carry on and that we survive is because we are neutral. Well, we are not. We are not neutral about anything. The organization has a stand. Many times it has different stands. And the resilience of the organization is actually based on its capacity to allow for some to explore further paths when we don't share all the paths, all the stands. So we allow groups to go further. And some other groups stay behind, but they stay involved, and they advanced with the rest. The neutrality of the non-neutrality of our movement is also proven by the capacity to go to elections for leadership in times of rest and challenge each other and have very difficult political fights to get to lead this organization, but also its non-neutrality and its resilience is demonstrated in the capacity of the organization to admit that these polarized times are not times for elections, but actually for agreements, for consensus. And this is not neutral. It's a decision. It's a decision and the consciousness that winning will not be enough. And this is exactly what our leadership has done in Daejeon. You may criticize or find that the organization is weak because it has not gone to full-fledged elections, which we did, by the way. We went throughout the whole process, candidatures, everything was there. Electoral process, electoral oversight in place, everything was there. The only thing that we did not use were the voting ballots, because the leadership took a very bold decision, a very bold stand to say, this is not the time. And so our contradiction can be that we are calling for democracy while maybe, it is in the words of Sam, well, you were not very democratic because you didn't vote. Well, I can argue that. And again, my hat of Secretary General is here. I'm talking to you as someone that has been in the movement. Well, I dare to contest that. I dare to challenge that and say to you, it is about the boldness to acknowledge that these are not the times to polarize even more, because winning will not be enough. And that is one of the contradictions that our organizations can have if you look at it from a distance. But when you get closer to it, when you are actually a partner, when you are in this room with us, I hope that you can see that it is a true strength and that it will allow us to go further. We also deal with contradictions about rights. This is a right-based organization, a movement that has always had human rights at the heart of it. The pacifist movement that has driven us, that has marked our DNA, our existence, has always defended human rights. And our contradiction is that we have members that operate in systems where human rights might not be respected or understood or applied like the rest of us perceive them. And then some will say, yeah, UCLG is very neutral about this and is not taking a stand on that. And again, I can challenge that and tell you that's not what we are doing. We are promoting a movement of cities for human rights. We are making clear a stance about the situations of my sisters all over the world. And when women are losing rights, no matter where, we are saying that. And when we see what is happening in Palestine or in Tigray, we never talk about Tigray, we talk about other places, but never about Tigray. We take a stand, we say it, and those that are not able to say it openly with us are still with us at the table, sometimes working behind the scenes, sometimes not, but we take a stand. And the movement as a whole remains a feminist-driven movement. That's not being neutral. It's a resilience, it's a stand, it is a political decision. And so when we discuss today, I want you to look at the we's. We learn, we research, we advocate, and we act from that perspective. From the perspective of a new type of multilateralism, a different kind of diplomacy that would be doing wrong using the same kind of instruments that the traditional diplomacy and the traditional multilateral system are deploying. It would be wrong because we are not states, because we don't have the same kind of powers or competencies or the same role in the world. But I, as a professional, think that it would also be wrong because we have seen it doesn't work. We have not been able to achieve peace with the type of sanctions and the type of diplomacy that we have been doing. Our diplomacy, our movement needs to put other tools to use. And to me, the very difficult and challenging moment that we faced, not in this room, but in a room across the city, last year, when Ukraine was invaded, that very difficult moment, we were together here, literally, all of us, everywhere, not the like-minded, everybody was here. That moment demonstrated to me that we could easily break the organization or we could make the organization. Well, 1 year has passed, a Congress has taken place, a bold pact for the future has been adopted. Some say it's only narrative. Let's talk about that this afternoon. I argue it's more than narrative, it's commitments and actions. And we have managed to resist. And we are still all together in one room. And if you ask me, it might not be so contradictory. It is certainly not neutral. It's very conscious decisions and very clear will of the different parts of the membership to sacrifice some of their thinking, to sacrifice some of their visions, to go into the collective vision that the power of we needs. So that's the proposal today. We are doing reverse engineering today. We started yesterday with the we. Today we are tackling us and the ecosystem, and let us talk about what we are able to do together. And this afternoon we will be talking at the Pact. Tomorrow we will have all the other networks coming and joining us in this discussion, networks of local and regional governments with specific mandates around specific things. And then we will even talk with journalists on Thursday to see how they look at our work. Then we will close the cycle with the political leadership coming together, hearing what we have been discussing, and also putting that into perspective about their own mandate, what they need to do with the organization, for the organization, and about the Pact for the future. So this is the context, colleagues. This is the context that we will be working in today. And in order to do that, I want to go back and give the floor again to our colleague Pedro Bravo. As those of you with us yesterday remember, Pedro is a journalist that has been talking a lot about cities, their evolution and their role, and has been thinking with us what our collective power can be, and has been co-creating with us this vision of the power of we. Going back to you, Pedro, and taking all these inputs that we had yesterday and that have inspired my initial remarks. Any thoughts from your side on how you have seen the power of we evolving or not? Pedro.
Thank you, Emilia. Hola. Thank you, Emilia. I'm going to speak in Spanish. You have translation. Ayer hablábamos de cómo el The Power of We, el relato del Power of We retrataba y y recogía cómo es el relato que construyen las comunidades que conforman los lugares donde habitamos, las ciudades, las poblaciones. Un relato colectivo a lo largo de la historia que nos llamaba a hacer cosas nuevas, a moverse, ¿no? Si esto es un movimiento, se tiene que mover, y por tanto para moverse, con respecto a lo que decía Emilia, no se puede ser neutral, ¿no? Neutral es no moverse. Con respecto a lo que decías de las contradicciones son parte del relato, son parte de la historia de la comunidad que conforma el relato, en este caso serán parte de UCLG. Lo que hay que hacer con las contradicciones es lo que hacen los WIS que hemos construido con vosotros. Hay que escuchar, lo primero, hay que investigar, hay que encontrarse, hay que actuar, y de esa manera las contradicciones, como la diversidad, como los propios conflictos, nos llevarán al movimiento. Yo creo que lo que conformamos cuando conformamos con vosotros el relato del Power of We es articularlo a través de las distintas líneas de trabajo, que son los distintos WIs, y todos enmarcados, como vimos ayer, en un We Care que supone una actitud realmente revolucionaria para el futuro. Ayer hablábamos al final de cómo los futuros que nos hemos pintado hasta ahora son siempre de avance y de velocidad, y cómo el We Care pinta un futuro que el cuidado está por encima de todo, ¿no? Ahí está la no neutralidad. Ahí estamos cambiando el relato, no solo el de UCLG, sino el relato del futuro. Y cambiando el relato del futuro estamos cambiando la historia de la humanidad. Entonces, nosotros, y yo lo que creo, es que cuando construimos con vosotros el Power of We y los distintos WIs, lo que estamos haciendo es una llamada a la organización, a los miembros de la red, a los miembros del movimiento, a creerse, a generar un sentido de pertenencia que provoque cambios tanto en la organización como en las sociedades en las que la organización y el movimiento permea, que básicamente es todo el mundo, ¿no? Ayer hablábamos de más de 240.000 ciudades y territorios asociados, casi 5.000 millones de personas. Eso es lo que, despacio, porque tampoco hay prisa. Otra cosa que hay que cambiar es el sentido de la prisa. Se decía en unas manifestaciones que hubo en Madrid en el 15M, vamos despacio porque vamos lejos. Y yo creo que también es revolucionario cambiar la velocidad, el ritmo, y asumir que en organizaciones y movimientos como esta se va despacio, pero siempre hay cambios. Y los cambios suponen que no hay neutralidad, que hay movimiento. Un movimiento tiene que moverse, el movimiento se demuestra andando.
Muchísimas. I think it works, right? Muchísimas gracias, Pedro. I really like that notion, which someone also brought up yesterday, about taking the time. And part of our resilience is about that. Also breaking down some ideas about what big means. What does it mean to be big? Huh? What does it mean to be broad? We are a federation of federations. And yesterday we were listening to our vice president for North America saying from the perspective in Canada, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is looking at, okay, how can we serve everyone while not doing everything, right? And so that is a challenge that we need to face. And as Federation of Federations looked at from the outside, you might also wonder, are they big enough in terms of organization? The movement is huge, but is the organization up to it? And one of the contradictions that you might find, which I argue again, not a contradiction, is the core, so the World Secretariat of the Federation is smaller than its parts in terms of budget, very often in terms of team, and very often deploys less projects and programs than the rest. And to me, this is not a contradiction. And the growth of the Federation should not go in the direction of increasing that core, but in the subsidiarity, in the capacity of the members implementing for the movement, and the sections implementing for the movement. But this is something that often we need to remind ourselves about, that this has been a conscious choice, a choice, not dealing with things like they are, but it has been a choice. So in that spirit, I want to go now to different parts of the movement to the different parts of the organization. And we have with us Secretaries General of sections that are going to be talking to us from the perspective of the we's, the we learn, we act, we research. So I'm very happy to start with an initiative that has been led by members and that is even older than UCLG itself in its current shape. That is the Permanent Working Group on Capacity and Institutional Building. It's interesting to say this Permanent Working Group existed before UCLG existed in the shape it is today. It comes from one of the founding organizations. I'm very happy to have Neila Akrimi here with us. She works with the Dutch Association of Municipalities, with the international department that has been spearheading this initiative for many years. So Neila, from the perspective of your organization, but also from the perspective of this permanent working group around capacity building and supporting local government associations, how do you look at our powers, our capacity, and the next steps of the organization? The floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you so much, Emilia. I'm happy to be here, to see everybody, and to be part of this moment of pause, thinking, considering, and also looking forward. I appreciate a lot, Emilia, that you have opened this discussion with being yourself honest and asking us to be honest. And I totally recognize what you're saying about how difficult our context is at the moment for local governments. But also, at the end of the day, we are the sum of our crisis. And no matter how difficult it is, it's important to go through it and be able to face it and also be able to grow stronger out of it. And the CIB platform is a platform, as you just said, has been older because the purpose of it has been always so much linked to the power of we, to a powerful we. It has been always linked to our meaningful vocation to help to be serving each other and also to be meaningful to each other. Being a platform of practitioners in local government associations, working also in decentralized cooperation, trying to find a space to meet, indeed, to learn from each other, and also to advocate for a stronger role for local governments around the world, stronger role in decentralized cooperation, in international cooperation for development, but also stronger role in reinforcing capacities. It is very important to acknowledge that we cannot be or consider the power of we if we are ourselves not reinforced, not powerful in our role and our mandate. And this is what the CIB has been trying to strive for all those years. I've been chairing this, following up on the steps of Peter Knip, and what has been really fulfilling in my heart, being part of this group, is that we really feel we are not alone, because it's so lonely struggling in international cooperation programs around the world of capacity enforcement, where local governments sometimes are not even recognized to be a full-fledged actor in that. We also don't feel alone because we learn from each other, and I'm trying here to bring all those powers of meeting and learning. We learn from each other's dilemmas, we learn from each other's tools, knowledge, and also we inspire each other. Also, we advocate for real partnerships. What is really important, and coming to the honesty, there is a narrative going on. We have been really struggling to it, and I hope that also in the power of we were able to influence it, influenced also by being influenced by it. When we talk about high impact partnerships, so the language is not about donor and beneficiaries. It's not about them and us. It's about real partnership, mutual interests, treating each other with dignity, respect, and really being open to learn from each other. And this is what we are trying to do also through the policy paper that we have developed. It is on the UCLG website about stronger role of local governments, international cooperation for development. What we also try to do, and I think that's interesting, the Pact for the Future, I can tell you we have been already thinking about it, and we have a retreat in Marrakesh where we also considering to have a strategic review. I like so much a story about Albert Einstein. He was giving the same exam to his classes year and year. And he was asked, how come you are giving the same exam for the same class? He said, because answers have changed. Answers have changed. We are dealing with the same problems, but the answers have changed. And I think it's important for us also to recognize that answers have changed and to build upon it. And the Pact for the Future has been bold enough, and I'm really thankful also that because it has reflecting also the role of local governments in capacity building, the local government international cooperation for development, and we're going to work on that to give it a shape, to give it an essence. One important thing that is really important and linked to what you just said, Emilia, is about those contradictions, how to deal with them. And I think we cannot indeed be neutral. We cannot be an observer. We are part of it. So we are also what we preach, and we are what we think. And I think it's really important to be able to acknowledge this and to make sure that also between ourselves, there's nothing lost in translation, to say it and to be able to give it a wording. Joint narrative is important, but doesn't mean saying the same thing, but it's more about our joint vision. I'm really believing that the Pact for the Future, with the enablers that has been there, be it the trust issue, be it the funding and the finance, government capacity building, but also the common values. I think it's really important. And I think what you just heard from what has been discussed yesterday, I really, unfortunately, couldn't be with you, that we have been discussing the essence of we and how we enable each other to be the we. Maybe one last thing to respect the 5 minutes given to me is when it comes to the power of we and the relation with the CIB, knowledge is important, and we are also linkaging with UCLV knowledge when it comes to a gender knowledge hub, when it comes to thinking of climate adaptation gender hub, when it comes to also thinking of city knowledge hub. So this is linked also to people, government, and planet. So what we are trying to do through our work, through the space where we created at the CIB, to be really a connecting dot between the South and the North, the global and the North, which made it very specific also to the external world, Emilia, interested in how the UCLG, this working group, managed to bring the global North, the global South, talking about what really matters for them as a group. And this is how we are also trying to link to those important dimensions of the planet, the government, and planet, government, and the third one, remind me?
Planet, government, and people.
Yeah. People, of course, people. That also linked to the feminist really dynamic of it. We are witnessing global challenges, and unfortunately, the gender inequalities are getting even more and more. We see that in disasters, we see that in
Thank you, Neila.
Lack of democracy. So I think it's really important to keep up that discussion around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neila. A big applause to her. There is a very unique aspect of the way that this permanent working group works, and that is really focusing also on the organized constituency. You know, UCLG has many souls, but there are two particular important souls, that is the soul of the individual city and the associations, of the local government associations. And through the CIB working group, we try to cater to the organized constituency, which gives us great stability, but also allows us to work in the long term. This going slowly, it gives us time. It gives us time to actually develop capacity. So thank you very much, Neila, for
You're welcome.
For these thoughts. Something that the Sustainable Development Goals changed for us very critically, I think for humanity, was something that in UCLG we had been trying, in our movement we had been trying to articulate already, and is this notion of universal agendas, truly universal agendas. Development is not global North and global South. Development is joint development. There is only one type of development. There is not developed people and not developed people. And I think the 2030 agenda gave us the right narrative to address that. And it has permeated a lot, and it has made the working group also evolve. So I'm grateful for that thought. Allow me to take the opportunity to welcome also speakers that are online. Adriana Allen, the president of Habitat International Coalition, but she has also been working with us in developing our research and our flagship publication, you know, the triennial report, the gold report we call it, that in its last edition presented in Daejeon tried to uncover the path towards equality. A very important partner to us. I also welcome the Secretary General of UCLG, MEWA, joining us from Istanbul, Mehmet Duman. Thank you, Mehmet, for joining us. I know that your membership is still under shock, and we had an opportunity to discuss briefly yesterday, but we will address our joint response to the disasters in Turkey and Syria on Friday. I'm very grateful that you are with us. Allow me now to go first to Adriana. Adriana has been leading with us many processes. HIC is a very important partner, also as part of the global platform for the right for the city. Adriana, you recognize, I am sure, many of the contradictions that I was talking about, and my argument that we are not neutral, even when we don't express specifically support or not for some decisions within the membership. We are not neutral. But let us focus a bit on research and how you think our work on this path towards equality can help us unpack the Pact for the Future. Welcome, Adriana. It's so good to see you.
Thank you so much, Emilia, and thanks to everyone, to UCLG for the invitation. I very much wish I was there with you in person in the room, but I have to tell you that the energy, even travel through Zoom, is really remarkable. I just want to go back to this, to a very important statement that Emilia made at the beginning about the impossibility of being neutral. And I think that this is a very important point to start unpacking the power of research. In doing this, I think that the first thing to acknowledge is that knowledge creation can guide change, but only when research itself is guided by a clear vision. That is a clear destination of the change we want to pursue. And I think that in that sense, UCLG Pact for the Future represents precisely that, represents a compass to unpack the research, the learning, the action that we need around these three critical challenges of people, the planet, and government. But on the other hand, it's important to also recognize that a compass alone is not enough. We also need to consider the critical qualities of the process of doing research together that we need to cultivate and to promote, whether we are trying to confront the climate crisis or advance the right to adequate housing. And in this sense, I would like to put on the table 6 qualities that, in my view, make the process of doing research together, the power of research really strong. The first one is that our research needs to be grounded on the everyday reality of women and men, girls and boys. It needs to engage with their struggles, the struggles of ordinary citizens, their practices and their aspirations. The second one is that our research needs to be feminist. And that means that it needs to be vocal in acknowledging our full diversity, and bold probably as well, to point up to areas where we still have a long way to go to tackle racism and patriarchy, among many other stubborn structures that prevail in our cities and territories. The third quality, in my view, is that our research needs to take stock of the legacies that challenge the collective construction of a better future. And Emilia made a reference to many of those legacies today. And I'm talking about the legacies of colonialism, of extractivism, among many others. Fourth, I believe that our research needs to go beyond producing clinical and detached diagnosis to produce actionable knowledge. Fifth, our research needs to be brave and aspirational, capable of putting in motion transformative pathways. And sixth, last but not least, I believe our research needs to build bridges across local and regional governments and civil society, organized civil society. To me, that means that it needs to foster critical dialogue and collaboration to activate collective action, because without collective action, we are not going to push forward through the pact. Over the last few years, as mentioned by Emilia, I had the real honor to be part of a team that the UCL team that produce or co-produce the Goal 6 report. And in light of this experience, I truly believe that the report sets a critical precedent in how to practice these 6 critical qualities that I just outlined. The report, many of you will remember, was co-produced by local and regional governments, by civil society organizations, many of them, HIC among them, but many more, and also by academics. And it puts forward 6 pathways towards urban and territorial equality. The pathways of commoning, caring, connecting, renaturing, prospering, and democratizing. These 6 pathways are clearly interconnected and speak directly to the core of the Pact to the Future. In my view, the Goal 6 report reveals the power of research as we refrain from advocating for solutions or best practices to instead dive into real attempts to advance equality, acknowledging their achievements, but also their challenges, the specific and diverse contexts and conditions under which change might be possible or feasible, as well as the critical reflections of the protagonists promoting change and what takes to do things differently. In the conclusions of the Goal 6 report, we identify 5 key principles to unleash the power of we through co-produced research. And I'm going to highlight those 5 principles to finalize. The first one is that a rights-based approach is the basis of any local and regional government to build pathways to equality in our cities and territories. The second one concerns a spatial dimension of inequalities, which is central to promote the advance of equality by local and regional governments. Policies and planning should challenge, in this sense, socio-spatial fragmentation, promote proximity, accessibility, and rural-urban reciprocity. They should also foster more equal and sustainable territorial development, which is compatible with just ecological transitions. Third, a new subnational governance culture is crucial in the face of growing inequalities. We know this. It is necessary to promote broad local partnerships, encourage greater and meaningful participation, and to truly empower local and regional governments to make multi-level governance, not just government, truly effective. Fourth, it is also essential to think about adequate fiscal and investment architecture, which is essential to strengthen and localize finance, but also to propel alternative financing models that recognize and optimize the value of the many and varied existing resources that local and regional governments have at their disposal. Last but not least, local and regional governments can advance pathways to equality by engaging practically with timeframes that look beyond electoral cycles. This is something that Emilia highlighted at the beginning. This means recognizing different and unequal historical legacies and structural constraints, addressing the issue of time poverty, supporting radical incremental practices, and working together to establish bold visions for a sustainable and equitable future. These 5 principles are essential to reclaim the social functions of our cities and territories. We research is a critical means to unlearn toxic frames and to start to think and act against the grain. Transformative research must pursue other ways of knowing and being in the world. It needs to engage with a political project of critical, feminist, queer, and anti-racist practice. Transformative research has the power to move us from the so what to the what if. It is not a scientific project, but a fundamentally political process that we can only build together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was talking with one of our partners yesterday. I will not say which one. And we were discussing how concerned we were about how investments were going and how development was still being discussed in terms of engaging with those that need it most through debt, and how a lot of the development is done through investment in big structures of guarantees. We are going to be addressing financing later today, the transformation that we think needs to take place. But I think that a lot of what you have put on the table, Adriana, shows us that, yes, our joint research allows us to uncover paths for equality, but it should be also the blueprint, the baseline for other spheres of government and for the international community to actually make development happen. And I think we need to reach those tables, because what we are proposing, not only through the pact, but also the research that we are doing, is a critical change of model. What you need to address is at a different level. I think we really appreciate not only the work that we have done together, but also the work that there is to come in making sure that we put to good use many of the things that we have discovered. And certainly that research is going to be informing, impacting, and shaping our learning. And I want to go with that to the we learn. As you can imagine, everything that we are discussing here goes back to localization. Localization that I was recalling yesterday. We talked about localization before the 2030 agenda existed, before the Sustainable Development Goals existed. We were talking about localization then. And we can only celebrate now and acknowledge that now localization is an actual concept that is resonating in the places where the decisions are being made. So it gives me great pleasure to invite Rashik Sagitov, the Secretary General of UCLG Eurasia, to address us on his experience about learning. Rashik, you don't need to touch anything. It works.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I welcome you on behalf of the UCLG Eurasia cities, which includes former Soviet Union countries. We are situated in the city of Kazan, in the Republic of Tatarstan, in the Russian Federation. And I remember that today Emilia was talking that we lived a very tended year, it wasn't simple because we were physically together 1 year ago when the conflict between Ukraine and Russia began, and really it was not very comfortable for everybody.
Give me a second. Does everybody have interpretation now? Because we were having problems with the sound. Let me see. Just put that there and let us see, because French was having problems. Let's go.
But we survived and we lived this year, and we kept the unity of the organization due to the wise position of our presidency, due to the position of our Secretary General Emilia Sais. I know that in many international organizations, Russian delegations were kicked out, but our organization keeps continuing its dialogue, and it's very important. Because in Kazan, we deal with all countries of Eurasia. For example, if something happened with us, then everything will be stopped. A big part of the world will be, the activities of UCLG could be stopped in a very important part of the world. Concerning we learn, I remember that from Sarah that we UCLG began to try to become a learning organization, and I remember that Sarah was promoting this idea, and I remember of the big importance of the learning forum that was held twice in St. John and in Durban, and it was a very big and a very big success, I think. Also, great practical importance are learning models dedicated to various topics of learning. For example, we are in Eurasia, we like very much the seminars on on localization of sustainable development goals. We organize such kind of seminars in different countries of the Eurasia region. For example, we organized it last year in Kyrgyzstan. This year we are planning to organize it in Tajikistan, in Mongolia, and in regions of the Russian Federation, because Russian Federation is very big and every region is kind of country, and probably we had such a the seminar was organized in Yakutia, which is the biggest administrative unity of the world. Its territory is like India. And we also continue organizing this kind of seminar dedicated to localization of sustainable development goals in other regions of the Russian Federation. Resilience was also very important for us, and because due to the forest fires in Yakutia and in Siberia, resilience, we dedicated many of our seminars, many of our learning to the resilience. And also many things were dedicated to the, many events were dedicated to the climate, because climate and resilience and many things depend on the polar zone. 60% of the polar zone of the world is situated in Eurasia, in Russia, and part of it in Canada and Norway. But a major part of the polar zone is situated in the Russian Federation, and we take conscience of this and pay much attention to this problem. And Yakutia became the capital of the Forum for Climate Change, and Emilia also took part in it, and many participants from different parts of the world take part in this very important learning session. And people make not only learning, they report also about the search, and also I remember very important thing there. There was representative of Italian city. What is the with waters? Venice, and he said, the mayor of Venice said, what's happening in Yakutia will have influence what's happening in Venice. Yes, very important to understand that the globe is one thing, it's one organism. We cannot say, oh, it's not our problem, it's happening in polar zone. No, it can influence every person, every city of our planet. The decentralized cooperation is very important. Sister city relationship is developing, and we continue also. We understand that the situation is not very good, but the sister city relationships, they continue during the last year, and it didn't have any stops. And because probably if there are problems between states, there are no problems between cities. And also this is a possibility of dialogue. And if we continue the dialogue, it is the chance that the globe as a whole will be safe for us. And cities, as you understand, in this situation, development of cooperation between cities are especially very important in difficult situations like we have now. Also continuing our learning and continuing the idea of we learn, we will organize for the first time in Eurasia, Eurasia retreat in May, 25, 27 of May. We will have a retreat called Eurasia Cities and Global Trends. We invite also the people who want to take part. It will be in Russian and English, and it will take place in the city of Kazan. we invite, if the people are interested, we can invite not only Eurasia participants, but also participants of the world. And the program will be very interesting. We try also to take experience from what it is organized there, but also we will also add our individual Eurasia trends too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Rashik, also for bringing also some perspective in terms of the dimensions of the issues that we cover. I would also like to highlight that the membership in Eurasia have been very relevant for us when developing also our interest and the agenda of the organization in issues of health. Health and wildfires was something that was on the agenda of the Eurasian section much sooner than in the rest of the organization, and that is what makes us learn and work together. Thank you very much for being with us. Let us go now to a different part of the world. Again, I am going back to the online participants. Mehmet, well, you are experiencing at this moment a great crisis, a tragedy, I might say, in Turkey, but also in Syria. Syria has been also an area where our members in MEWA have been devoted to addressing their needs in the past, and the concern that our members in Turkey were expressing over the past weeks is now we are focusing on our own tragedy because we need to address this, but we are very concerned about our Syrian neighbors. Let us remember that our membership in Turkey has welcomed great numbers, millions of Syrian refugees that are now suffering from the very tragedy in Turkish soil due to the earthquake. So in this context, dear Mehmet, we are asking you to reflect a bit on, of course, whatever you want, because this is open mic, but also in particular to what we will be asking the international community and other spheres of governments to address. Thank you, dear colleague, and welcome.
Thank you, Emilia. Dear participants, dear UCLG family, before starting my speech, I would like to express my deep sorrow about the powerful earthquakes that ripped through Turkey and Syria on February 6th, leaving destruction, rubble, and tens of thousands of deaths on each side of the border. I want to thank all those who sent messages of solidarity and condolences, especially UCLG President Caroline Koze and the Presidency members. The gravity of the disasters prevented me from joining you in Barcelona, though coming together with UCLG family, even virtually, gives us moral and energy we need to face of these gruesome calamities. I would like to very briefly inform you about the scale of disaster before my address. As some of you may probably know, 2 more earthquakes occurred in Hatay in the south of Turkey yesterday night. Sadly, these earthquakes have resulted in near deaths and hundreds injured. The current situation as follows. The number of earthquakes is 4. The magnitude 7.7 and 7.6, 6.4, 5.8. The number of aftershocks is 6,302. The affected regions are Eastern Anatolia, Southeastern Anatolia, and Eastern Mediterranean in Turkey and Northwest in Syria. The number of deaths, 41,162 in Turkey and 5,800 in Syria so far. There is no doubt that these earthquakes, which wreaks havoc on so many cities, both in Turkey and Syria, will be recalled as one of the biggest natural disasters of our century. At this session, with a focus on the power of we, I would like to remind us all that the precautions, repercussions of this disaster could only be remedied through cooperation and with the power of we. Supporting the donation campaign, initiating relief funds, and engaging in advocacy activities should be amongst the methods in dealing with the crisis, since we are the biggest local government organization in the world. Also, during the normalization period following the earthquake, again, we will mainly be preoccupied with issues such as guiding our local governments, identifying and reporting their problems, and coming up with solutions. Yes, today's theme for this session is the power of we. If the problems we face are felt in every corner of the world, we quest for the solution must also be in global scale and with the global cooperation. As a powerful of community, UCLG has the capacity to engineer common and localized solutions for our common problems. While doing this, UCLG make us of many different instruments and effectively utilize advocacy activities and needs to use them even more effectively. As UCLG MEWA, we are using the power of we and carry out advocacy activities to be able to cope with the difficulties we face and create new visions in cooperation with our members and partners in the MEWA region. I would like to briefly touch on the advocacy activities that we have done and we will continue to do in collaboration with the UCLG World Secretariat. As our region faces the highest levels of migration movements, we advocate for people's freedom of movement to look for a better future and to escape all forms of violence, and we join forces with our cities to accomplish sustainable migration management. Within this context, I would especially like to highlight that we run the Secretariat for the Global Task Force on Migration among many activities we conduct. Regarding climate change and global warming, we advocate for cities' engagement in the global effort that is defined by the Paris Climate Agreement and Sendai Framework. In the meantime, we are operating as the regional desk for global covenants of mayors for climate and energy. We advocate for the localization of the global agendas and their ownerships by the local governments. We are doing our best for this. Within this context, we encourage our cities, especially for the localization for sustainable development goals and the conduct of voluntary local reviews. In terms of culture, we continue our advocacy activities on the platforms to underline that it is the fourth pillar of the sustainable development. We work with our partners, particularly UNESCO and the UCLG Culture Committee, to emphasize the critical role that cities play in the preservation of cultural heritage and cultural rights. In cooperation with Kavşak Network, a project specific to Turkey, we advocate for the sustainability of urban transportation. Many concrete good practices of sustainable urban transportation emerged thanks to the network and its activities. I have tried to emphasize some of the areas for which we conduct advocacy activities. However, it is not possible to list them all, no matter how many examples I give. That's because UCLG and UCLG MEWA carry out advocacy activities for cities and citizens on a much broader spectrum. We advocate and keep advocating for what is good and right in relation to local democracy, participation, and decentralization, city-to-city cooperation, urban health, resilience, and more. Our advocacy activities will make much sense when we get aware of the power of we and work with this motto. Before I finish my remarks, I greeting you all and I commemorate those who lost their lives due to the earthquake hit in Turkey and Syria with respect. I wish UCLG retreat to be productive this year as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, and thank you for allowing for an important part of your team to be here with us. Your Deputy Secretary General is with us, and other colleagues. So the voice of MEWA will be present in our discussions. Thank you very much also for acknowledging the important role that we can play together and the importance of continuing with our agenda, because the agenda that we have together is also relevant to address future crises. I know that we will be facing difficult discussions in the coming weeks and months about resilience, about migration in your part of the world, and we will be there ready to work with you. Thank you very much, dear colleague. Allow me now to go to UCLG Africa, to my dear colleague Ramatuka. Ramatuka, we have been working together for a long time. Africa is one of the regions where our movement has seen greater changes, a very big outreach, a very big interest from the donor community, from the international community, highs and lows in terms of democracy, great success stories in gender equality, unprecedented progress in terms of female leadership. I would say that many of the female voices that are at the driver's seat of our feminist movement come from Africa. Certainly the chair of our Standing Committee on Gender Equality is the African president of the region of Nouakchott. So highs and lows in the continent, in terms of democracy, but also in terms of armed conflict, but a huge display in learning and acting. And so what I want to invite you to do today on behalf of our section in Africa is to run us through your plans on We Act. What is there for you?
Merci, Emilia. Merci, bonjour à tous. C'est un plaisir de se retrouver toujours dans les séminaires ou les retraites de CGLU. Je voudrais d'abord porter quelques réflexions sur le nous. Vous nous invitez à parler du nous après avoir défini le pacte et adopté le pacte au niveau de notre Assemblée générale, c'est vrai que c'est un sujet qu'on conceptualise aujourd'hui. Mais dans mes souvenirs, CGLU a toujours été la place pour le nous, même si aujourd'hui on en fait un concept. C'est peut-être l'un des rares espaces où on peut discuter sans animosité, même si c'est passionnant des fois, même si c'est très passionné, mais c'est un espace de diversité et je pense que ça, il faut le maintenir, faire ce travail de mémoire, ce travail de narratif, vous l'avez rappelé tantôt. Et je pense que si on continue à se souvenir de d'où l'on vient, on peut se projeter sur où on veut aller. Et je pense que, en tout cas, c'est une invite, Emilia, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut garder, parce que dans cette salle, on est d'une grande diversité, malgré le contexte géopolitique aujourd'hui, qui fait qu'on est de plus en plus dans des camps. Nous avons parlé de neutralité. Je pense que personne n'est neutre dans cette salle, mais que par ailleurs, on partage les mêmes valeurs. Et parce que nous partageons les mêmes valeurs, parce que nous pensons que nous avons un devenir global pour nous, pour les populations, pour la planète, nous pouvons arriver à converser. Et je pense que ça, c'est une des valeurs de CGLU qu'il faut en tout cas partager avec les autres partenaires. On ne le dit pas assez fort, mais je pense que dans ce contexte de crise multiforme, dans ce contexte de guerre, il est rare de trouver toutes les parties du monde autour d'une table et qu'on puisse établir un dialogue. Et ça, je pense que CGLU doit en tout cas faire la promotion de tout ce qui est fait, malgré, et on se souvient de l'année dernière à Barcelone, on était tous tendus, mais vous avez pu en tout cas tenir la barre. Le congrès n'a pas été facile, mais ça aussi c'est une richesse. Donc je pense que dans le nous, aujourd'hui, on doit avoir beaucoup plus de démocratie. Vous l'avez dit, on doit pouvoir définir des règles plus claires. Chacun viendra avec sa spécificité, mais je pense dans le respect et le respect des droits, on peut arriver à construire un avenir ensemble. Donc, en tout cas, dans le nous, dans ce pouvoir du nous, CGLU Afrique a toute sa part à travers, comme vous dites, le 8 actes. Le 8 actes pour nous, c'est d'abord la culture. Parce que le travail du 8 ne doit pas gommer nos différences, mais le travail du 8 doit nous permettre de poser des sujets qui fâchent, la migration, les dommages, on en a parlé sur le climat, le racisme, le système patriarcal, beaucoup de sujets qui fâchent, mais qu'on puisse s'entendre, qu'on puisse discuter, qu'on puisse dialoguer. Donc le oui, ce n'est pas l'unanimisme, c'est peut-être beaucoup de contradictions, comme Octavie l'a dit hier, mais c'est trouver un comment de vivre ensemble, parce que comme nous l'avons dit, nous sommes tous dans une même planète, donc nous devons cheminer ensemble. Au niveau de CGLU Afrique, nous travaillons beaucoup sur le sujet de la planète, avec la résilience, parce que de toute façon, on est à travers les changements nous subissons dans nos villes intermédiaires, dans nos villes, dans nos contrées rurales, cette difficulté. L'Afrique est vaste, certains vivent des inondations, dans d'autres contrées, on a la sécheresse, mais nous travaillons au niveau de CGLU Afrique à avoir un partenariat, dans le cadre d'un partenariat, à être plus résilient par rapport au choc climatique. Nous travaillons aussi dans le 8 actes avec l'apprentissage. Et Najat est là, elle l'a dit hier, à travers une plateforme, nous contribuons dans le CIB, nous contribuons dans tout le processus d'apprentissage de CGLU Monde, et nous avons appris des crises parce que cette pandémie nous a permis de beaucoup travailler avec des moyens numériques et digitalisés. Et aujourd'hui, à travers cette plateforme de e-learning, nous arrivons à accompagner nos membres. Le oui, c'est aussi de l'action sur le terrain. Donc je pense qu'au niveau mondial, on peut conceptualiser, mais ce que nos membres attendent de nous aussi, c'est de faire du oui au niveau local, à travers les ODD. Et je pense que, comme Emilia l'a dit tantôt, tous nos membres, à travers les compétences, à travers la décentralisation, étaient déjà dans les ODD. Parce que les ODD ne reprennent finalement que les compétences, comme vous l'avez dit. Nous travaillons autour de ça, à travers nos programmes. Et qui dit ODD, dit mise en œuvre. Et en parlant de mise en œuvre, on parle de finances. Et nous travaillons dans cette dynamique. Nous avons François qui est là, pour pouvoir, parce qu'on n'en parle pas souvent, de voir de quels moyens disposent nos collectivités locales pour la mise en œuvre des ODD. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on est sur des indicateurs, on est sur une mesure, mais personne ne parle, en tout cas, on en parle très peu, de quels sont les moyens donnés aux collectivités locales pour la mise en œuvre des ODD. Ça, c'est un enjeu. En tout cas, nous travaillons dans ça et nous pensons qu'il faut le mettre dans la corbeille. Le féminisme. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, on a une dynamique, en tout cas, très favorable en Afrique, parce que beaucoup de grandes villes sont dirigées par de grandes mères qui sont là, de mairesses, voilà. Donc, qui essaient, en tout cas, d'impulser une nouvelle gouvernance. Et je pense que le oui aussi, c'est de monitorer et de pouvoir prouver, si tant est besoin se présente, est-ce qu'une gouvernance féminine est différente d'une gouvernance masculine? Parce que je pense qu'au-delà de l'aspect théorique, il faudrait qu'on puisse en même temps regarder un peu le pouvoir au féminin. Donc je pense qu'en tout cas, au niveau de CGLU Afrique, au niveau de nos membres, le réseau, il est là, le réseau de Refela est fort, c'est un réseau qui continue à s'étendre, mais aussi le pouvoir du oui pour nous, c'est le partenariat. Et je pense qu'en CGLU Afrique continue à travailler sur le partenariat avec les gouvernements, parce que nous avons une diversité dans la décentralisation. Donc on est obligé de travailler avec les gouvernements, mais aussi avec les sections. Donc je pense que le travail du oui, l'acte du oui, en tout cas, les actes que nous pouvons faire, c'est travailler ensemble. Et nous allons en tout cas explorer ce partenariat que nous avons avec ASPAC et avec Mercosudades pour échanger et continuer vraiment à agir pour changer les choses au niveau local.
Merci, Agnam. Merci, cher Amatuka. You are asking whether feminine leadership is different from masculine leadership, and I am not sure about that, but feminist leadership is certainly different. So I think not every woman is a feminist, and not every man is promoting the patriarchal system. And so I think we need to keep that in mind when we address this issue in the organization. Thank you very much for acknowledging the importance of going back to where we come from and also describing the we as groundwork, the work on the field. Now we're coming now to the listening. We listen, and for many years, we have been asking for cities to be listened to. We go to the United Nations and we ask member states to listen to cities. We have been trying to get at the global table. And the international processes, like I was describing yesterday, in particular the Habitat 3 process, but also others that we have been monitoring, also called us to team up with other partners, to listen. And we started this exercise with organized civil society. We called it town halls. But one of the most innovative tries that we have done, and I say we are just trying, and we are starting to learn is little steps, is engaging with youth, with organized youth. And I am very pleased to have with you, to have with us today the representative of our youth caucus that has been monitoring the work of our town halls, and that is bringing the voice of organized youth in almost every event that we organize before the United Nations. Their perspective is important, not only for the future, but actually for the present. Elana, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. Do you want to stand there? Wonderful.
Hi, Amelia, and thank you so much to UCLG again for just constantly being one of our key partners in everything and really embracing the power of we and embracing the fact that everyone, no matter where they come from, has important perspectives and experiences to share. And I wanted to briefly touch on something that Amelia said at the start, which I think really resonated with the town hall and the caucus process, which is that UCLG began with the idea of constructing communities, and that communities are key to building all of our societies. And so within both the town hall processes and the caucus processes, we find that this is something that we've been trying to build together, both within the UCLG network as well as within all the communities and societies that exist within them. So for those who haven't been reflecting or following as much on it since the Daejeon World Congress, which seems so long ago now, many of us stakeholders came together to discuss a common vision and recommendations across all the thematics that go into people, planet, and government, to input the voices and the experiences and the perspectives of all parts of society into the Pact for the Future. And so, and so I see other members of caucuses here as well, which I'm so happy to see again. And we really wanted to thank UCLG for setting up this framework, and thank everyone in the network for the enthusiastic participation in our sessions, in our recommendations, and engaging with us. Because as Amelia and UCLG have pointed out, there can be no sustainable progress without equality and inclusion. When we think about how far the world has come, it is because of developments like women having the vote, having a choice to participate, voting ages being lowered. All these things are crucial to ensuring that we move progress along as humanity. And when we look at the inequality that exists now, people are facing a myriad of complex and interlocking difficulties. And so we face a myriad of complex and interlocking challenges that we must tackle. Amelia talked about neutrality before, and how some may say UCLG is in fact neutral, is not neutral enough, or is taking political decisions. And we would say that having this town hall process, having these caucuses, these working groups, is a political decision in itself to uphold the values of human rights, democracy, multilateralism. You know, having such a program within this time where many governance institutions and authorities are choosing to silence, to conceal, to manipulate the voices and parameters of discourse. This is a bold and innovative and honest stance to take, to say that we, as a collective, as a community, want to hear what people have to say, not just what we want them to say, but really honestly listen. And so we really thank UCLG, because this is not an easy decision to make at this time. We have all produced recommendations and visions for feasible future societies, so we urge everyone to pay attention to these and to recognize the wealth of expertise and nuance that can come out of having open processes, come out of having these open discussions, and for allowing platforms where people are able to discourse, to negotiate, to understand each other. This is something that's missing in many societies and governance processes today, and we really have seen the power of these come out in being able to shape both the broader strokes of an agenda, but also the contours and the nuances. So that's the power of power capturing many perspectives and needs across society, but also turning them into actions that will concretely move our communities together for a better future. And we encourage everyone to not just incorporate all these recommendations, these visions, the Pact for the Future in, international cooperation, but also their local agendas, the regional agendas. Because without concrete action, without concrete purpose, we cannot make these visions happen. And I want to highlight one recurring idea that came up in the Youth Caucus session particularly, which is that the model that UCLG has created can be replicated, can be adapted at local and regional level. And we really hope that everyone considers having these open town halls, representative processes, caucuses that last not just for one afternoon, but for months and years and decades to come. And so we really encourage everyone to both reflect on and embrace both the power, but also the necessity of we as a collective. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Elana. No, it is not an easy decision. You are absolutely right. It's not easy to listen to others because so often there are so many things that a movement wants to say. But I think that the caucuses have really helped us. We also have a women caucus. We have a disability caucus that is helping us think and improve. They are long-term processes, and I hope that one of the next bold moves that we will make is to ensure that there are parts of our policy-making processes where the town halls are in equal footing to our political leadership. And we hope to transform the policy councils that the town halls have been already exchanging with into a common space. We do realize local and regional governments need their own space to discuss, but I think we need to create a structure, a statutory structure in our governance that actually allows for organized partners, organized civil society, and these kind of voices to be part of the decision making. As I was saying yesterday, we cannot be calling for that and asking for that at the United Nations and not do it ourselves. So wish us luck and please hold us accountable, Elana. Thank you very much for your inputs. So for wrapping up, I'm going to call on my colleague for wrapping up this segment. There is more to come. I mean, there is the factory of the future coming in a second. But I'm going to call my colleague, the Secretary General of our European section, to have the floor. And what I have asked Fabrizio Rossi to do is to address us from the perspective of the network as a whole. And the reason why I've asked him to do that is because Fabrizio joined us in his current role as Secretary General of the European section the day of the invasion of Ukraine, 1 year ago. The first time I saw Fabrizio was in a Zoom meeting when the war started. And that year has given us a lot of perspective together, but also I am sure to him as Secretary General, a new perspective on what the network is. And from this place, I would like you to address the group, Fabrizio. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Sí, la verdad es que es la primera vez que estoy aquí con vosotros. Yo creo que la primera vez que estuve hablando con los amigos, con vosotros de CGLU, fue exactamente hace un año. Yo me conecté, creo que fue una conexión de 2-3 minutos. Estuve en una de esas pantallas ahí, justamente enviando un mensaje sobre la necesidad de aprobar una declaración política sobre la guerra en Ucrania, sobre la invasión de Rusia en Ucrania. Evidentemente ahora llego aquí con la misma determinación sobre este asunto, porque efectivamente es algo que como europeos tenemos muy en el corazón, con lo cual la determinación es la misma, y estos días sin falta, sin duda, propondremos otra declaración para que sea aprobada por la presidencia. Si no nos molesta, voy a pasar al inglés porque estuve tomando unas notas durante este debate. Me resulta más cómodo hablar en inglés. Emilia invited me to draw a few conclusions and to share with you a few reflections. And I've been listening to all of you with great interest and attention. And it is really, it is really with great enthusiasm that I'm here with you today. First of all, because this is really a good opportunity for me as a Secretary General of the Council of European Municipalities and Regions to share a few insights on how we wish really to translate this Pact for the Future into our activities, into our work plans, and how we really envision to empower our local leaders to drive their territories and communities in Europe to move towards Europe 2050 and to address the global challenges. But I'm also very, very glad to be here because, as Emilia said, I'm a bit of a newcomer to this family. Yet, I have, I would say, quite a long trajectory already, a long professional trajectory of being committed to put local and regional governments at the core of the international agenda. And for this reason, this is also a good opportunity for me to share with you, for the first time, a few insights about a new project that we will be launching in the next weeks. So this is why I'm quite excited today. But let me start with a general reflection, indeed, on what I've been hearing this morning. Emilia, you made a reference to something earlier on that somehow caught my attention. You made a reference to a bit of skepticism when it comes really to the Pact for the Future. Well, to me, this is not just narrative. We are really setting very high our political ambitions in that document. And to me, we should be extremely proud of ourselves for making that ambition so clear in that document. Now, with this comes responsibility and accountability, and this is probably the tricky part. Yet, I think that we should be proud because the ambitions are there. For our people, it is very clear. We strive to provide everyone on this planet with access, equitable access to public services, housing, health, education. This is very clear. The planet, for instance, food, access to quality food, yet respecting the planetary boundaries. Governments really try to come up with a production of very reliable information, trying really to fight misinformation that is causing polarization and so many problems within our societies. So the commitments are there. Now, the point is, how do we translate this into impact? What could we do as a community really to deliver on those ambitions? And this is what we've been asking ourselves at the Council of European Municipalities and Regions in the last months. We had a quite important, I would say, internal reflection, which is now leading to some important changes in the way we work internally. First of all, we are moving from thematic focus to impact goals. To me, I think it is clear we cannot keep focusing on thematics, on topics, unless we have really very clearly a vision, a view on what is the medium or long-term impact we wish to achieve on a specific topic. This is, for instance, a change we are already implementing in our organizations, and in the next weeks and months, you will see a little bit the outcomes of this work. We are also implementing a further change. We are moving from teams, from thematic teams to impact communities. There is a reason for this. And this is a point that came up quite clearly in our latest meeting of the CMR presidency, the new presidency we have in the CMR. We cannot evolve, improve as an organization if we keep speaking between ourselves. Speaking between ourselves is great, but enlarging the group, hearing from others is even better. This is why the notion of team should evolve. I think that we should really reflect on community, what this means. We need really to provide our political leaders with a community, and we need really around them, we need to build a community around them, and we need to tap into the right people to support our political leaders to deliver on their ambitions. Whether this is the private sector, the civil society, we need really to engage with different actors beyond, of course, our network. And this is, of course, a very important and I would say structural change that we are implementing. And also you will be hearing about this in the next months. Now, there is also a further, probably, this is a bit of an announcement, right, that I'm making here.
Don't know, surprise me.
Well, you know about this.
You're welcome to,
you know
to
about this
surprise
initiative. As someone that has grown up really with a commitment, again, to put local and regional governments at the core of the international agenda, as a newcomer to the organization, I even learned a few months ago that apparently I'm the youngest Secretary General in the history of the CMR, in 70 years. So of course I'm 100% committed to make a little contribution in really raising a new generation of leaders in this field, in the field of territorial diplomacy. And to deliver on this ambition, we are now launching a new initiative together with some friends, with some leaders, Emilia, UCLG, Eurocities. This is another important network within our world, within our field. We will be launching a new initiative on human resources, the Territorial Diplomacy Hub. This is an unprecedented cooperation to, again, to cooperate on human resources between our three organizations. For a time being, this is an initiative that will be extended to other organizations. But the idea is really to make a contribution to raise a new generation of leaders. We are a very little, medium-sized organization. We cannot make a difference within this field unless we join forces and we come up with clear strategy to retain the talents we have within our organization and to attract new talent. So we are we have already identified some specific measures under this cooperation. This is going to be something really ambitious and I would say innovative. You will be hearing about this initiative in the next months. The official launch for this initiative will be in June in Brussels with a press conference. But we are very, very enthusiastic about it because I think that there is a lot that we can do really to support those people that wish really to make a career in this field. Those people that wish to work in the international arena, supporting really the cause of local and regional governments. So with this, Emilia, if you agree, I can probably close my intervention and thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the announcement as well. Fabrizio described it as leaders, I would say activists. What you have seen yesterday, you are activists for the municipal movement. And the team that you saw yesterday from UCLG are also activists, young activists. We hope to have many more talents. And in order to address the weakness that we have identified in providing a career path for these activists, in ensuring that we retain talent and that we stimulate others joining, we are putting this in place with a lot of, with caution. We'll start slowly, but with a lot of ambition. For us, it is certainly something for the whole ecosystem, and this is why Eurocities has also been involved from the outset, but is to be extended everywhere. The municipal movement is bigger and greater than any single organization, and in UCLG we are willing to play that card. And so thank you very much for the announcement, for the involvement, for the idea, for triggering this. You know, in previous retreats, we have talked about this, about the superpowers, about the talents that we had to keep. And I think this is a great transition to the next segment. Now we are starting again, and I think we are going to hear the music that we discovered yesterday. We are going into the next segment, the factory for the future. We are going to work on the story of our impact. We are going to talk about how to monitor what we do, how to measure what we do, how to explain what we do, and how to discover what we do. So let us start with that. I've got Firdaus and Federico and Tony Blanco that are going to be guiding the exercise. You will need to work actively in the different tables. I will give the floor to Firdaus, that is leading this work, to guide us through the exercise. Firdaus, thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Emilia. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Yesterday, Emilia was talking about an emotional moment of the retreat. It is also an emotional moment for me, for being back with all of you and re-encountering old friends. Now the session is going to be a workshop, and what we would like to do is to take all the group with its diversity, with its way of thinking, into a reflection that we have been doing into UCLG internally. But today we want to work on a collective action for a collective impact. This is the idea. I would like to invite Federico and Tony, please, to join me. And I will begin by maybe putting a kind of context, giving you a kind of context to the work we will be having today together. Please, the presentation, colleagues. Okay, well, let's begin. The idea today is that we are taking a moment to find out how are we talking and how are we walking the talk. Yesterday, Emilia was saying we are walking the talk. It's exactly what we will be doing. On this week, yesterday we had the first workshop. Now we have another one, but the whole coherence of the retreat was built, and Sarah Höflich did present it yesterday, through these 5 points, these 5 workshops we will be doing. And just to identify what we are doing today, we will be in the second step, that is the value chain analysis. Please, next one. So the idea is that we had an assessment, international assessment done on the organization. And Emilia was giving some glimpse of how we will be giving the next steps. Next one, please. And this is part of the results that we had after making the assessment, and how the strategy in UCLG will be following up. Everything was turning around monitoring a lot. Everything not, but a big part of it. And what we want to do in UCLG is to find out the impact that as a large organization we are having. And it is through the monitoring and evolution and evaluation of the new strategy, of course, the pack that is for all of us. The second step is the outreach. How can we get a larger impact without having a larger outreach? And the outreach is all of us, is every and single part of this ecosystem. And the third step is the institutionalization through strategical questions and evaluation. And why are we talking about empowering? We are talking about empowering because yesterday we talked a lot about emotions and about empathy. And monitoring what we are doing towards the communities, towards the local governments, towards the local territories. Anna Falou was saying it, we need to do it through empathy. We need to have a look different of what is coming in the future trends, that is AI, and not only emotions, which is important, but empathy between each other and for the communities and from the communities. So it will be empowering, and it has a powerful transformative action. Please, next one. So what we have done into UCLG, please, next one. Yeah, what we'll be doing today is co-creating together the ecosystem storytelling. Storytelling is the methodology we're using to enable all of us, internally and now externally as well, from the World Secretariat, to build an evaluation and a monitoring of what we are doing, of what we are impacting, how we are impacting on the territories. The idea is all of us, we need to have a collective impact of the pact for the future. This is the idea and the strategy. Please, next one. So we will be having a World Café today to think together what is the outreach of each segment of this ecosystem. At the center of this ecosystem of the outreach, we have the membership. Then we have the UCLG section. And each line that is a little bit like this is like the monitoring that we'll be doing each part of this segment. But the whole of it is the power of we. The unfolding of the power of we depends on the story that each one of us is writing while we are working. It is our daily work, our daily life. And the outreach is what we will be getting, each one of us, and not just a single part. It's all of us together. Next one, please. So what is the methodology we have followed up in the World Secretariat? We had a workshop that was very enriching, very intense, and very fruitful. The idea is to say we have a commitment in the pact. We have key words, key issues in the pact that touches each one of us, each one of you, differently. What are those commitments we want to work on? Once we have this, then what, as resources, what did we put in the game? What do we want to put in the game? Resources, we are talking not only about financial resources, and we were surprised in our internal workshop to find out that resources, we are talking about documentation, we are talking about forums, we are talking about channels, different channels that can allow us to bring the activity. And we were so happy, I cannot say it in another way, to see that it was seen, resources were seen from an abundance point of view, and not saying we are lacking this or lacking that, but we need this, we need that, and the resources are there. Not only human resources, not only time, not only expertise, but also all what we are working with on a daily basis. The next step is the action. What have we actioned with these resources? And the next one, what impact have we achieved? And then here we have an immediate impact and a longer term impact. And this is very important. And also the unexpected impact that for organizations like ours, it is very important because we go, we have this meaningful work, we have this cause that we are working for and working with, but sometimes we have really great surprises, and the unexpected impact is important. So this will allow us to have a kind of common ground to work on together, and this is the methodology we are proposing for collective thinking. Please, next one, to monitor the impact of the pact. So today it is about thinking together, what stories can we build all together with, for a collective impact of the pact. And I would like to invite Federico to tell us more about the exact methodology we'll be following up.
Thank you for that, and thank you for going through all the different steps. I think you're going to have a really good time in this activity. I hope that you really look at the group of people around you as resources to share. And what we're going to do is ask all of you to kind of pretend that we're going into a helicopter, but this helicopter that can take us through a journey where we can go from here to 2026. To our next Congress. So we're seeing the year-by-year steps, thinking about what our different impacts are going to be, what type of resources we need, what other initiatives and stories that we need to create to get to 2026 that's going to have the impact that we want to see as a collective. So this is really thinking as a group, what is our collective impact? Using our individual knowledge and resources and power to create this essential we. It'll be through a storytelling of questions, and I want to go to the next slide. Those questions will lead you through a journey that will create that collective narrative. So we're separating you into distinct sections. So we have 4 sections, and on your tables, there is a letter and colors for the different sections. So we have A, red, B, blue, C, green, and D, yellow. So we also have our colleagues are going to be there with you guys along the way. In one of the groups, you have Pablo, Mariane, and Antonia. So you'll be very lucky. They're both very dynamic. You also have Massimo and Sara in the group B. That's blue. We'll have also Carol and Pera for group C, green, and Benedetta and Pablo Fernandez, that's in group D, yellow. And each of the groups will be focusing on these questions that you'll see on the screen and that I'll say shortly now. That is, what is the added value of our collective action? How do you think, as part of this ecosystem, this impact can be achieved? What resources do we need to achieve that impact? And what part of the pact for the future is more interesting and disruptive to cause that change in our collective community? We'll have the questions up, and also the facilitators will be able to help through those questions, and we'll be going around while you're answering, so we'll make sure there's not a quiet moment. So keep active, keep cool, and have fun.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Federico. The idea is that we will be building a common storytelling through the different groups that are in the room. So each group has only one question. Only one question. So if you are in the A, you are talking about impact, and I think it is this zone. If you are B and blue, if you are B and blue, it's that zone. You will be only thinking about what kind of activities between now and 2026. If you are green, you are C. I think it is that zone. Yeah, it is that zone. You will be only thinking about what kind of resources are needed to achieve the pact between now and 2026. And the yellow zone is this one, and you will be only thinking about one question. What part of the narrative is crucial to you? What part of the commitments that are in the Pact for the Future is crucial to you to arrive with at 2026? So please go on. If you have any question, our colleagues are there to help you understand. I'm here too, and we are all there. So please don't hesitate to call us if you have any thought or any question there. Done. Jamel, oh yeah, I didn't know it was connected. Jamel, please tell us about your question. What is the question that is for you, and how do you see the question?
Our question was the resources for the next 4 years. How do we reach to the next Congress with the Pact for the Future? And now we're discussing it. We haven't got to the result yet. But the first idea that came to mind, jointly thinking that we thought we should have some additional protocols, but regionally, to support the Pact for the Future. This is a global document, but we should have additional protocols for the regional, as a regional documents too.
Excellent, as a resource to allow the activity and the impact to happen. Thank you so much, excellent. Colleagues? Yeah, who would like to do? Aris, hi. So you are working now on the narrative? Okay. How do you feel the question? What would be your commitment to fulfill? Will?
I think for us in Xi'an, we would like to pay more attention about inclusiveness with different culture background. I think that's a very important issue we need to think and discuss, because right now, we are facing many different problems in the world, and it's become more, conflict. So understanding with each other and look at the different person, their good point, and then we will make each other understanding, better and better. I think more and more problems and questions will be solved. So this is what we want to, focus on.
Super, Will. We wait for your answers to put them on the panels. Thank you. I would like also to have the opinion from a National Association of Local Government. Suad, please tell us, what do you think about the question of the impact? Would you have a dream one? No. I'm talking about individually. You still have another one here. Please, Suad, tell us about an impact you would love to have. For you.
because we have, I mean, good morning everybody. Je vais parler en français, mais bon, nous avons éclairci les idées en français, en anglais. Je ne pense même pas qu'on écoute. Je peux. Alors, one of the impacts of working in group that our group, our table has mentioned, are first of all shared experiences and best practices. But this is a powerful thing, and better and good governance. We can share this also. Listening, writing. Oh, sorry. So working collaboratively allows to become. I'm sorry because it's not my écriture. Dialogue faster, okay, and reach our goals faster. More harmony, more coordination. Our voices are heard because this is our power, so that we are all together. Allows for a transparency and for expansions. And we haven't finished yet, but Firdaus, I tell you now.
Those first steps. Thank you, Suad. Thank you. Thanks to the table. Colleagues, you still have 3 minutes left. Okay, colleagues, the time is off. So thank you all for bringing all the ideas and papers. We will begin by those that are already on the panels.
What? Your attention, please. We're going to read the boards, all the ideas that we collected. Okay. Should we start with impact? One of the colleagues that were in impact, who was there? The narrative? Okay.
Yeah, you first. For the should they hear? Okay. Okay, so good day everyone. So allow me to take the opportunity to share what has been discussed in our group. So we were assigned letter D for the narrative. So an interesting part of our thinking process was it was a reverse thing. So we thought about what are our priorities and how it linked to the pact. So, so that's why we have the keywords of capacity building, we have the Asian Summit, we have peer-to-peer learning, and we found out that it's actually reflected in the pact through this one, in strengthening governance capacity. So in that way, we see how it is really grounded on reality because it reflects our priorities. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, the whole exercise is about reverse thinking. So thank you. Perfect. Yes, please go on. So now we are seeing all the group on narrative. I would like to recall because this is the first point the departure point of our methodology. Go on, please.
Bonjour à tous, je vais m'exprimer en français. Donc nous, on devait réfléchir sur ce que l'on trouve dans le pacte qui soit disruptif et qui amène des idées nouvelles. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui nous ont intéressés. Ce qu'on a essayé de tirer de ce pacte, c'est d'une part la place des gens, du peuple, qui est très importante, et de créer un lien entre la population, le gouvernement local et le gouvernement national. Et donc cette connexion est très présente dans le pacte. La deuxième chose qu'on a trouvé de très intéressant dans le pacte, c'est les informations, fournir des informations qui soient fiables à la population. Donc on retrouve encore cette importance de la population qui est clé, et que le niveau local aide vraiment à prendre en compte les désirs de la population et à s'appuyer sur une information fiable qui est donnée par le gouvernement local. Enfin, la chose qui est pour moi la plus importante dans ce pacte, c'est la prise en compte du changement climatique, des enjeux de transition, de l'environnement, des enjeux liés à l'énergie que l'on dépense. Et tout ça est vraiment très très présent, et que ce doit nous conduire à changer de modèle. Un changement de modèle qui doit partir du local et qui est vraiment bien pris en compte dans ce pacte. Voilà ce que l'on a discuté.
Je vous demanderai de vous présenter
Oui,
pour que tout le monde sache.
Pardon, je suis Charlotte Lepris et je suis la directrice Europe internationale de la Seine-Saint-Denis, qui est un département à proximité de Paris.
Merci Charlotte. Will, please, can you introduce yourself and tell us about the card that you have brought?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Will. I'm from Xi'an, China. After discussing with my colleagues, this is what we are finding about the diversity and inclusiveness in the community. The reason why we pick it, actually, we think there is, in the world, a lot of conflict and a lot of problems we need to face. So far, we should pay more attention on the, understanding with each other with the different cultural background. That is very important for all of us. Just only by discovering the advantages of different people can we make ourselves progress. So we need to learn with each other. So we need to see everybody's advantages. So this is what I want to share.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this is the commitment of the narrative for that table. And the last table in narrative, please introduce yourself and tell us.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días a todos y todas. Mi nombre es Fernando Colisoli, vengo de la ciudad de Quilmes, en Argentina. Es un gusto estar presente. Queríamos comentar que en la mesa, discutiendo con los compañeros y colegas de América Latina, creemos que el Pacto para el Futuro tiene un montón de condiciones que son disruptivas, innovadoras, tanto en lo que hace a las personas, al planeta, como a los gobiernos, pero en línea con lo que viene sucediendo en nuestra región, en América Latina, donde hay gobiernos y movimientos de mujeres muy fuertes, feministas, que están llevando adelante transformaciones profundas en una región que es de las más desigual del planeta. Creemos que aquello en lo que tenemos que comunicar de cara al futuro y donde tenemos que hacer más énfasis es precisamente en esto, en sostener y fortalecer los sistemas de cuidados y trabajar por políticas de igualdad, de géneros, pero también de inclusión de los sectores más postergados y postergados de la población, como migrantes y comunidades LGTBI, para fortalecer la justicia social en la que decía que es la región más desigual de nuestro mundo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Creo que vamos a pasar ahora a las mesas de recursos con un primer spokesperson. No, estos lo acaban de hacer. Paloma.
What is it now? We are in C. Which one? Resources? Yes.
Please.
Want me to go?
Please introduce yourself and tell us about your exchange and the result.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rola Darwish. I'm a consultant at United Cities Lebanon. It's my first time at UCLG meeting, so I'm very happy to be here. We're talking about resources, and we thought that there were three pillars that were very important in terms of resources. We thought that we should protect the natural resources that we have because they are a source of wealth. we thought that we should build our human resources, human capacities, to have the people that are more professional and have great leaders to lead the movement. And we need to mobilize financial resources, whether they are domestic, whether it's bilateral agreements, international financing, or even philanthropic sometimes. So this is what we thought in terms of resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll have the next group speaker.
Yes, with the... Okay. Jorge, preséntate por favor y dinos.
Voy a hablar en español porque
Sí.
mi grupo es fundamentalmente latinoamericano con una excepción. Yo hago parte de la organización como Ubuntu Panel y nosotros discutimos en el contexto del panel del Pacto por el Futuro la trascendencia de fortalecer la organización y creernos mucho más lo que somos, lo que hemos construido como movimiento, y eso significa fortalecer la diplomacia global de las ciudades y los gobiernos locales. Es decir, creemos que tenemos que cumplir un rol que se viene haciendo, pero que hay que amplificar, profundizar, y hacia el 2026 debe ser mucho más potente. Lo otro es amplificar la producción de conocimiento. Nosotros tenemos un ecosistema extraordinario a nivel global como movimiento de ciudades y gobiernos locales y tenemos que agotar esfuerzos y mecanismos para que esto llegue a mucho más territorios, a muchas más comunidades. Hay una frase que es no dejar a nadie atrás. Eso tenemos que lograrlo porque cuando hablamos de ciudades y gobiernos locales pareciera que estamos hablando de lo mismo, pero estamos hablando de una diversidad y unos niveles de diferencia entre territorios, entre comunidades y entre organizaciones muy profundo. Por el otro lado, decíamos que tenemos que fortalecer redes de articulación, técnicas, políticas de todo tipo, incluyendo redes comunitarias y sociales de grupos que no tienen voz y que es fundamental que lo que viene haciendo CGLU se fortalezca y avance en esa dirección. Lo otro es, que está en la misma dirección, es lo que llamamos gobiernos locales solidarios para lograr convertir la organización en un sistema que vaya más allá de los sistemas nación. CGLU puede lograr que esta enorme dificultad que ha existido de darle voz a los gobiernos locales y a las comunidades con sus autoridades más cercanas se fortalezca sin esperar que las naciones y los estados-nación se transformen, porque eso se va a demorar probablemente mucho y no es una prioridad. Pero nosotros tenemos la voz de los gobiernos locales y el acceso a los gobiernos locales y podríamos, digamos, avanzar mucho más. Lo otro es que tenemos que trabajar porque haya acceso al financiamiento. Uno de los retos más complejos que tienen los gobiernos locales es tener recursos, y recursos no solo financieros, sino también recursos institucionales y humanos, y CGLU tiene la fuerza, la potencia para, digamos, avanzar mucho en esa dirección. Y, María Julia, te va a tocar ayudar. Es que no logro leer desde aquí. Un tema en el que trabajamos mucho es que está muy bien los gobiernos locales, está muy bien las instituciones, pero tenemos que lograr darle mucho más presencia en nuestro movimiento a las propias comunidades. O sea, hay unos movimientos sociales en el mundo y hay unas comunidades organizadas y tenemos que ser capaces de llegar allá. Y la otra cosa que es muy importante es, hay un sistema multilateral creciente de redes con las cuales interactuamos. CGLU debe ser el gran movimiento catalizador de todo eso y, digamos, relacionado con la diplomacia, fortalecer mucho más nuestra capacidad de convertirnos en el interlocutor global.
Súper, muchas gracias. Vale, la red como recurso, bravo. Next one we have here. Yeah, please introduce yourself and tell us.
Hola, buen día a todos. Mi nombre es Jorge Rubio, soy de la Alcaldía de Bogotá y estuvimos trabajando en nuestro equipo no los veo. Ok. Definimos varios puntos que podrían llevarnos a tener esa posibilidad de una acción colectiva como grupo. Y es muy importante continuar con las estrategias de comunicación y las herramientas que nos permitan comunicarnos entre todos y llevar a cabo las metas que tenemos. También otro de los puntos importantes que hemos identificado el día de hoy es cómo aprender del qué hacemos, qué podemos hacer entre todos. Tener una visión compartida es supremamente importante y saber hacia dónde vamos, como lo veíamos esta mañana. Identificar esos grandes mensajes que son fuertes y que nos dan la posibilidad de actuar conjuntamente es muy importante, y compartir nuestros valores. Saber que tenemos unos valores compartidos y sobre ello agendarnos y tener una acción colectiva es lo mejor que podremos llegar a hacer. Pero esto es importante con otro de los puntos que identificábamos con nuestro grupo, y es cómo tenemos una coherencia ¿ya? Entre todos estos elementos y cómo esto a su vez desarrolla la agenda compartida que tenemos. Y lo más importante tal vez en este punto es cómo esto tiene una estructura social y cómo partimos de las redes sociales y de estas estructuras y estas alianzas que se vienen tejiendo en nuestros territorios para nosotros tomarlo como un gran insumo y construir sobre ello. Debemos aprender a escucharnos, como lo decíamos esta mañana, no es fácil, debemos hacerlo, debemos seguir fortaleciendo los canales de comunicación y debemos entre todos aprender qué haces tú bien, qué hago yo bien y cómo lo podemos hacer mejor nosotros. Esa es como la fuerza de nosotros. Por otra parte, habíamos identificado otro punto y es seguir manteniendo los espacios de diálogo, institucionalizarlos en lo posible. Si seguimos dialogando, si seguimos teniendo los espacios para compartir, para dialogar, esto finalmente es lo que nos va a potencializar y lo que va a hacer que esta acción colectiva se vuelva una realidad. Si tenemos estos talleres y seguimos participando y dialogando, ese va a ser como uno de los mejores instrumentos o herramientas que vamos a tener. Identificábamos adicionalmente cómo identificar las diferencias de nuestra sociedad. Y en nuestra mesa estábamos sentados Italia, Teherán, Bogotá en Latinoamérica, y cómo esas diferencias nos hacen grandes y cómo esas diferencias nos hacen completar una visión más grande basada en derechos. Eso para nosotros fue fundamental en la mesa. Y por supuesto, Human Resources, que esto es lo más importante. Necesitamos contar con un talento humano y gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias. Me quedo con el romper barreras para poder disfrutar más de los recursos. Hello.
Bonjour à toutes
Bonjour.
et à tous. Donc Emmanuel Carros, je suis maire adjoint de Grenoble en France. Moi, je vais être très court parce que les collègues ont déjà tout dit. Pour nous, ce qui serait important dans les ressources, c'est d'arriver à connaître ce qui existe déjà, pour pas recommencer, en fait, pour pas réinventer ce que les autres font. Donc nous, on a besoin d'une carte mentale qui permet de recenser l'ensemble des acteurs et des actrices sur nos champs de compétences, pour arriver ensuite à se connaître. Là, je suis assis à une table avec une organisation que je connaissais très peu et en fait, voilà, le lien se fait. Donc, c'est cette carte mentale qui est nécessaire. On sait qui on est, on sait avec qui on travaille, qui on peut travailler. Et après, quand on identifie des manquements, là, on peut créer quelque chose, mais ne pas recommencer à chaque fois ce qui existe déjà. Et puis après, sur nos déclarations finales, les rendre aussi opérationnelles. Pas que ce soit seulement des grandes déclarations, mais qu'on ait vraiment des objectifs opérationnels, des comment on fait, des tout, voilà, des schémas à suivre, etc., pour avancer plus vite, parce qu'on n'a plus beaucoup de temps en fait pour changer les choses. Merci.
Tout à fait, le temps est une ressource également. Merci bien. Now we are going to action. On the group on action, I think we have seen already what are the commitments in the narrative that are dear to the heart of the group that was there. What kind of resources they would need to complete this narrative?
Okay.
And I think the answers were really enlightening. Let's go now to what kind of action should we do with those resources? Please, Sarah, who is your first spokesperson?
So we start with this table, Valongo, and he's supported by
Thank you. The first issue, the first point that's suggested our round table is the following. Like UCLG promotes learning workshops on the Sustainable Development Goals, UCLG could inspire its member cities to conduct learning workshops Pact for the Future workshops. So numerous and multiply workshops. And the aim of it should be to stimulate, to motivate cities to adopt operative plans for implementing the goals of Pact of the Future and to move from goals to concrete actions.
And the other idea, I'm from Valongo, I'm a mayor. We think we should ask the United Nations to sign the Pact for the Future of Humanity, because the ideas of the pact are first level, but we cannot resign to have a second level diplomacy. We could be a kind of pain on the ass of the governments, because why we say this? If you have something from the UN, like the SDGs, the governments respect it. They can do it or not, but they respect it in a way. And we could do this. We could influence in order the United Nations to adopt this pact. It could be a kind of accelerator. And the other idea, I'm going to give you an example. The Council of Europe has an interesting project called the European Local Democracy. And it's every year they give an inspiration to lots of municipalities to organize 1 week about local democracy. If we, as United UCLG, and thousands of people everywhere could organize 1 year, 1 day or 2 years to remember the Pact for the Future, it can accelerate putting people, discussing what is the Pact. Because a lot of times, a lot of people don't know what is the pact. And so, 2 ideas.
Well, allow me, Sarah, just to, and Firdaus, to interrupt here. Yes,
applause. Applause first.
Mayor, I was not expecting any less from you and from your table, but I really like the idea of us not going to the United Nations saying, this pact contributes to your pact, but guys, just adopt our pact. It's a total change in the framework. Look, this is what local leadership looks like. I'm sorry. This is how we overcome the kind of barriers that we were describing this morning. I am saying it in a jokey manner, but it might be the kind of shift that we need to put in motion. And it is a local leadership, it takes local leadership to actually go to governments and say, this is what we have already. And so it is a responsibility that we need to undertake. Both ideas from your table, very well taken and noted. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this table also had the leader of the regions, Pablo Jurado, so definitely very noticeable. We go
and
now
also
to
I see Sarah,
and
one of our partners, the EU. Good to see, good to know.
He took note.
We will come back to him. We will come back to him later on. Allow me, colleagues, to go back to the resources. To the resources, we forgot a table here. So apologies for not taking you earlier. Please tell us, introduce yourself and tell us about your results.
Sorry to bring us back to the resources, but my name is Alana. I spoke earlier on behalf of the UCLG Youth Caucus, and we also represent young migrant interests as well. So from the youth perspective, we've talked about, in terms of the resources needed, things like investment and funding into having sustainable, capacity-built youth structures, which promote leadership and empowerment opportunities for all. And we also talk about building this capacity building framework to be something that can be scalable across the local and regional levels. Is there a mic somewhere that I'm not? And then in terms of also create like what we have now, bringing youth leaders and those already engaging at the local level in regional governments to the UN and to other international structures, showing the leadership that's there, showing the capacity that's already there, and the ways that local governments are innovating proper youth leadership and inclusion throughout all the systems should be something that we should be modeling through the international system and showing them that it's possible. And then I'll hand over as well to Pepe to talk about the Pacific and indigenous and civil society.
wila kua la patata mai fasi aho la tawahi mata Jehui! And so I greet you from the four corners. From the north to the south, east to the west, I do greet you once, twice I greet you, and thrice I ask for your permission to ask you to come on board my Pacific Waka. Thank you for having me here. I am the only one from the Pacific. So therefore, may I ask you to help me to thank UCLG Secretariat and the Chief, and just to say thank you. Please raise your right hand. Please raise your left hand and thank you for me. And also, repeat after me, mahalo. I have here a shopping list for 3 particular agenda. The first is Pacific. If I am the only one here, what does that tell you about the gap? All right, let's write that narrative and let's ask UCLG, the Secretariat, to include the Pacific. Sometimes when you speak about the global south, you stop somewhere in Asia. I'm sure you could paddle further. Do so. Let's have that conversation. They need to be at the table. Last year, thank you very much, at the summit, there were 5 of us there. New Zealand, Aotearoa, Australia, Tonga, Samoa, Fiji. Thank you for that. There are a few more of us. There are 26 countries plus. So our membership could actually add value to the vision that you have. Yesterday I got excited. You excited me. And I thought, now there's a waka, an outrigger canoe that we want to be a part of. And you know that our agenda are so many, numerous. And we would like to work alongside you because you share the same. What we have in common, and this gives me great pleasure, we not only are good looking, yes, but we also want to leave behind a better legacy for our babies. Amen. Amen. I know, thank you for those of you who go to church. But that's okay. For those of you who don't, say kia ora, as the Māori would have it. So let's get together and have that natter, that chat. It is critical. The other that we also share is climate change. Let's have a global task force. And it must comprise people's representatives, key stakeholders from each of the levels, from the topmost good-looking one to the bottommost beautiful one. Why would you not have civil society included as a critical stakeholder? The other that must happen is a position paper, a resolution paper, whatever it takes to actually uphold that climate change is indeed affecting, impacting all of us. We need to put a plug on it because our babies cannot have that as their particular future. This is not on. So we're all on the same boat. Climate is a many-mirrored baby. You know that. Many-faceted. From climate proper, the science of it, to renewed energies, to climate finance, to loss and damages, to climate migration displacement. We need to have a proper platform to have that discussion. And I must thank you, the leaders of local governance and local governments, because you have made many efforts to strengthen your position at the higher level. You know what I mean. And sometimes my heart has bled for you because I knew that it was in the right place, but there were other conversations that were taking place that superseded that. We all saw that. Thank you for still having the faith to turn up, even though you may have been relegated to the margins. That's what we feel like every day. Those margins that we occupy. The other that we do want to feature in this conversation indeed is migration and displacement. So all aloha at this present time to our members, our peoples, our friends, our families, other who are affected over in Turkey, Syria, and the surrounding member countries. And I also turn your focus to the flash flooding that's occurring in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So, ladies and gentlemen, that migration displacement, we're all affected because guess where they're coming to? If you're on higher ground and you are dry, they're coming your way. So we're all impacted, we're all affected. Thank you for still having your heart in there. But may I also offer, the first person you should really take care of in the charge is you. Ensure that your health is intact, ensure that you are good to go, ensure that you have all the tools that you're requiring, and all of your lieutenants, back, front, and side. To you. Tangaloa, tangaloa, he wila kua la patata mo e fasia ho la tavahi mata, Thank you for my intervention.
Pefi, thank you for always inspiring us, touching our hearts, and make us realize that we need to keep showing up, even if it is to a relegated room, because we can make a difference. Pefi, we haven't asked you expressly, but you know, in the spirit of what my colleagues were describing this morning, and in particular Fabrizio, you know, we always try to have our political leadership surrounded by minds that go beyond their times and beyond their context. We call them the Ubuntu advisors. You have met many of them. And it would be an honor for us, and I would like to propose to the presidency at the end of the week that you become one of our Ubuntu advisors.
Thank you, that is an honor. I must indeed, in terms of process and transparency and accountability, of course they'll choose me, but I must take it back to the other paddlers in the waka, in the canoe. May I also offer that in terms of getting Pacific together, she was supposed to come in my place, but the Assistant Attorney General, Hawaii County, also is willing to host our dialogue over in Hawaii. So, over to you. Mahalo.
Okay, I think we can, after this, it's like we need a minute to integrate this powerfulness. The power of we is this, huh, Emilia? This is the power of we of all of us. Sara, next spokesperson, Massimo?
Yes, so the next
actions.
Yes, the next contribution for action, I'll hand it over to Marta. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. First of all, thank you for all of these words. And now, continuing with the activity, my name is Marta, and I am from the SDG localization team and local governments of UN Habitat. So we were talking about action, and basically we had like 3 main points. The first one is that there's a lot of local and national capacities that have already been strengthened. So what we need is to capitalize on that, strengthen all of the knowledge that we already have, and not to create and duplicate new knowledge. So it's very important to really understand what do we have. Second of all, it's very important the decentralized cooperation. So we really need to strengthen the city-to-city diplomacy, the city-to-city dialogue, and make sure to position local and regional governments in the global processes and spheres. And last but not least, it's very important the participatory processes. So being one of the core concepts of the 2030 agenda, the concept of leaving no one behind, it's very important to position women, youth, the LGBTQ+ community, and all of these marginalized communities at the forefront of the debate. So that would be our main 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next contribution. We have 2 presenters. Please introduce yourselves.
Gracias. Hola, soy Isabel de Ecuador. En nuestra mesa estuvimos Ecuador y España, y nuestra propuesta es para poner en uso toda la experiencia, el trabajo, los cerebros que tenemos aquí, armar una plataforma en la cual se puedan identificar las necesidades y los retos de los territorios para hacer un match de buenas prácticas donde podamos poner en uso modelos de gestión para evitar los errores que permanentemente se dan y tener más bien puestas en escena más exitosas que tengan en cuenta a la gente y sus necesidades. Y eso va acompañado de...
Exacto, bueno, yo soy Antonio Martínez, vengo del Ayuntamiento de Bilbao, en el País Vasco. Nosotros creemos que si queremos tener un impacto específico, tenemos que manejar datos específicos también. Las ciudades estamos manejando muchos datos, muchas cifras todos los días, y estas cifras pueden ser compartidas para reducir al final el riesgo en la toma de decisiones que estamos tomando. Entonces, el compartir estos datos a través de indicadores que pueden ser de contexto sobre los retos que estamos teniendo, también de lo que llamamos performance, que es al final tanto performance de la propia red como de las ciudades dentro de la red, y también indicadores de impacto, porque cuando lleguemos a 2026 queremos tener datos concretos, hechos concretos y cifras concretas, ¿no? para decir lo que hemos conseguido, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, eso iba un poco de la mano de esta identificación de retos y compartir buenas prácticas.
Súper, gracias para las acciones.
Muchas gracias. And our last contributor is a table of FCM Canada. We have here the president of the association, and she was in a table with World Enabled. So what were your suggestions?
Thank you very much. I think the conversation that we had about making our actions tangible is the embodiment of what local government is. We're problem solvers. We're able to be responsive to the needs of our community. And as I said yesterday, it's a very delicate balance between being responsive and responsible for things that are outside of our control. There are a lot of similarities between some of the activities ensuring that our tables are inclusive and empowering those that do not currently have a voice. So in that vein, one of my table mates is from La Paz, Argentina, and they talked about the quota system that they have for ensuring that there is equal representation of women. So I wondered if maybe we should have quota system for men, but then there's the conversation about whether or not 50% of seats at the table, there's always that consideration, would men that were elected, would they have the right capacity to be able to act in those roles? Maybe that's glib, but I'm inverting the conversation that is often given as reason in Canada and other fora as well, to ensure that there is not only the consideration but the ability to empower. And the way that we do that is by data collection, ensuring that we have an accurate picture of who is at the table, how are they represented, and who needs to be at the table. So data collection is the first step. The other part of that is ensuring that we are continually building capacity, educating, sharing best practices. And the other part is making sure that those two pieces result in policy. So it's not enough to talk about this, although I will go back to that final piece. Advocacy and using this platform is a very active demonstration of the action that we continue to need in the local government fora, that my ability to have this microphone means that I can be glib and talk about putting in a quota system and having 50% of elected officials be men. But realistically, using this microphone as an active power mechanism is also an important part of our role. And thank you very much for the work of my table mates to ensure that the accessibility and inclusion continues to be not only a goal, but an action that we empower our local activity in our local communities to ensure that continued voice of those that are not at the table yet continue to be considered in our decision making.
Thank you, Tanine.
Excellent.
So that was the contribution of the actions groups. You saw.
Thank you, Sarah.
Interactive tables.
Okay, we saw the commitment and narrative. We saw the resources that would be necessary for that to develop that narrative. We have just seen the proposals of actions with those resources. Now we are going to the impact. What kind of impacts are we dreaming about for 2026? Please introduce yourself and tell us.
Sure, I'm Catherine Klein, and I'm co-chair of one of the 17 constituency civil society groups that make up the General Assembly Partners. And I totally lucked out. I had one other seatmate at our table, and incredibly, we tended to agree, and we come from completely different countries, different perspectives, different backgrounds. But I think that's an example of how collective action, if you listen to each other, can work out. So this is what we came up with. And if you notice, for some reason, we're the only ones with our paper going the opposite direction. So I think we think alike, but we also think differently. So we came up with 5 different categories, and under those different aspects. So the first was efficiency. What is the difference? What is the value of the collective action? You are able to aggregate resources, combined experience, and the process of trying to figure out collectively how to join with different perspectives is an extraordinarily important value in and of itself. Secondly, there's more power in numbers. Obviously, when you get together and you're trying to change the world, you need partners. Third, create legitimacy. How do we do that? By being more inclusive, just what our Canadian representative mentioned. Without inclusivity, you're nothing. You're not representing anything but yourself. We are then able to create more representative entities. You're not just reflecting the particular group that you represent. And you're therefore more accountable. You're more accountable to your constituency because of that representation. The third was you're also a modeling of the problem-solving process. You're coming up with collective ideas. In doing so, that entity could be a model for the larger group process, the world. And finally, building stronger connections by being more innovative and by sharing those different perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In this diversity, we are building the links, as we see in the picture over there. We are building the links between the stories. We are building the links for cooperation and for new partnerships to enhance this power of we. So thank you. That was a key thing. Just 2, but you know. Thank you so much. I think you are the next one. Please introduce yourself.
Buenos tardes. ¿Qué tal, everyone? The Spanish is going to stop here. My name is Christy Saintville, and I'm the Director for Strategic Partnerships at New York City, the Office of the Mayor. I want to thank UCLG for inviting us. And I really enjoyed this exercise and speaking with potential colleagues from Morocco, from DESA, because it really is a reminder that a steadfast commitment to these 3 lead into impact. And we really talk about how we can figure out different ways that we can measure that impact. So our group here, when we're talking about collective action, we talk a little bit about what that means and the impact of that. And so we discussed that the impact can lead to shared experiences and best practices, which leads to better or good governance. Working collaboratively allows us to become influential and reach our goals more effectively and quicker. It creates more harmony, and my handwriting is telling me more coordination, so more voices are heard. And we really want to pay attention to this fact because we want to build the muscle of exploring intersections, right? So it's not enough just to say, like, we need men, we need women, but we also have to dig deeper and unpack that a little bit, right? So what about women? Are we including Black women, women of color, trans and binary, non-binary women as well? So we just want to make sure that we are building that muscle and we're exploring the intersections to make sure that we are being super inclusive. And sometimes it takes a lot of work to do that. And then we also finally spoke a little bit about what this collective action and this impact can do, which allows for more transparency and expansion. So we want our ideas to continue flowing, growing, and inspiring others, not just here in New York City, but in Spain and globally. That's it.
Thank you so much. Now we will have Najet. Please introduce yourself and tell us about the results of your table.
Hello, everyone.
So my name is Najat Zarrouq. I'm from UCLG Africa, Director of Development, Capacity Building, and the African Local Government Academy. And thanks to our SG, who is caring for his staff, I'm also member of the UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration and president of the International Association of Schools and Institute of Administration. So our table was fully African. So we will...
That's interesting.
And we start from the terms of reference. So globally, we're dreaming, we're here to dream also.
Yeah, completely.
The best impact is to have a global organization more integrated. Someone said yesterday, in a federal system, more coordinated and more inclusive between the mother house and also the regional sections and all the ecosystem. In a spirit of subsidiarity, as said by Emilia this morning, proximity, and also taking into account our cultural diversity. So I'm dreaming to have the 6th language of UN in any global meeting of UCLG. The second one is about our impact on membership. So we need to increase the membership of UCLG in the diverse regional sections. And I am very happy to have also the Pacific in the future in our membership drive. About leadership, we dream about transforming leadership at all levels, from the small towns until the global level. Having leaders, locals and regionals, who have the honor to serve, not to serve themselves, and not to slave others. For the territories, we are dreaming about territorializing, localizing all the global agenda and the regional agenda, like the one we have in Africa. And also, this is a proposal to Emilia, why we cannot delocalize the organization of the retreat so that we can, all of us, discover the other regional sections. This is another dream we are putting on the table, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Najat. So showing more the diversity of the organization, I think, and this is the key point. We have the last table. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your results.
Great. So this is Hannes from the World Blind Union, and we discussed national governments adopt different development to humanitarian agendas, but we also recognize that local action is needed. And many times, the power or the freedom for local and regional governments are not provided for them to actually take action, coupled with resources from the national governments. And that many times tasks then disclosed by the national governments are just about reporting. So the national government have something to report. But that also need to be coupled with supporting actions at local level where it's supposed to take place. So what we discussed in terms of our collective impact is to increase awareness amongst national governments about good practices at local level of localizing these development frameworks, also coupled with human rights treaties. Because a core component of localization is also to localize and realize the adopted treaties on human rights. They are coupled together, and localization will truly not be inclusive or accessible to everyone if human rights is not a core component of that. So that's actually the only impact we discussed in our group, but it's been a fascinating discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The only one, but a deep one. Well, colleagues, this is our collective intelligence for today regarding the monitoring and our outreach. Our promise is that we would take every and single card with responses, and we also ask you to fulfill an individual canvas. You can find it in the UCLG Meets, where we can find all the documents. You have a link for a Google form where you can dream individually about your impact, the actions, the resources you would need, and the narrative and the commitment you would like to work on. And we will be coming back with the mapping on a general structure proposed for this collective intelligence and for our collective impact. Thank you all for playing the game, and thank you for your generosity. Emilia, very rich.
Well, thank you very much to the monitoring team, to Firdaus, to Tony, to Federico, and to all the other colleagues that have made this exercise possible. This exercise is responsibility. It's not about you leaving the ideas here and then going back home. No, you will be addressed later on down the road for additional exercises, and we will need to actually construct a monitoring mechanism that actually can challenge the way that others are looking at our work. And this is why in this monitoring exercise also partners have been doing it with us. Because it needs to be an inclusive exercise. But it is an exercise of responsibility and accountability for UCLG as a whole, not for the World Secretariat, not for a specific section, but is for the whole ecosystem. It is the only way that we will that we will be able to redefine the way that the international community is looking at our capacities, our possibilities, and the role that we can play in transforming the model that is not good enough for the kind of future that we want. So we will be coming back to you. We will be doing exercises both at UCLG level, at the level of the leadership, at the level of the sections, and at the level of the different nodes of the organization. So a word of reassurance that this does not stop here, and that together we need to be able to transform the kind of indicators that we are being evaluated against. UCLG goes every year through 5 evaluations at least. Our income and our partnerships depend on those types of evaluations. Also the commitment of our members to our work. And I still have, even every single successful evaluation that we have been going through in the past years, I still have a sense that we are not being evaluated and monitored correctly, because our impact is not reflected in that end evaluation. It's up to us to transform that. So that's the kind of exercise that we are proposing. And this is why when we propose in terms of impact to have the global retreat going to different parts of the network, we need to be ready to do that. And we need to understand what it implies. I'm already very happy that every single part of the network, the world regions, have their own retreat, because this was not a given 7 years ago, but now every single section have their own retreat. And remember that we had a retreat in Tangier, so it wouldn't be the first one. This network is as open to the ideas as open you are to make them a reality. And there are many practical issues that we need to look at. The only limitation is the limitation that we set ourselves. So with that, we've got lunch. And we are going to come back here at 2:30. And 2:30 sharp, because we have a high impact partnership session with a lot of invitees online, and it's difficult for those to wait. So I would be grateful if you could go to lunch. It's sunny outside. There is a beautiful tent that is ready there. Enjoy lunch. You have worked. You deserve it. Thank you.
anava a dir-te al fin de que... Fin de Blau, que havíem comentat de quedar a casa teva.
Sí.
Llavors, el suport de taula del micro aquell, que ningú fa servir, què?
Això es va demanar.
És com absurd. Molt absurd. Allà a sobre tenim un peu de sobretaula que ningú ha arribat a fer servir. A sobre aquesta taula negra. La taula que ningú l'està utilitzant. Ho dic per... Porta 2 dies allà amb un micro a sobre i ningú el toca. Ho dic per treure'l d'allà al mig. O no? Si vols jo la deixo allà amb un micro i...
El van demanar, sí.
Vale. I vols que en deixi algun aquí?
Vale, igual. L'únic que em preocupa d'aquí és que aquí hi ha molt moviment. Llavors, hi ha molt...
Doncs si no, ens deixem a les taules i ja està.
Ja funciona, de moment estan còmodes. Perquè es van movent els micros.
Vale.
te la ponemos al lado. Para que tengas, no, para que puedas poner tus papeles. Ah, ya está. And you'll see, you'll do the pitch, then you will sit down, we will call for bring it to you, go to the other. There's nothing dramatic here. Then for the wrap up, we will be speaking at the time when we will be super flexible as well with whatever happens. Yeah, I mean, not so good here, but like trying to be flexible in terms of the room, depending on how it goes.
Pablo, la presentación.
phone, then you don't have to shout.
At the end of the day, sounds good. You're free, you're fine.
Exactement.
There, we're here. Fine, thank you.
presentation this morning. Very good. Where's your active voice? Where's your active voice? We are fine without you. Everything is under control.
intentar hacerles la vida más fácil.
It allowed us to move and to swing a little. We have had a nice lunch, I hope. You enjoyed the sun a bit. We had an inspiring morning, and now we are going to the afternoon session where we are going to be discussing how to unfold and to unlock the potential of our pact for the future. Now, as you know, what we propose in this factory that we are, this factory of ideas, the factory of the futures, every day we are going to have these discussions that will trigger high impact partnerships. And our proposal to you is that we start with that panel. This time we want to present to you the key partners that have been helping us unlock the potential of the pact even before the pact existed. The pact does not come from a vacuum. The pact has not taken, shape on its own. It's the product of many years of work and aligning our policies, aligning our ideas, being bold to discuss the ideas that we don't agree on. And with some of the partners that are going to be taking the floor, there are important agendas that we are very aware we still need to develop further. But those are agendas that we kind of know and that need deepening. So in order to facilitate that discussion, Jordi Pascual, whom you know well, he's the coordinator of our Culture Committee, and Amanda Fletty, the coordinator of our Committee on Social Inclusion and Human Rights, are going to be, they are going to be facilitating this exchange. So they are sitting there. Acknowledge them. Thank you. We are in your hands, dear colleagues.
Thank you, Emilia. It's very nice to be with you. Bonjour à tout le monde. Bienvenidos a todos. No, I'm going to speak in English. Maybe we will switch language after that to have more diversity, but I will start in English. So from the committees, we always try also to contribute and feed the UCLG agenda, connecting the experiences of those local governments we're working with, trying to build on the experience led by the cities we're working with on the agenda of UCLG, on the Pact for the Future. So during the Congress, we defined where do we want it to be together, why do we want it to go there, and to produce the Pact for the Future. The retreat, and especially this afternoon, I hope we will be working on the how, and to explore on the how we can unfold this Pact for the Future. As Emilia was saying yesterday, the Congress was the party, and the retreat is the kitchen. And we say the kitchen because the discussion is not about the models, it's not about the champions, not about the good practices. The discussion we want to have with you today, and especially this afternoon, is about the recipes, is about the ingredients. How we want to cook together. How we want to cook together to make cities more equal, more inclusive, more democratic, more sustainable, more human. What we have seen during the pandemic is that local decision matters to change the everyday life and realities of the citizens. We learned from our constituency, hearing from them, all those ingredients that I was mentioning. Because it's not the same to live in a city where you have access to a decent shelter when you live in the streets and guaranteeing the sanitary measures during the quarantine. It's not the same also to be living in a city where there is public services that are providing you digital services in different languages when you are a migrant person. It's not the same also to live in a city where public servants came during the quarantine to knock at your door to provide you with some basket food because you're a person at risk and you are already identified as a vulnerable people. It's not also the same to live in a city where you can call an emergency line and get protection if you are a woman victim of violence. So all those experiences we heard from our constituency are those ingredients we want to work with you this afternoon to unfold this Pact for the Future. Because those choices made by the local government make the difference. We need, as we heard this morning, we need to expand the capacity of local government regarding the transformation they can provide at the local level. Because no one can change the world alone. No one can tackle inequalities, address violence, fight discrimination, respond to environmental issues by itself. We need collective power. We need to co-create local ecosystems that care and to reach transformative vision. And that's why in this high-level partnership segment, we will hear from our experts here how to encourage local and regional government to see themselves as changing makers, but also concrete ideas on how to do it, because that's what we want to discuss, the how. So what should be the keys to unfold the Pact for the Future? What are our resources?
And we will listen to perspective from resilience, from human rights, and from culture. The Pact for the Future includes very clear wording on the important and fundamental role of resilience in the cities today and in the years to come. What are the keys to unfold the Pact for the Future from the perspective of resilience? This is the question that we address to Mami Mizutori, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and head of the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Konnichiwa, Ms. Mizutori, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be with you, United Cities and local government members at your retreat. This opportunity to speak and offer my support and my humble idea of how you can implement the Pact for the Future of Humanity. So, first of all, of course, we need to talk about what's happening in Turkey and Syria. I remember that last time when I was in a UCLG meeting, this was right after the war in Ukraine had started. And every time when these terrible disasters, crises, wars happen, we need to, of course, show our solidarity and condolences to the people. But I always feel the strength of solidarity that come from all of you, the local and regional governments, joining, but sometimes even being more powerful than national governments in offering your support, your solidarity. And this is again the time that we need to show it, because the ongoing tragedy in Turkey and in Syria, and let's not forget about the flooding in Pakistan last year. You may know that most of the country is still underwater, and so many disasters that are not even reported about. These are very challenging, but these do provide us the context to talk about and discuss the Pact for the Future of Humanity. And we know that the power of we, the power of collectiveness, is what can bring inclusivity, resilience, and a sustainable future. The fundamental principles of the Pact, collective action, empowerment, shared ownership, international cooperation, and solidarity that UCLG is trying to pursue now through this powerful pact, these are all principles that are embedded in what is called the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. This is the global blueprint for resilience, which member states, national governments agreed upon in 2015. But in this, it says that risk is everybody's business and we need to build resilience together. And this, of course, includes local governments, regional governments, which I think your power is becoming more and more relevant. And this I really experienced firsthand when I was co-chairing what is called the Making City Resilient 2030 initiative with Emilia. Her energy, the energy that you brought to the initiative, Emilia, was great. And MCR 2030 once again showed us that if we come together under a pact, under a collective pursuit, then we can make things happen. Now, one of the things that Emilia told me was that during the COVID time, the way that cities and regional governments can create their own powerful local governance in order to reduce the impact of disasters came very much strongly. However, once the pandemic started to slow down, then the traditional type of governance came back. And Emilia told me that we need to rethink this. We need to think the way that the vertical governance can be more adapted to the world we live in, which is a world full of risk. And we call this systemic risk because they are all connected. And we call them compounding disasters. We call it because they come one after another, and sometimes they come together. And for this, the Making City Resilient 2030 is an important how. It's a platform bringing together cities, but also designating the cities with higher level of resilience. We call them Resilient Hub, so that they can help other cities. And also we bring in service providers so that in the platform of MCR 2030, the cities and the service providers can be matched. Sometimes the service providers offer their service gratis. Sometimes they charge a fee. But the important thing is that they can provide this kind of service in order to build resilience, whether it's issuing resilience bonds, whether it's for infrastructure, whether it's for governance. They can offer the service that cities are looking for. And I feel that this way of creating a platform where cities come together with different levels of resilience, but also bringing together the service providers so that we can all look for the best match for one and the other is a great way for the pact for the future of humanity to thrive. Now, I also wanted to mention one thing. I mentioned about the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which was adopted in 2015 and which goes up to 2030, which means that this year, 2023, is right at the midpoint of the Sendai Framework. And because we're at the midpoint, what we call the midterm review process of the framework is going on. What is this process? This process is to look collectively what have been achieved during the past 7 years, what are the gaps, and what do we need to turbocharge the enhancement of resilience. 18th of May this year in New York, the President of the General Assembly will convene a high-level meeting. And of course, member states take the central role, but I really want to emphasize here that the role and the presence and the voice of the local cities and the regional government are going to be really powerful. And one of the things that came out as a big gap of this process so far is that although at the national level there is more resilience, there are more governments with a national disaster risk reduction strategy, when you look at the local level, the resilience is still quite feeble. And this is where we need to work on. And of course, we need the vertical connection between the national and the local. But if the local governments themselves are not empowered, we can never achieve local resilience. A political declaration will be adopted on the 18th of May. Member states will start to negotiate this very soon. But I would really like to see the active participation of local and regional governments in this process, so that once the political declaration is adopted, and I'm sure that one of the core recommendations will be to enhance local resilience, then together in the MCR 2030 platform, but in many other ways, together we can make the pact for the future of humanity reality. So thank you once again, Emilia. Thank you once again for inviting me to be with you in your retreat. I'm actually in a retreat of my own with my senior management team. So quite shortly, I will need to leave you. But I really cherish this important partnership with UCLG. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Arigato, Ms. Mizuturi. For those that have not yet visited the website of the campaign, Making Cities Resilient, please do. It is an extraordinary website full of resources, 3 stages, plan, know, plan, implement, and the music of that campaign is very similar to the music and the words of our pact for the future. It is the power of we in motion. Amanda.
Yeah, I would like to thank you again, Mami Mitsutori, for the contribution. We are one of the ingredients we want to put in our recipe, which is resilience, and how to switch from emergency solution to mid and long-term strategies that help local government to really face the disaster risk. So thank you again, and we'll go to our next partner here. We have with us Joanna Jowell. Very sorry if I'm not pronouncing well your last name. So Joanna is from Raoul Wallenberg Institute. She's an expert on human rights in local governments and team leader of the area inclusion and non-discrimination. She has more than 20 years of experience working with human rights in various sectors internationally, nationally, and locally. Before joining the Raoul Wallenberg Institute, she was working as a strategist on integration and anti-discrimination of the city of Malmö, so you also have an experience of local government perspective, and you have been working also in different bilateral programs in Latin America, East and Southern Africa, as well in different positions at the UNHCR in Colombia, OHCHR in Guatemala, and NGOs in Latin America and Sweden. So Joanna, UCLG, thanks to its member and its partner, has been a pioneer network to support the realization of human rights at the local level and to advocate for the recognition of the role of local and regional government to bring human rights home, as the former UN High Deputy Commissioner was used to say. The Raoul Wallenberg Institute has been a key partner over the past year to develop human rights-based approach to guide local policies, and you supported last year the launching of our global campaign, 10, 100, and 1,000 human rights cities and territory. Could you tell us why human rights are core values, but also key tools to implement innovative policies at the local level and to feed and unfold the Pact for the Future of UCLG?
Thank you very much, Amanda, and to everyone, good afternoon. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Thank you so much for being in this setting and for inviting me and to represent my institute, which has now existed for 40 years and done all this work, but more recently also focusing on the local level and municipalities. And yes, I think the key to why integrating a human rights-based approach into the work with the Pact is because you have a clear statement in that UCLG is equality-driven. And human rights-based approach in that sense is a very good tool, I think, to like a one-stop approach and guidance for the social sustainability perspective to actually make this not something new. It's not an add-on. It's something that is already legally binding, and it's more of a comprehensive approach. The human rights-based approach, I would say it's also from my experience, having worked within the city, is that it actually gives you a more focused and efficient approach, a framework to work with the key pillars and different social policy guidelines that not seldom from a city perspective can feel a bit overwhelming. People talk about perspective clusters, and it's just overwhelming with too many different steering signals. And the human rights-based approach kind of emphasizes 3 core pillars to not invent the wheel, so to say. It is the equality and non-discrimination as point of departure. It is the participation and inclusion cluster, which it also sets the finger on what always needs to be done, that you do things for, not for, but with the inhabitants. And of course, transparency and accountability. We often talk these days about corruption, for example, and this is one of those areas. We talk about structural discrimination, for example, and that's where the transparency and accountability is key for justice and fairness. Human rights-based approach is naturally human-centered. And UCLG, as the big organization with its vast membership, local levels, meaning both municipal, cities, and regions, is, I would say, paramount to be a key ally to motivate international progress. And not at least in the times that Mami also described, of the backlash of what we've seen from the pandemic. And you also mentioned, Amanda, what we now see. We see tremendous challenges to actually reach anywhere in the world to reach the sustainability development goals. So there needs to be a push, this collective, Mami also mentioned the collective effort. I think there's an absolutely added value in that UCLD with this pact is a key actor in kind of driving this, because it also gives inspiration and support to local governments that are already kind of doing this today but needs more support. Because ultimately, human rights is about securing human dignity. And it is about to promote and secure and protect fundamental principles of democracy and peace that we see now are so challenged. And there's something fantastic has happened like a couple of years ago, if you correct me, Amanda. It's the agreement between the UCLG and the OCHR, the UN High Commissioner of Human Rights, which is a very good example of key allies in this universal work to strengthen these principles. I also think it's also seeing it from the local perspective. And I think Mami also mentioned that, the importance for local levels to be more stakeholders, to be more visible in the state policies. Not at least when we talk about, for example, from a human rights perspective, to be active in the reporting processes on the treaty bodies. We have examples of where cities actually are increasingly taking part in, for example, the Universal Periodic Reviews, the UPRs, and other state reporting processes. But also from the SDGs, for example, voluntary local reviews have been done. These are examples that can be enhanced with a stronger human rights-based approach. So I think jointly, the USCLG and the Pact is definitely a positive force to be reckoned with. And I think having a human rights-based approach secured at the local level definitely pushes, and it needs that kind of change of culture to put the human being at the center. Not the buildings, not the infrastructure in that order, always the human building or the human beings, and in particular the groups that are in risk of being marginalized or being already in disproportional discriminatory or disproportional inequality. So I think that as a key departure it's very difficult to go wrong. And I think that there at the local level, the human rights-based approach also gives new energy to what I would say some underused local muscles or municipal muscles, such as the procurement. Procurement has a massive impact on economy, and we know also that cities have a massive impact on having positive solutions for climate. So not only does the cities bear the brunt of the disasters and crisis, but also sit on a lot of the solutions to make positive change. And that is where I definitely think that a human rights-based approach in this pact and the work that UCLG does is really the key to the future.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you so much. So we will keep human rights as a way to show the muscles of local governments for the Pact for the Future and the transformation that we want to lead at the local level. Jordi?
Yes. Both the perspective of resilience and human rights mentioned the impact of the pandemic in the life of cities, in our lives. Dublin won the UCLG Mexico City Culture 21 Award in 2022 with the program Accessibility, Wellbeing, Evidence, devoted to consider the cultural life of people during the pandemic. Dublin will also host the UCLG Culture Summit in November this year. If you have never visited Dublin, don't panic. You can have the visit during the UCLG Culture Summit this November. The summit will also be a very good opportunity to unfold the Pact for the Future. Mr. Richard Shakespeare, Assistant Chief Executive of Dublin City Council, with responsibilities in planning, property development, culture, recreation, and economic services. What connects UCLG, the cultural policies of Dublin, and the Pact for the Future?
Many thanks, Jordi and Amanda. I'm delighted to be here to have an opportunity to speak with you and to encourage everybody to travel to Dublin in November. I'd like to start by reading the opening statement of the new city development plan. And it is a plan which sets out how the city will develop to meet the needs of all residents, workers and visitors. The aim of the plan is to improve the quality of life for its citizens and make sure that Dublin is an attractive place to live, work and visit. We had more than 10,000 individual submissions over 2 years, which helped inform the main strategic goals, and they are of a low carbon, sustainable and climate resilient city. Other goals is to have an established international reputation as a city region that is one of Europe's most sustainable, dynamic and resourceful cities. It is hoped that Dublin will be recognised as a compact city with a distinct character and vibrant culture, a socially inclusive city of urban neighbourhoods based on the principle of the 15-minute city. It will have diverse, green and innovation-based economy. Dublin recognised the value of citizen-led engagement and participation in culture in 2015 when it prepared a bid to host the European Capital of Culture in 2020. The bid process highlighted how a people-centred engagement in local neighbourhoods and community spaces facilitated different types of conversations and partnerships. New challenges were identified and solutions found through discussion between the different stakeholders at local, community, cultural and municipal levels. I suppose the power of we, if you'd like to say. Dublin City Council's Culture Strategy 2016 to 2021 confirmed this need for people-centred cultural programming and consultation. The city is currently developing its second culture strategy, and Dublin would like to present this new strategy to the UCLG membership at the Culture Summit in Dublin later this year. In 2018, following a 2-year pilot programme, Culture Connects, which was a people-led cultural and creative programming, we established Dublin City Council Culture Company to operate cultural buildings and programmes throughout the city using this people-first methodology. Dublin City understands the value and importance of placing people's voices at the centre of cultural policy, whether it be through operating a museum such as 14 Henrietta Street, which won the European Museum Association Stiletto Prize in 2020, in recognition of its placing people and community at the centre of its participatory engagement model in the development, restoration and operation of a museum. Dublin continues its practice of citizen engagement and listening through an all-year-round consultation process called Tea and Chats, where a specialised engagement team meet with people in the places where they are, community centres, local halls, libraries, supermarkets and even their homes, to ask them what's important to them in their daily lives, what they like to do, how they function in the life of the city. Tea and Chats take place in all corners of the city and speaks with all groups of people across all walks of life. The rich information gathered through Tea and Chats informs how Dublin develops cultural programming and infrastructure. The Culture Company creates local, responsive, cultural creative programming in neighbourhoods through the National Neighbourhood Programme, which is in partnership with local communities, city council sections, parks, libraries, arts, community development, as well as other stakeholders such as the national cultural institutions and organisations that are based in Dublin. Tea and Chats has fed into the City Council policy and decisions through submissions to the City Development Plan and the development of a cultural audit and map project. The Cultural Audit and Map, which is called Culture Near You project, has an external public-facing information function alongside an important internal GIS and planning city council function. The Cultural Audit and Map allows us to track cultural infrastructure across the city with live and accurate data, new development and planning requirements, and map use and public interest through data analytics. In 2021 and 2022, Dublin City Council recognised how participation in culture played a key role in diverse projects and actions across the Council's work with people, communities and neighbourhoods. Sections in the Council, again, such as libraries, parks, heritage, community development, climate action, arts office, archaeology, sports, the City Gallery and the Cultural Company. The value of this method of work can be identified by the immediate benefits for individual participation, by the confidence to take part in more projects with greater ambition and greater participation, greater self-confidence and self-awareness that can lead to lasting behavioural change, and a strong positive association with the City Council. By putting in place the infrastructure through the creation of Dublin City Council Cultural Company, Dublin has recognised the value of renewing access to cultural rights for the people of the city and ensures their rights to discover, create, share and enjoy creativity, and builds the cultural roots of communities and supports well-being in all corners of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard Shakespeare. Working with cultural rights makes it compulsory to both reinforce the key values of culture, heritage, diversity, creativity, as well as connecting these values to the other human rights in the city. Thank you again, and see you soon, certainly in Dublin in November this year. And I think that we close this slot.
Yes, this segment is now closed. Thank you very much, Jordi and Amanda, for helping us to shape this segment and to contextualize why we had these partners. Thank you to those online as well for the important inputs to our discussions. And now allow me to introduce William Cobbett, Billy, for all of us. Billy has participated as a special advisor, this advisory group that we put together to draft the Pact for the Future. They are all here. I see Luca Bergamo over there, who you heard yesterday. We had Maria Fernanda Espinosa taking the floor today. Carlos Moreno will be arriving at some point tomorrow. And Billy was part of that group as well. And before that time, in another life, I am allowed to say that already, he was director of Cities Alliance for many years. And before being director of Cities Alliance, he was working in Cities Alliance and also had a UN Habitat career and a career in South Africa, actually, working with local government. So he certainly knows what we are about. He understands what we do. And I always say that certainly because of our partnership with Cities Alliance, we were able to put the discussion, the difficult discussion of informality and slum dwellers in our movement, higher in the agenda, not only in certain parts of the world, but everywhere. And I think that partially also due to that kind of discussion, we opened up our doors to different types of partnerships. What we are proposing to do now is for Billy to give you his perspective of the ambition and the pact, but also to ask some of the questions or to trigger some of the questions that we will need to answer for the unpacking of the pact. So Billy, the floor is yours.
Hola, thank you. I've been enjoying the music here. This is a small topic, unfolding the pact. So let me be very clear from the beginning. This is not a presentation. This is the beginning of a conversation and the beginning of a process. And you'll see that I treat this conversationally. Picking up on what Emilia has said earlier about the pact and has been discussed widely yesterday and today, what stands out is its boldness. It is a very bold, and no one can accuse UCLG of being neutral if they read the pact. It's full of very firm positions, opinions, and attitudes. It actually reads, when I was rereading it, because I hadn't looked at it since we adopted it in Dijon, and I reread it, and it reads like a manifesto, which is a wonderful document. It is visionary, it is political, small p, and it is certainly very strongly developmental. And as such, it provides an incredible calling card. It's a vehicle for engagement with different constituencies. So how do we move from the what to the how? Because if I read the pact, and here I differ with some of the opinions, in its current form, it invites implementation, but it doesn't tell you how. And that is how we have to now move this process forward. So when I read it, I picked out one sentence, I could have chosen any, to underscore the scope and the ambition of the pact. And we said in that pact, and it is we because it was adopted by mass acclaim, implementing the pact will require, quote, the complete revision of our value systems. And that immediately tells you two things. I've already mentioned on the ambition and the scope. It also immediately says this is well beyond UCLG. It cannot be. And UCLG's role then, in my mind, moves, besides being the originator of the pact, it moves to the convener, and it moves with the convening power, and a catalytic role. It's causing other players to do stuff that they weren't planning to do in order to achieve some of the ambitions contained in the pact. So at the outset, I'd say this means two things that may or may not be comfortable for UCLG, but I have no doubt in its ability. Number one, first and foremost, is the need to be able to speak to and engage both critical and non-UCLG constituencies and interests. You cannot achieve the pact by just talking to your friends. You are going to have to step across the line and engage with very critical, different worldviews, because we're talking about systemic change. That's the first. And the rider to that, and this people will know is one of my favorite topics, we're also going to have to drop the jargon. We can't keep talking to ourselves. We've really got to talk a language that other organizations and interests understand. And secondly, the real challenge for the implementation of the pact is to articulate very clearly what we stand for, how it would be implemented, and what the benefits of that are. In other words, the positive image of the pact, and less reliance on critiquing what we don't like about the status quo. So you've got to put forward a positive vision. So we can return, the pact is wonderful and bold, but it is also, in parts, it's uneven, and that's a self-criticism. It's also asymmetrical. Not all comments, not all positions have the same value. And that is why we are going to have to apply our minds as to how to implement the pact. Let me give you some really positive examples. So you've got building blocks that provide a coherent framework, and I just pick out, these are random, I pick out key themes in the pact. Number one, trust, re-establishing trust and quantifying what means trust. Second, the role of feminist municipal leadership, unpacking what does that mean. It's a campaign all by itself, and yet it's a coherent part of, linked to what is stressed time and again in the pact, is a well-informed and empowered citizenship. These are essential building blocks that could also take us, for example, immediately into protecting and expanding the commons. And that all by itself is a huge topic but rich with promise and excitement in terms of how it can be campaigned and how it can change people's lives. But that means rolling back years and in some cases decades of very different policies. Again, I stress we've got to put the positive argument forward and not the critique backwards, as tempting as it is. And then at the heart of the pact, or in the meat of it, we have the 3 pillars. And the World Congress made specific commitments, in each case, a nice round 10 number of commitments to people, to planet, and to government. And in each case, I think, and this is where the detail will get, we need to interrogate commitment by commitment. How can we make this commitment actionable, and how can we make it practical? What does it look like in terms of beyond slogan and changing behavior and lives? And I don't want to get scientific about this. When I was on the plane, I went through each of them, and my estimate is that about between 50 and 60% of the commitments are relatively practical in their current form, and 30 or 40% not so. Some of them are either abstract, in the worst cases a little bit vague, or require reinterpretation to make, and not everything has to turn into an action, to be clear. So that is why it is the asymmetry of the pact is not a problem. And secondly, when we are looking at actions and practicality, the parallel question at all times is which and who are the essential partners that we absolutely have to have on board in order to deliver these commitments. And that is going to require a very different set of engagements and behaviors, both from UCLG and its partners and members, as well as from the interlocutors that we engage with. And that will mean reaching out to obvious partners, but in very many cases, to non-traditional partners of UCLG. And lastly, we are going to have to make very informed choices about phasing, timing, and this is going to mean choosing priorities, making choices about what is more important than the others. We are not going to be able to take all elements of the pact and unleash it as one sort of force onto society. It's going to require intelligent judgment and choice and timing. And it's going to, above all else, require us to translate this into and separate the difference between strategies and tactics. And you are running a campaign, a political campaign here, and I think one of the great strengths of UCLG, it's going to require a very high-level oversight to see what is the impact overall. So the monitoring and evaluation and the political judgment as we go forward is going to be essential. So, and in pushing this forward, all of UCLG's tools will be needed. The meeting, the learning, the advocacy, the listening, the research, as well as the action. This is not only just about action. And at the end of the day, what we are trying to do, and this is it's possibly easier than I make it sound, and but it sounds complex, these are components of a global plan of action where we are, at the one level, connecting one of UCLG's great strengths, which is playing to the normative global agendas, but also creating the opportunities and the triggers for local action. Getting that balance right is where the excitement is, and that's where the challenge is. So I haven't answered the question, but I know what it looks like. It's going to be a huge amount of fun and interest to get this going, and we're ready to start. Emilia.
Well, thank you very much, Believe. Yeah, we were not asking for all the answers, but we were certainly open to you challenging us with the right questions. And I really like the questions, but I also want to give you some thoughts on the nuances about what we have before us is a manifesto that addresses the what, but maybe not the how. And while I agree with you on part of that assessment, I think there are also parts of the pact that are addressing the how. And the how is complex, and the how might not be technocratized, it's not giving a concrete tool. And like you, I want to give an example. You know, when we say that we need I mean, the pact is proposing to shift powers. That is what it's doing. It's asking us to realize and accept that we need to change the model because the model is not working. It's not working for the majority of us in the planet. It's increasing the inequalities, and it's causing the kind of crisis that we are facing now, both the health crisis, but also the armed conflicts that we are facing, and everything in between. I mean, when we don't build correctly, we have more casualties in places where there are disasters, etc. Right? So, and everybody in this room with more or less in the same context or in very different contexts agree with this. And this is why we got the pact adopted. So it is asking to shift those powers, to reorganize the notion of what it is living together and what we invest in, is what we call the care revolution. And the care revolution also implies reorganizing the carers. And who are the carers? Now the carers, to our perspective, is to a big extent the local service provision providers, which we hope will be retained in public hands. And that is another part of the discussion that we need to address. So by proposing this shift of powers, by proposing that the public needs to become central in dealing with the commons, by reorganizing care, and by saying under people that we need to guarantee equal rights and opportunities for all, and respect and celebrate diversity, in my book, this is the how already. Okay, it's not all the detail of the how, but this is the how. Full stop. We need to respect rights. We are all equals, no differences between men and women, no differences in your in the kind of sexual orientation that you have, no difference on whether you're rich or poor, no difference whether you are able to see or not, no difference whether you are older or younger, no difference, equal. So to me, that is already part of the how. And this is why I like the manifesto, but I like the how, saying it. And we do here. We do it under the commitments. Ensure that women and girls are fully empowered to achieve the full potentials as citizens and foster a feminist way to going about politics. This is also how. This is also how. Now, it might be less how when we read respect for planetary health and well-being of future generations. Ah, well, yes, here I agree with you. So there is an asymmetry, but there is a boldness also in recognizing, look, we don't know how we need to do this, but future generations need to be addressed, and planetary health needs to play a different role in our agenda. So I'm not trying to defend ourselves, Billy. I'm just trying to make the difference between what we already acknowledge and are partially addressing, because also many of you are already working on this, and what we still need to do. And you are absolutely right that one of our strengths is the link we make between the global agendas and the local ones. But for me, it goes the other way around. I mean, we do local, and that is why we are trying to say to the world agendas, to the global agendas, we are meaningful. We can mean something. We need a different role because we are already doing something locally that can change what you are doing up there. And when Mami Musitori was addressing what I said to her about this shift, Octavio was also partially mentioning it yesterday. What we experienced during the pandemic is that finally someone was listening to us, that public was back, that local governments were listened to, and that suddenly the responses that we were facilitating on the ground were the responses that people wanted to foster because other spheres of governments didn't know what to do. Jamal was describing it in the reaction at the crisis front. I mean, he has been in Hatay. Our executive president is in Hatay right now, and we can easily see how local governments are saying, we will take care of water, we will take care of waste, we will take care of these things. So for us, we are meaningful to the global because we are doing it locally. And it is that relationship and not the other way around that is making the difference. But acknowledging the asymmetry and acknowledging that we cannot do everything at the same time, that you need stages, is also important. And a big part of unpacking the pact for me is to now choose what are we going to be focusing on. And address the unpacking at different, I wouldn't call it levels, but from different perspectives. And the exercises that we are going to propose to you later is about the perspectives. The first thing is to see the link between our Pact for the Future and our common agenda of the United Nations. What we have defined as entry points for the exercise later this afternoon is how our Pact for the Future and our common agenda connect. And things that we might not have answers for, but they are the connection. This is why the proposal of the mayor of Balongo this morning to challenge the United Nations and member states to actually come and adopt our pact is not a weird proposal. It's not that weird. It will be difficult, probably impossible. They might not even start considering it, but we might need to address it with this boldness. But another perspective that we need to consider is what you said, Billy. You don't transform things if you only talk to friends. And this is why I openly, and I put my hat of Secretary General again next to me. This is why I openly said that sanctions might not be the answer to things in some cases. What you want to do is actually transform and to keep people in the dialogue. Because you need to talk to those that do not think like you to actually make the changes that you want to make. You need to be open about what you disagree about. You need to explain how you see the world. But you need to make those meaningful partnerships work. And this is why, also from the perspective of the World Secretariat, and linking up with what Fabrizio was saying this morning about creating a new environment for activism, for municipal activism, we need to rethink the way that we work. I think we need to continue working thematically, but it might not have the same weight. We need to focus on transversality, and we need to invest much more on transformative partnerships. We also need to invest much more in co-creation of knowledge, and Adriana was bringing that to the discussion as well. And we need to monitor what we do in a different manner, and that is the exercise that we proposed this morning. So, yes, there are many things that are not unpacked, but it's also good to acknowledge the ones that are already relevantly unpacked, and then take them further and create tools that allow them to be actually implemented. Let me transition now to the exercise that comes next. And it is the exercise that will invite you to focus on the entry points and the connection between is the factory of the future. It is the connection between our work and the common agenda. We have identified 3 issues that we would like you to start working on, and yes, the crane is here, look, the future crane. The commons, finance, economy, we are still under debate. Trust and governance. And when we talk about governance, is the full architecture. From my perspective, there is a lot that we already say here in the pact, and especially a lot of legacy that we have from the town halls as well. So let us go to the factory. I am going to invite Pablo Fernandez to join us. You know him as my chief of staff. You will soon also know him as the person that will be in charge of our strategic partnership, our high impact partnerships. Pablo, introduce us to the exercise, and then we will pick up on some of the things that we will need to learn as well, to modify within our institution to live up to this unpacking. Thank you, Pablo.
Thank you, Emilia. Thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues. Good to see you again. So as Emilia was referring, we will try to unfold the pact, but with a target, and we will try to do this exercise as targeted as we can. In where we stand, we come from Daejeon with a specific mandate, which is both a political mandate, which is the Pact for the Future, but as well the work plan of this World Organization. So the pact has these 2 priorities. One is political, and the other is to give substance to our organization. And how we will do it, what's the method? The method is what we have been discussing since yesterday. It is the power of we. So we have to differentiate between political mandate, the method that we have, and then we have to build a strategy together. The strategy that Emilia is suggesting is with these 4 entry points. One is the commons, the other is finance and economy, the other is trust, and the other is the governance architecture. And what do we mean by entry points? It is the way that we will be translating the pact to speak with other international agendas, to speak with other local agendas, and to speak finally with the mandate of our membership. This means that the pact needs to be translated to directly speak with the SDGs, and in between today and 2030, we have to speak with the method that the United Nations has brought to accelerate and implement the 2030 agenda, and this is the common agenda. The common agenda, it's 12 commitments from the Secretary General to implement the 2030 agenda and the global agendas, nothing more. It has a roadmap, it has specific milestones, it has summits, it has the repurposing of different UN governing bodies. So what we will try to do today is to try to identify how, through these 4 entry points, we can build up a strategy to bring local voices to these agendas, and in the end, to deliver our pact. So this is the time frame. The SDGs will be reviewed in September during the United Nations General Assembly. The same United Nations General Assembly will be convening in 2024 the Summit of the Future, and they will be delivering as well a Pact for the Future. It has the same name as ours. So we have to be minded and we have to make the difference. This is the roadmap where we are going. And to kick off this conversation and to kick off the co-creation of what we want to build with you, we have 4 people that will be pitching what they understand that can be a possibility to unfold this pact through the entry points. They are building in our partnerships. They are not here because we think they are interesting and they have amazing careers, which they do, but they are here because they work with us. What they do makes sense to our constituency, and because in either way, you have been listening, cities have been listening to them, or we were asking them to listen to us in their different capacities. So it is building on what we have been saying. I think you all know them, but it's worth saying who we have, where they come from, and why they are sitting together. So we have Lorena Zárate from the Global Platform, from the Right to the City, who has been working with us for years. The interaction between our constituency and the Global Platform intensified during the negotiation of the new urban agenda coming to Habitat 3, where the Right to the City was a common advocacy from their constituency to ours. And then we offered a space for the Global Platform for our constituency also to listen to us. Welcome, Lorena. She will be leading the Commons file. The Commons file will be conducted in our secretariat by Fatima Fernandez, who will be the focal points for this issue from today to the strategy, because as we said, the Pact for the Future is a work plan. So we will be working on this for the coming years. On the Commons, we have Carlos de Freitas from the Global Fund for Cities Development. As you know, the FMDB is one from the UCLG ecosystem, one of the mechanisms and consultations mechanisms we have to build our community of practice on finance, but as well to advocate and to act with our membership for local finance. So this is two things, because they do implement, but we also bring the political voice of our membership through what we do with them. And he will be leading the finance and economy work. He will be leading this first workshop, but we will be looking ahead as well in the future envisioning workshops. Paloma Llave from the World Secretariat, who I don't know where she is, will be conducting this file from UCLG, so that you know. And well, finance has been in the center of our constituency's work since the very beginning. Then we have trust, that the issue of trust comes from the core values of our constituency, but we also build on trust from our town hall. As you know, in Daejeon, we had the town hall delivering around trust, led by the General Assembly of Partners, who we have here just in front of us. And to talk about trust today, we have Katy Rubin, who is a legislative theater practitioner, and she has been recently awarded by our OIDP Award on Local Democracy Innovation because of her role in leading the legislative theater for homelessness prevention in Greater Manchester. Welcome, Katy. And congratulations for the recent award that you received in December 2022. And finally, to talk about governance architecture, we will have María Fernanda Espinosa, who, as you know, she is the 73rd President of the United Nations General Assembly, 2 times Minister of Ecuador, leading the files of Foreign Affairs and Defense, and she is now the Executive Director of GW Voices for Change and Inclusion, and also an Ubuntu advisor of UCLG. Thank you, all of you. I know that you come from very different backgrounds, but in the end, we all are working for the future of humanity together. So, colleagues, I will try to explain you our exercise now. You will see in the screens how we will do it. Our first hat, or how we will understand it, it's them, and they will be leading the process, and they will be pitching how to unfold or unpack, as we have been saying after we had the packaging yesterday, how we can unfold our pact for the future through these 4 entry points. So we will start with the Commons, and Lorena will pitch how the Commons will be an enabler of our pact for the future. The room will be divided in the colors that you already know, and you will try to act. We will ask you to impersonate different capacities that you are normally into it. The blue zone, which is over there, that will be dynamized by our colleague Ainara Fernandez from the research team, will have to focus on facts. So from a facts perspective, you will react to Lorena's speech. In the red zone, which is here, you will have to go with the cautions hat. You will have to bring the risk management to stop the difficulties. And try to do it, Kathy, because I'm seeing that your face is hesitating. Please be the lawyer of the United Nations or of the OECD today with us. In the first zone here, which is, and this zone, sorry, will be facilitated by Amanda Fletty, that you already know. We have the yellow zone, which is benefits. You will try to identify the benefits of what they are pitching, and this will be led by Jean-Baptiste Buffet, who is the coordinator of policy in the UCLG World Secretariat. And finally, in the green zone, we will ask you to be creative and to go from the creative thinking, explore a wide range of ideas and possibilities to react to each of the pitches. And this will be led by Jordi Pascual, who is the head of our culture committee. We will go one by one, and we will be breaking the room 4 times. And after that, we will have an open floor led by Emilia Saiz, by Billy Cobbett, and as well by Aromar Revi, who we welcome to the room, and we will ask him to sit here. Aromar, please. He's our Ubuntu advisor as well. He just landed, and welcome, Aromar. So this is the idea of the exercise. We will try to be strict with time and to keep it to the hats that you are asked to, and to really react to what our colleagues from the process will be pitching for you. So, understood. If you have any questions, please let us know. Please try to engage. And the idea is that we all start co-creating what we understand as commons, what we understand as trust, as finance and economy, and what's the governance architecture that we are trying to fulfill. So, Lorena, we will start with you. As I said, you have built our policy, and we will ask you to pitch from here, well, wherever you want. I would like to remember that the common agenda has a strong component on protecting the public goods. It states that we should still, of course, not leave anyone behind. It has a strong focus on housing, education, and decent work. But they understand the global commons, which is something that we have been discussing since last year. If the commons are global, if the commons are local, or if the commons are commons because they are of public interest. And for the common agenda, the commons are the high seas, the atmosphere, the outer space, and the Antarctica. So we have a challenging entry point, because we need to translate what we understand as the commons, as our constituency, and we have to build a translation, but as well an entry point with the common agenda. Special attention should be put to, of course, the common agenda, leave no one behind, and these specific targets that the UN has identified, which are housing, education, and decent work. So Lorena, the floor is yours. You know, we know you have a presentation, so here it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo, and thank you, UCLG, for the invitation. Of course, we feel honored, and I'm very, very happy to have this opportunity to be part of this process, long-standing process already, and of course, being part of this dialogue today. It's not a presentation. It's just like 3 slides with key concepts and key images about what we are trying to put out here in 5 minutes. So I have my notes to stick to time, but basically we all know it and we see it, no? The environmental crisis, the growing inequality crisis, and the political crisis, or the crisis of trust and representation, are all connected. So basically that means that there's no way to tackle one without tackling the others, and because they affect life as a whole. Of course, this multifaceted crisis is at the same time deeply local and inescapably global. The COVID COVID-19 pandemic has made very, very clear that the commons are at the core of them all these three crises. So there will be no sustainability, there will be no human rights or social justice, there will be no right to the city or democracy without the commons. Therefore, we need to recover, we need to protect, and we need to foster the commons if we're going to have any chance to address the challenges we're facing today, and we have been talking since yesterday. So air, water, land, forests, food, housing, health, education, basic services, public spaces, connective knowledge and culture. In other terms, material and symbolic things that are necessary for the social reproduction or the reproduction of society. And we can say of life as a whole, actually. All crucial goods and resources that are being privatized, have been and still are privatized, dismantled, and destroyed. Basically taken away from the majority for the exponential profits of the minority. We hear it everywhere. We need a new social contract based on a different paradigm. A paradigm of care, a paradigm of solidarity, a paradigm of redistribution. A social contract that includes the whole of society, starting with those traditionally marginalized, excluded, and left behind. Because many women, youth, Black and indigenous peoples are not just asking to be included. They're actually claiming a radical change in the rules of the game. And not just claiming that, even more so, they actually being that change and showing alternative pathways ahead. So as discussed yesterday and also today, we pretty much know the why and the what, or the whys and the whats. So now the question is the how. Who, where, when, with whom, which resources, etc. Then the commons and commoning are part of the answer too. Because commons are not just things, but commons are the social relations that produce and protect and foster those things. Again, being material or symbolic things. And not just any relations, transformative social relations that can bring about the changes that we need. As such, they can be the critical foundations of the new social territorial contexts that we're talking about. In fact, many cities and local communities are already doing so, as you well know. Places where the public and the community sectors are collaborating to provide basic services or to manage collective facilities and public spaces. Public community partnerships or public social partnerships that are showing that there is another way to work together and to care for our places and for the planet at the same time. As we all know, local and regional governments are best placed to understand both the urgency and the possibilities to act in coordination with multiple actors, deepening transparency and democracy. Of course, it's not easy, and we started discussing also this yesterday. There is and there will be opposition, inertia, and resistance, in particular from the status quo. There are and there will be tensions and unexpected consequences, but also critical limitations, and critical limitations including the manufactured polarization and the growing powers of the transnational corporations, but also our own social and institutional skills to manage the commons. And we need to urgently relearn those skills. And the only way to learn those skills is actually by doing that, by experimenting and practicing that. So we need a map of the possible dreams. We need a cartography of the impossible made possible. And cities and local communities are already drawing that map. That's why we're here. We're convinced of that. And we're convinced that UCLG Network has the power to accelerate and foster that transformation like no other actor global local actor today. So 3 quick comments based on the discussion we just had and the things we just heard from the pact. The public is back, yes, we saw that with the pandemic, but from a civil society and social movements point of view, we're saying we need to reconfigure the public. We need to reconstruct and rebuild that notion of the public, and the public is not just the government. The public has to be the public and the commons is bigger than the public, right? So, and we need to learn how to manage that together in a different way. Of course, we need a stronger public sector, but we need a different public sector that is able to work with the communities, and not just participation, but co-creation, right? So that reconfiguration of the public sphere is fundamental and based, of course, in truly and direct democratic principles and direct democracy. Secondly, as we discussed, Emilia, and you will remember this, in the case with the New Urban Agenda, we were discussing it's not just, what is important is not just the document of the New Urban Agenda, but the process and the several documents related to that. I think the same applies to the pact. So it's not just the pact, but all the processes and discussions and papers that we produce along the way. And those includes the papers that we produce from the town halls. And those papers are actually full of the house. And not just that, but concrete recommendations of concrete actions in the medium term, in the long term, how we transform this, how we actually make this possible. So I will call everyone to actually consider that as part of the pact, because the pact is not just a document, right? It's kind of the roadmap, and the roadmap is bigger. So, and finally, of course, we need to talk with those that are not in agreement with us, but I would say that before we do that, we, in my mind, we, as a municipalist movement, an ecosystem, we need to reach out with many others that actually are very much aligned with our principles of value, but not necessarily part of this movement. So then we can go and confront the other ones that we know they're against, and they're going to be in opposition, right? But I think we have a lot of work to do still, in particular around the commons. There are all the people discussing the commons and working on the commons, in cities, in other networks, in academia, etc. So we need to go out and reach to them and work with them before we can confront both the implementation of the pact, but also confronting the opposition and the contradiction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorena. So the public is back, the commons as both material resources, but as well as social practices, and the commons in the local sphere. Colleagues, we will break out now the rooms. Ainara will be leading the facts discussion, Amanda will be leading the caution discussion, Jean-Baptiste the benefits, and Jordi creativity. You have 10 minutes to deliver and choose a spokesperson to react to Lorena's pitch. Thank you.
Muy bien. Me voy a hacer el vínculo con economía. Social and Solidarity Economy. Porque me parece que yo... Sorry. English? No, yo no sé hablar español. No, me preguntaron para hablar sobre finanzas, no economía. Entonces... No lo voy a hacer el vínculo porque el Commons se basea sobre la economía social y solidaria. Practically, yeah. Sí. Exacto. Y usar otras herramientas, ¿no? Las monedas locales, los nuevos indicadores de riquezas, no sé si se dice, cómo se dice la fórmula, pero hay todos estos pequeños pesquisadores, researchers, hicieron indicadores alternativos como el well-being, etc., pero mucho más aprofundizados sobre cómo analizar la situación económica de un lugar, de un país o de una comunidad dentro de elementos que transforman completamente lo que what you put value on y lo que la sociedad, la economía tradicional valoriza. ¿Da valor? Y eso es fundamental como tipo de procurement, of course, yeah, for local governments. ¿Cómo? Sí, es muy antiguo, 10 o 15 años que están trabajando sobre eso. Es una red muy particular. En Europa sé que, y en América Latina, tienen muchos investigadores, universidades que están aprovechando, pero en Canadá ellos crearon el indicador de salud social, que integra elementos de fuera del growth, etc. Y eso transforma completamente como el well-being, el ranking entre los países. Pero hay muchos. Sí, están integrados. Era una pesquisadora de geografía que ha desarrollado el indicador, pero hay muchos. Y dentro de UCLG, del colectivo, the city platform, we didn't use that much this knowledge, because at that time we were not, I think, prepared to, we didn't have the tools to share. It was more, we had a campaign to run, we discussed about financing, but we never could connect because it was impossible for all our constituencies to have the means to work together. We only had the means to work on our projects. This is part of the issue we have as a collective, is that we don't have the resources to work together. I mean, even when you do the town hall documents, etc., it's at the very last moment, it's based on what we really already know in our constituencies, each one of us, and then we put that on the paper, and somehow we can share and amend sometimes, but we don't have real time to collaborate. And this needs funding, and that's the complex issues, because the donors, the UN, they don't fund this kind of collaboration. They fund the results, do a publication, do something, but the timing. Pero ¿cómo se hace concretamente? ¿Cómo hacemos para crear este colectivo como una marca, como algo que se impone? Es un poco la idea de las Naciones Unidas adoptando el Pacto del Futuro. Es un poco eso, es decir, cómo conseguimos la relación de poder hacer que a su colectivo, como un colectivo, impone una agenda. Eso es muy complicado. Y no sé si es, por ejemplo, hacerlo dentro de las regiones, es decir, región por región, a nivel global como advocacia, al nivel nacional, con los miembros más fuertes que tenemos en algunos países, pero nuestras plataformas, las campañas, etc., hicieron mucho para poner presión sobre los textos, ¿no? En 2015 y 2016, que son una maravilla. Digamos, los textos son perfectos, si era solo implementarlos así.
No, solo ahora. Survive New York without this happening. 5 minutos.
Y el problema es que solo las fundaciones, philanthropies, can actually fund that, and they are not coming to us. They don't understand.
So, colleagues, you have 5 minutes.
One thing, yeah.
implicación y de impacto si realmente de modo conjunto conseguíamos hablar una misma lengua. Yes, pero es siempre bla bla. Nosotros los aproximamos para que ellos entiendan la parte urbana, que es complicada, digamos. No, pero imagínate, si eso es complicado, lo que estamos hablando es el pero no sé, porque cuando es la misma problemática de cuando se habla de economía social y solidaria.
Colleagues, start choosing your spokesperson. We will close in 3 minutes.
Pero la idea de economía es... Sí, pero no funciona realmente. Sí. Es enorme, este campo es enorme. Sí, pero ves. Pero cuando tocas en economía y financiación, es el corazón de todo el sistema. Y la relación de poder y la... No, lo entiendo, pero es decir, hay la declaración. Sí, pero ¿cómo? Sí, pero no lo van a hacer porque necesitan el retorno. Digamos, concordo con eso todo, pero cada vez necesitamos una avenida, no unas carreteras, unas rutas, porque tenemos que tener los medios de lo que hemos logrado mucho en la advocacia, pero en el herramienta de implementación, en fuerza técnica de compartir entre varios movimientos y que se reúnen dentro de, digamos, él es liderazgo, digamos, del común, pero even for the common
Colleagues, we will give you 5 more minutes for this very first time, but just to let you know that in the next we will be more strict, so you have 5 minutes.
last declaration for ILO rests is on social and solidarity economy. It's huge, with a lot of missing points, etc. But we are dancing a lot, but still it's very institutional, and ya estamos viendo que se está recuperando ya. Todos nuestros temas de 2015 y 2016 ahora se están posicionando en esta unión PwC, etc. Tenemos que pensar como tener una campaña de advocacia muy fuerte, muy potente dentro de la agenda global y una herramienta que sostiene este trabajo de alineamiento de los movimientos dentro de un proceso muy institucional que crea confianza. Eso es nuestro desafío. No sé si los políticos de CGU, los alcaldes, los gobernadores son buenos campeones, algunos ministros progresistas con los gobiernos de Lula, etc. Ahora, sí, pero tenemos que convencer en el momento de empezar este summit, no the future summit, no, but I mean, wait, tenemos que las fuerzas políticas, las fuerzas que avanzan dentro de cada uno de nuestros movimientos, hacer como un momento fuerte con el UNSGT amount of representatives from each one of the constituencies that push for great wording, and then comes with the politics. So we need that, even though we push the mechanism to make sure we develop something that is ours. That's the key. But I mean, maybe it's just, I don't know if we're ready for this.
So Amanda, Jordi, Jean-Baptiste, and Ainara, do you have your spokespersons? We will give you 1 more minute, otherwise we will start with cautions, which is a good place to start our discussion. Ready. Thank you very much. I will ask the colleagues to go back to the current lightings. You know where we stand. Lorena, please join us. We want to receive with you the feedback. Yeah, to dance. No. We want you to listen directly and then to engage if necessary. So colleagues, please be wise with your time and be wise in the spokesperson you choose. If you want to choose more than one, we will give you the same amount of time as if it was only one person speaking. Amanda, who will be speaking from Cautions, reacting to the comments, and to Lorena. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. I'm Nina Rukhadze, representing Georgia, the Tbilisi City Assembly. So we have come up with many cautions. We have identified many risks. I hope they won't sound demoralizing, but something we can jointly overcome. Well, if I miss something out, Amanda, I hope you will add. So first of all, the thing we have identified is the risks we have identified is the capacity gap. Next is the lack of political will. Also, the risks we have come up with is privatization, and also the economic and financial recessions. The one so there are basically very many problems and risks. We have to be cautious that no one is left out, and we need to think about how to bring all stakeholders in and create the inclusive conversation. What else? Finding the definition.
The common understanding.
Yes, and finding the common understanding.
Thank you.
Absolutely, right. So, is there anything that I should add to?
No, we also mentioned maybe like the difficulty in a very individualized word to be promoting commons,
Yes.
and also trying to create this common understanding that you just said. Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, colleagues from Georgia. So, Lorena, political will is something that we have to be cautioned and that we have to have in mind. And then, well, we need to define what the commons is. We have a definition in our policy paper on the commons for Daejeon. That was the agreed definition that the constituency led by the Global Platform for the Right to the City agreed, which is related to the right to the city concepts. But we have to be cautious about this, and we will take note for sure. Ainara Fernandez, from the facts perspective, who's going to be the spokesperson? Please use the microphone in the table. Yes.
Thanks, Amanda. We're going to have 2 spokespeople because we had a group working in Spanish and then we had a group working in English. So I invite our spokesperson from the English group. I'm going to pass you the microphone.
Please, all of you, introduce yourselves.
Thanks a lot. My name is Sanne van Ameren from VNG, or VNG International. We discussed facts actually that we can collect. And the main topic that we discussed is population and also the different types of society groups. So what we said, and actually that's, well, it's population growth trends. You see that, for example, in Africa, there is an exponential population growth, whereas you see in Western Europe, population growth is going down. So we argued that this has different results to the commons. And then more, what else? Different commons for different groups of society. For example, young or older people, they need different things in life. And then lastly, we discussed that another example is affordable housing for young people, which is limited. It's a bit a different topic, but yeah, it relates to one of the commons. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Sanne. Ainara, who's the next spokesperson?
Thank you very much. And as a spokesperson for our Spanish group, we have Pablo Jurado, who's going to be sharing the reflections with the broader group.
And please introduce yourself, President.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Hemos hecho el análisis sobre el tema y hemos concluido en que los problemas aparentemente son comunes, sin embargo tenemos realidades diferentes, lo que la otra mesa señalaba. Los jóvenes hay en todas partes, pero las realidades son totalmente diferentes y cuando hablamos obviamente del Pacto sobre el Futuro estamos hablando, como se ha identificado claramente desde la Secretaría General, de personas y de planeta. Y cuando hablamos de personas, hablamos en términos comunes, pero los problemas que tiene la mujer en Europa no necesariamente son los mismos problemas que tiene la mujer en América Latina. Y por lo tanto, yo considero, y que hemos considerado todos y hemos coincidido, que es súper importante el manejo de datos. Consideramos que en América Latina particularmente no manejamos mucho los datos, por lo tanto no podemos planificar bien, no nos podemos proyectar bien. Les ponía como ejemplo en mi país, y está aquí María Fernanda, hicimos un censo de vivienda, un censo de varios aspectos en el 2010, y desde ahí hemos venido planificando con esa información hasta el 2023, es decir, 13 años, y yo creo que en una sociedad moderna que es muy dinámica, muy difícil poder planificar y poder proyectarnos con datos que vienen desde hace una década y nosotros seguimos pensando que las cosas suceden de la misma manera. La demanda de los jóvenes ya no son obras, ya no es infraestructura, la demanda de los jóvenes es otra. Antes las gestiones se hacían por un teléfono convencional, había hasta corrupción para poner un teléfono en la casa. Ahora esos teléfonos convencionales ya se quedaron atrás. Y la misma Barcelona está a pocas horas de tener una feria, ¿no?, tecnológica que va a convocar a cientos de miles de personas. Barcelona se volverá mucho más cara en estos últimos días y queremos agradecer que nos hayan traído 8 días antes porque si no se nos complicaba la vida. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Pablo Jurado, Governor of Imbabura and President of our Forum of Regions. So we need facts for the commons. We are not even able to build facts to answer to you, Lorena. From the benefits, I will start asking the mayor of Fuenlabrada from the Spanish Federation of Municipalities to react, and then we will go to the group. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Sí, muy buenas tardes. Soy Javier Ayala, alcalde de Fuenlabrada y presidente de la Comisión de Internacional de la FEM. Y me decía antes Emilia, a la cual quiero agradecer su labor al frente de CERGLU como secretaria general, me decía, hombre, Javier, danos una visión más desde el punto de vista de gobierno, ¿no? Yo quiero poner de relieve no solamente en cuanto a los comunes, sino en cuanto a los distintos objetivos que nos hemos marcado, en cuanto a poner en marcha este pacto tan importante, el hecho de que, desde mi punto de vista y como alcalde de una ciudad de 200.000 habitantes, creo que la participación ciudadana es el eje fundamental para que esto sea un éxito. Creo que cada uno de los que estáis aquí o de los que estamos aquí somos importantes, pero si nos juntamos todos somos muchísimo más importantes. Creo que esa es la gran virtud, porque a su vez somos transmisores a nuestras redes. Yo seré transmisor a la FEM, a la vez seré transmisor a mi ciudad y a la vez a las más de 1000 entidades y colectivos que hay en mi municipio. De manera que creo y quería poner de relieve esa necesidad de que la participación ciudadana sea uno de los ejes fundamentales dentro de esta puesta en marcha del pacto. Creo que es un gran objetivo que se pone, diríamos que casi el mundo, ¿no? como organización. Es un gran objetivo, unidas a otras agendas, unidas a otros compromisos, y creo que cuantos más seamos para conseguir ese objetivo, seguro que más acertaremos. Uno se equivoca más fácil que miles de personas. O sea, que quería que fuera mi aportación de cara a poder implementar este pacto con éxito en el futuro. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, alcalde. En el Congreso de Daillón se presentó una moción de utilizar los comunes como estrategia y utilizar los comunes entendidos también como proceso. Y los comunes como proceso tienen que ver con la cocreación de lo público y la cogestión de lo público, que esto es en parte lo que usted está diciendo. Pongo sobre la mesa un concepto. I will try to put in the table before going to benefits and creativity one concept, which is the United Nations is stating and currently discussing if the multilateral system is a global common or not. And we have to ask ourselves, is the local multilateralism a common? And in this case, is public participation and co-creation as well a common as a practice? And commoning, and this you can find in our research gold report, the commoning and the concept of using this public participation as a practice. So benefits, Jean-Baptiste. We're going to have, Ravi, I hear that you're going to be speaking on behalf of your group. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Ravi Ranjan Guru, and I'm from All India Institute of Local Self-Government, India. And on behalf of our group sitting here, we discussed about the things and some of the benefits. There are a number of benefits we could have, but with the time constraint, we have some. So one is obviously because it's for the citizen and the city. So one is quality of life. That's very important. The inclusivity and the diversity is another benefits that we discussed. Obviously, for the quality of partnership, that's very important. The next is economic growth in terms of equality. Protecting the environment for present and the futures, that's another important point. And one is obviously the sustainability in terms of future sustainability. That's another important point that we came out. And I think one more, I guess. Yeah, that's it. That's from our group. Anything if I left, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi. And you mentioned quality of life, and if we go to Lorena's speech, it's quality of all lives, not only of human life, but it's quality of all lives, what we understand as commons. And if you talk about quality of the future, are we fit for purpose for the future? Are we able to have a future? And this is something that from the commons we will be reflecting. So Jordi, from the creativity perspective, the floor is yours for your spokesperson.
Yes, thank you. If you allow me, we believe that this plural is very creative. We love it. Quality of lives. That's very well posed. Our spokesperson sits at that table. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. Simone from Cité Unifrance. So we had different proposals for you. The first one came back to our capacity to eventually to let local leaders to adopt the Pacto for the Future. I mean, we did adopt it collectively, but who is willing at the local level to adopt the pact and put it in place? Second, how to measure, monitoring the results. So there are some suggestions, maybe looking into the local budget plans and investment from a common lens, and measure the inputs to protect the commons, for instance. We come back also for a needs and talking about intercultural dialogue to have a common understanding of the commons. So we see that our diversity, we push us to have also this kind of process. Some others says that the educational system can be used as a global tool also for us. And I think the last one, but please intervene if I'm wrong, is somebody sharing about the co-caring and the co-create and share responsibilities among our network. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simone. So there's only one. Thank you very much, Simone, and we take note, co-creating and co-caring, shared responsibilities, and they have to do with the shift of power that Emilia was referring. Colleagues, Lorena, you have the reactions. We will come back to you later. Target in our minds. The Common Agenda states that there will be a World Social Summit in 2025. And if we understand the commons as the public goods, and if we are advocating for the public is backed, it is there in 2025 where we have to drip what we have been saying and strategize together. Thank you very much for the commons. We will go now to finance and economy. I will ask Carlos de Freitas to pitch on this idea. Just to let you know that for the Common Agenda perspective, and when you listen to him, please target what will be the biennial summit between the G20, the ECOSOC, and the heads of the banking institutions that will happen to reshape the financial institutions. We have to rethink if the GDP still is fit for purpose to allocate where investment comes from and goes to, and who are these institutions having this conversation with. This is what we understand because it is our mandate, of course, is local finance. But we are not only advocating of what municipalities do with their own budgets. We also have political voice to advocate to what we understand that the financial system in its entire form should look like. So Carlos, the floor is yours.
You said it all, Pablo. No, I think it's important I do the link between commons and economy and finance. Just to go to the more pragmatical part of the discussion here, because there is an economy for commons, there is a finance for commons. The tools, the mechanisms, the structuring and the institutional level, they already do exist. It's social and solidarity economy. We have a lot of even national policies that have implemented policies on commons, based on commons and promoting commons. The fact is, and that's, I think, the big question for the collective, constituency and collective, is where do we want to go? The Pact for the Future is bold, but it means to be even bolder in terms of instruments for its implementation. We were discussing, we already did the revolution here, but in 2015, 2016, we had a lot of conversations when we were advocating for integrating the local and regional views on the institutional UN texts. The texts are beautiful. We succeed. The new urban agenda especially, it's a success. Anna is here. But the text, the components, what it refers to, everything is there already. We did succeed at that moment to impose something new. And even within, I remember the document, the Declaration of the World Assembly at that moment, the framing was basically what now you find in the pact, much more somehow accurate and precise. But it's been ages since, as NGOs, constituencies, whatever, at the UN, we have been advocating for all these new economies, new finance frameworks. What relies now on
UCLG on one side, on the collective of partners around UCLG. It includes the Global Task Force. What we need to understand is what is the limit we put to our advocacy and the way we communicate about it. I mean, if we're talking about economy, I will not talk too much about economy because it's, as finance, it's huge. I will focus more on finance. On economy, you have ways to already finance the commons. You have ways to make sure that through the economy, the mechanism of economy creates commons and strengthens the commons. You have examples like social and complementary currencies. They have been done at the local level. They have been done at the national level. You have indicators, new indicators of wealth. You know, all of you know the well-being indicator, but you have so many more that are not used at the local level because there is a lack of knowledge, of sharing of knowledge on these, on practices. We've been discussing about green budgeting, gender budgeting, etc. These kind of processes where you add a layer to a very basic tool, which is budget, planning and budget, and researching for the right sourcing of the resource for your investments. For each of these kind of basic elements of economy and finance, you already have now, it's been 30 years, a lot of experiences, a lot of institutionalization of these processes. So as a collective, we need to convene these experiences and their structuring in institutions and to push for new institutions to be created with our, let's say, our constituency, local and regional governments as clients. Because we are clients, we are a market for a lot of people, but we don't own the market. This is a new way for mayors, governors, public administration to think themselves as the best market, the sexiest market in place right now. It's not the central governments, it's not the national budgeting, it's the local and the regional governments. That's one thing. The other thing is there is a few words, a few verbs that we need to align. Question, again, the basics of economy and finance. We need to mobilize the right stakeholders. We need to communicate better, to speak a new language. We need to convene at the right moment. We were talking about the UN moments. Do we need to create our own moment with a new kind of summit where we do convene the others, including the UN, and where something new appears as a wording? If the Pact for the Future is a basis for what comes after, what would be the moment where we would agree to all gather as a collective and discuss this paradigm shift implementation. We need to negotiate, we need to enable, we need to experiment. In certain training I did with students or local governments and regional governments administrations, I always say that there are two key elements. The right to experiment and to innovate. It's very rare that you find a law at the national level that allows local and regional governments to experiment a certain policy, a certain mechanism for a certain amount of time, 2 years, 3 years, and then report, and it makes the quality of the impact, creates the change in the national policy based on this experiment. And because it's new, because the public administration is not allowed to take risk, this goes to the private sector because it comes with huge benefits, but the public administration has too much responsibility, so they are not allowed institutionally to take risk. But if we consider the emergency in which we are now, the urgency, then we need to make sure that we are ourselves authorizing ourselves to take risk in a moderated and coordinated framework, but we need to take risks. If not, we cannot ensure that we modernize the institutional framework in which we work, the instruments we need to test. It's when I talk to a mayor or a governor, I'm always like, okay, you have a Ministry of Finance. It has a central bank. Do you have your central bank? Do you have a Ministry of Finance in your team? You don't. Why? You are a government, so you should have these kind of tools. If we are not capable of reinventing the kind of ecosystem around the local and regional governments to support this kind of new economy, new finance, then we cannot meet the goal of the objectives of the Pact of the Future. We need to then create ownership over these solutions and to hybridize. I remember a discussion with Khalifa Sall about the wording, hybridization. It was like, I don't like that word. It doesn't mean anything for a mayor. And I was like, okay, find me another wording. You need to go there because that's where you will find the solutions. It's not about a wording. It's not just a word. It's a methodology. And you agreed afterwards. But we had this discussion. We need to provoke also our mayors and governors to think boldly. And then, yes, we have to monitor and report because we have to demonstrate that we can prove what we are advancing. Just to finalize, we are missing the institutional space to discuss economy and finance, meaning we go to Financing for Development Forum, we go to SDGs, HLPF, SDG Summit, we go to COP, meaning we don't have our own space where we convene to discuss this key. I mean, when I say key, it's nothing happens without economy and finance. So we need to create that space institutionally. We are not there. This global hub on localizing economy and finance, it needs to happen. It's not about, when I say localizing, it's not about local governments only. It's the whole, us as a collective, and we don't have that space. So we need to build it because the debate is scattered. We have scattered expertise, scattered and understanding, agendas, strategies, instrument, resources, and players. And we can create this collection of case studies, obviously, but more importantly, of institutions, institutional frameworks, institutional instruments that worked, and you have a lot in the constituency. That's it, I guess, for now. I'll keep the rest for later, for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Carlos.
Thank you.
So the right to be creative, the right to innovate on finance, municipalities have to be as well fit for purpose to receive what they are claiming for, and then we need to develop, or we need to bring to our own spaces, because we do have the spaces, we need to bring to our own spaces the conversation and invite the ecosystem. Colleagues, we're gonna break the rooms as well again. Please go with your hats, meet with your facilitators. Ainara in facts, Amanda will be in cautions. We have benefits with Jean-Baptiste and creativeness. You have the right to be creative, Jordi. So please bring us good advice. Thank you.
sea, ¿creéis que es por algún motivo en concreto?
Vienen ahora confianza y estos dos
Colleagues, you have 3 minutes to choose your spokesperson and to react.
Vale.
Colleagues, 1 minute, start choosing your spokesperson and be bold. Ainara, how are you going? You good?
We're doing great.
Good. Amanda, you kind of ready? Good. Benefits, I know you're ready. And Jordi, how is it going over there? Good? So, colleagues, thank you. 1 minute. Thank you, colleagues. We're coming back. I will ask our team to put the lights back to the room so that we can start briefing. We're happy to see that you are still discussing. So Jordi Pascual from Creativity, we will start with your side. Please let us know who is your spokesperson. Please turn off the music, colleagues. And Jordi, the floor is on your side.
Tunaiden. Nuestro portavoz es Kemal.
Jamal, please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. This is Jamal from the Union of Turkish Municipalities and a councillor for the Keçiören municipality. We had a very interactive discussion. I'll start very quickly. For the creative finance, we had adopt a fiscal justice, rethink of the tax system. We had invest in human capital, because when you invest when you create smart people, they create finances. Private sector engagement through corporate social responsibility is always a tool that we could use. Encouraging public-private partnership was similar again. Creative communities, creative finance, such as crowdfinancing, that could be a tool. Enable less visible donors and gain visibility by giving visibility, such as Gulf region financiers. They're not very much visible, but they have so much attention to become global actors. Financial literacy is very important. It should be owned by all the mayors, all the decision makers. They should have all the financial basic understanding. Advocate Pact for the Future in project proposals. So ask for the financing, but also promote the pact. Empower the risk groups by budgeting for them, and then create bankable projects. Convene a global dialogue on green financing as well. And then there's a need to make citizens aware that that budget is your budget. So it's not only the government auditors, it's not only the private auditors. You need to audit that too. It's your money. Yeah, very quickly, those were the discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamal. It has to do with the public is back, and these are bold and creative ideas that we can bring in terms of both implementing and the advocacy that we have to do to different summits. Jean-Baptiste from Benefits, who's your spokesperson? And please introduce yourself.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte from the Sense and Need department. So we discussed the benefits of finance autonomy, basically. All the words, the concepts that arise from the discussion are accountability, sustainability, and experimentation that allows local adaptation of projects. When you manage the finance, then you answer better to the needs and the local needs that you know better because you come from the background. And it's a bottom-up approach. We discussed also that financial autonomy helps to have a prioritizations of fundings on the most local and basic needs as education, health, and local development. We also say that the financial autonomy at the local level helps to have a better relocalization of public resources. And we had several discussions, but we also discussed the procurement, the role of procurement, that it's a real tool for public and local governments to manage their efforts and to have a real impact of how they use their money.
Thank you very much. And these are the benefits that we are finding. Please, a big applause. We're going to go now to facts and then to cautions in terms of finance and economy, Carlos, so that we pick up this later when we wrap up with Emilia, Aromar, and Billy. Ainara, who's your spokesperson?
Thank you very much, Pablo. So again, we have two spokespeople. In this case, it's going to be Patricia, the counselor from Villa Carlos Paz.
Bueno, gracias. Bueno, acá con los compañeros de la mesa estuvimos hablando un poco de la obtención de recursos que tienen nuestros gobiernos locales y nuestras regiones. Y se nos planteaba, cada uno de somos de distintos países y cada uno de nosotros tenemos lo que para Argentina, por ejemplo, se llama la coparticipación, que baja desde nación a provincia, provincia a municipios, y que es muy difícil por ahí lograr que llegue a los municipios. Entonces se nos planteaba el tema de la financiación externa, que no tiene que ver con nación ni con provincia, y hablábamos de lo difícil que es por ahí tener los datos para que, como por ejemplo en las ciudades pequeñas, hablábamos con la gente de Quito, Ecuador, que para las ciudades pequeñas es muy difícil lograr por ahí una financiación desde un Banco Mundial, por ejemplo, porque todo el armado del proyecto y la justificación de cada proyecto es muy difícil para nuestros gobiernos con el equipo de gobierno que tenemos. Y que por ahí las ciudades más grandes les es más fácil porque tienen más recursos y logran llegar a estos objetivos. Así que creemos que necesitamos más datos para poder tener las herramientas, poder lograr las herramientas que necesitamos para la obtención de recursos externos.
Muchas gracias. Ainara, la siguiente persona que hablará desde la lógica, un aplauso, sí, desde la lógica de los datos.
So next we have our colleague Anna from On Cities.
Hi everyone, good to see you. In fact, I have to share that it's really difficult to be the blue hat when we want to be the green hat. So we have been fighting with ourselves, like, no, we want to do things and create things. So anyway, just to share with you.
Anna, please introduce yourself.
Anna Moreno from On Cities 2030. Some of you know me from the Habitat 3 process or from the World Urban Forum. Great to be here, and really a pleasure. Just really quickly. Of course, in terms of facts, the national versus the local share, we think it's a fact that in theory we know, we have, but it should be universal, it should be shared, and it should be always something that we can advocate to create or to whatever we want to do later. Then the GDP local contribution, how not only the big cities are contributing to the GDP, national and world, and we need also the smaller cities, the market towns, how all our communities are contributing. That's another fact or non-fact, but we have highlighted. The tax revenue, and there was also an experience in terms of monitoring dashboards of the tax revenue for municipalities and how that even with the new technologies can help us to get more data. And the final one is the generation of local economic development, not only in terms of data so that citizens know where that generation is coming from, but also in terms of transparency and also to help on the finance of some of the smaller cities in the generation of local economic development. That's what it comes. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ana Moreno. Thank you, Ainara. Amanda, who's going to be speaking about the cautions of presenting finance and economy as an entry point?
So we have two spokespersons. Maybe I will start with Sandra.
Hi, I'm Sandra, working at the Ecologic Institute in Berlin. It's a think tank for environmental policy, and we have one super cool project, Interlace, together with UCLG, working with cities in Europe and Latin America. And yeah, I think we found a lot of challenges or barriers, but might be also opportunities when it comes to financing at the local government level. And one, as usually, could be the lack of political will. There is usually a scarcity of public resources. It's limited and might be also not always evenly distributed. And usually you could also have a disconnect between the priorities a local government has, but it does not match with the interests of your people, of your citizens. That is a challenge you have to overcome. Corruption in some countries certainly might be an issue, as well as the lack of transparency how funds are being used. And this is a problem if you cannot follow how the funds are being used. You also don't know how they end up. So there are issues, and we'll talk about later how to do that. The risk of inflation is another risk. And also the lack of time. This is like what I said with transparency, to explore the validity of recipients and projects. Are you really promoting and financing the right projects? Might be a problem if you don't really have done standards. And I think also something that's quite visible, that there's a lack of instruments, financing instruments, maybe new instruments, not just taxes or usually, but also testing new innovative instruments that can also trigger private investments, which are key for local governments. And breaking the silos between the different departments could be at the national level, the same as we see in the cities. That's a big issue, but you have to talk with each other to come up to common ground. I was asked to come up with also some positive notes, so I will do that now. So it's not to paint it too dark. There is a challenge. I think, there are some that were already mentioned. I don't know where they are, but I remember. So one was already mentioned, public procurement and setting standards for sustainability. We see that already happening in city, and it's quite a powerful instrument. Another thing, to talk and involve your citizens, is participatory budgets. Give them the budget, let them decide under a certain framework for projects they want to deliver. And a nice example from Colombia, you may have heard, they have a national green taxonomy, recently adopted, inspired by the EU taxonomy, could be also very interesting. And another colleague from this table also said, there is political will also to close gaps in the financing with tax revenues. And with those words, I hand over to François, who will present.
Thank you very much. François, please introduce yourself.
Merci beaucoup. François Yatta, CGLU Afrique.
Alors, sur les risques, le premier concerne l'économie et les finances, c'est les accords d'intégration régionale, les accords de partenariat économique qui ont pour effet de désarmer les tarifs aux frontières et donc de faire en sorte que les tissus économiques de nos collectivités territoriales vont se trouver en concurrence avec des grandes multinationales. Et pour l'État qui a l'habitude d'avoir aussi beaucoup de ressources, des droits de douane, les États vont se retrouver avec de moins en moins de ressources, donc les tensions dans les finances publiques vont s'aggraver et l'État ayant de moins en moins de ressources, évidemment les transferts financiers aux collectivités territoriales vont en souffrir. Le deuxième risque, c'est le déficit de subsidiarité à l'intérieur de la sphère publique. C'est que nous avons remarqué que de plus en plus dans nos pays, vous avez beaucoup d'administrations publiques qui continuent à mettre en œuvre des compétences déjà transférées aux collectivités territoriales, donc ce qui pose des problèmes en termes de financement. Le troisième grand risque, c'est la question des législations qui ne sont pas appliquées. Dans le cadre de l'Observatoire mondial sur les finances publiques locales, nous nous sommes rendus compte que dans certaines régions, particulièrement l'Afrique, si on appliquait toutes les législations en matière de transferts financiers, en matière d'impôts locaux, on pouvait multiplier facilement par 2 ou par 3 le niveau des ressources des collectivités territoriales. Et enfin, je voudrais aborder un dernier point qui est la question de la gouvernance locale. Il faut qu'on apprenne à être beaucoup plus transparent au niveau des collectivités territoriales. La démocratie élective ne doit pas être le contraire de la démocratie participative, mais même quand on est élu, il faut quand même faire participer les populations. Et il faut une dose très forte de redevabilité, où les collectivités territoriales reviennent rendre compte des ressources qui ont été engrangées et des dépenses qui ont été faites dans la fourniture de services publics locaux.
Merci beaucoup, François. Merci, Amanda. Muchas gracias. Como vemos, todos los diferentes puntos de entrada que tenemos a la agenda en común se relacionan unos con otros. Hablar de los comunes estuvo presente en casi todas las intervenciones de finanzas y será el mismo caso con la confianza. La confianza viene de la gran consulta al Cabildo Público, partiendo de una crisis de confianza en el sistema multilateral actual, una crisis de confianza también en muchos de los gobiernos, y vale la pena recalcar que en la agenda en común la confianza es una parte central de este llamado a la acción y se vincula directamente la relación que tienen las personas con sus servicios públicos, el nivel de confianza que se tiene sobre las lideresas y los líderes que lo representan. Y ahí volvemos a la relación con los comunes y volvemos a la relación con lo que aquí entendemos por localización, que no es otra cosa que el quehacer de los gobiernos locales, que son los servicios públicos. Y traemos a una persona muy especial que, como decía antes, ganó el premio de nuestro Observatorio Internacional de Democracia Participativa por una práctica de teatro de los oprimidos en Greater Manchester. De nueva cuenta, felicidades, Katy, y la palabra es tuya para hablarnos sobre la confianza y cómo esta puede ser un punto de entrada para hablar con la agenda en común desde tu experiencia. Bienvenida, Katy. It's complicated, I know.
Gracias. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you for having me. So I know we only have a few minutes, but we're going to talk about trust, and we're going to talk about a potential entry point. I practice legislative theater, coming out of the theater of the oppressed, coming from Brazil, now happening in many places in the world. And because this is thinking about an innovative and joyful participatory democracy process with tangible outcomes, there has to be 10 seconds of participation, because we've had a lot of talking and I know we're slumping. So can I engage you in some participation? I'm sorry, I know it's terrible. So can you just lift up one hand and make a circle? You can do it. Oh, yeah, everybody, so participate. Oh, and the lights come up. Great. Keep that one going and lift up the other hand and make a plus sign. A plus sign with the other hand. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, great. And now keep the plus sign going, and with the first hand, write pact for the future in the air. There you go. That's great. You're doing great. Okay, let it go. Very good. Okay. So, did anybody, we did a little bit of laughing. We did a little bit of laughing. Maybe we did a little bit of feeling vulnerable to do something a little bit different in a conference space, to start making shapes in the air. We had a shared experience. I'm going to come back to some of those ideas at the end. So I'm going to introduce legislative theater. It's not our only entry point, although if everyone here wants to do legislative theater, that's absolutely fine. But I'm going to try to connect how that might relate to trust. In a legislative theater process, a community comes together around a shared experience of a local problem. Yeah? Their daily experience of dealing with maybe access to housing, access to healthcare, transport systems, the climate crisis, right? All kinds of different issues. They come together, they share stories, narratives, and they make a play that reveals the human experience of that problem and the policy and bureaucratic context around living that problem. So there's some participatory research involved, right? We are learning as community members. And then we take that play to a diverse group of stakeholders, our neighbors, our peers, advocates, lawyers, and policymakers, local government. I call them policy rangers, like Power Rangers. I don't know, I'm sorry to bring in the American culture, but the Power Rangers, if you know, they have lots of different powers to fight a problem. They wear different colors, right? Policy rangers also, part of the process of legislative theater is that we need to see how local government argues with national government, argues with community groups, right? Or not just argues, but negotiates so that we understand the full context of how change is made. So we bring the play to that audience, and there is a discussion and analysis of the problems. But, this is crucial, it's not an analysis like we do in a policy paper or when we read an article. It's an emotional, as we've been saying, connection to the feeling of the problem, and therefore my own connection to that problem as another resident. Because policymakers are also residents, right? And if some people are dealing with the high cost of housing, probably all of us are dealing with it, or our parents, or our sisters. So we build solidarity through feeling the feeling of the problem. But that's not it. We're not just here to identify problems. We then invite those audience to not just watch, not just be spectators, but become spect-actors, people who take action, and they come on stage and they try out new ideas, policy ideas to address the problem. So we're doing testing, policy testing that all of you in local governments do all the time. We're doing it together. Residents and local governments, residents and policymakers, we're seeing why an idea might or might not work, which leads to further buy-in down the line when we get to the final solutions, the final results. Those policy ideas that we test and improvise, we then write down as policy proposals, we negotiate, we narrow them down, we debate, we amend, we get information, yeah? And then we take a vote. We put it to a community vote. Voting doesn't just have to happen at elections. And finally, we get commitments to action, immediate commitments to action from those policymakers. Everybody with me? Yeah. So I'm going to tell you a really quick story of how this happened once. Okay? Yes, I'm okay. So in New York a few years ago, where I used to be, there was a group of LGBTQ youth who were together already accessing support services. They were low-income young people at a community center, and they came together for a legislative theater process. And through sharing stories, they built a play based on their experiences of a young transgender woman who was experiencing domestic violence. And a neighbor heard the sounds and called the police. The police came to her door and asked her for her ID. But because of a state law, which still exists in New York, you can't change the name or gender on your ID unless you have medical intervention, which is not accessible for everyone. Is everybody following me with this story? Yeah. So they said she had fake ID. So they entered her apartment, used it as a reason to search. And they found syringes that she used for hormones, and they said it was drug paraphernalia, and they arrested her. Yeah, that's a real thing that happened in New York City to more than one person. So the audience identified a lot of problems. One is police training. Another is the way that, that police are the first response to domestic violence at all, right? We don't have anyone else to call. But another one is the lack of accurate identification. And the audience knew that in New York City, they knew because we told them, they knew because it was in the news, there was on the table being drafted a municipal ID, the second in the United States, a municipal ID meant for undocumented immigrants to allow them to enter into buildings and interact with the police if they needed to get their benefits. But our audience proposed that on this ID you should be able to put your gender marker, your gender identification, however you choose without any proof, or even leave that blank. And the council member, Carlos Menchaca, who was sponsoring that bill, the chair of the Committee on Immigration, stayed there for an hour after the event, negotiating with the young people, with the audience, talking about how it would happen, and 3 months later, that became part of the bill. And now 9 million New Yorkers have access to that municipal ID. I also have one, although I don't live there anymore. It's a huge success, and it's serving hundreds of thousands of people that it wasn't originally intended to serve, because we all were able to come together and explore the problem in this way. So, couple of things. Why trust for me? Yeah? First, 3 things I think we need. And this is what you might want to talk about, unless, you don't just have to talk about legislative theater, but what are these 3 things that I think comes out of this? One is a shared understanding of the problem, of the experience of living in that city. Not just an understanding from a report, but I see you, I understand, I have that emotional connection, I care, right? I am in solidarity, a shared understanding of the experience of the problem. That's number 1. In a language, like you said, that we can all understand, not jargon. Number 2 is a shared experience of problem solving. We get our hands dirty, we work together, we work it out, we try things, we test, and then we're going to have more buy-in about what the actual result is. And number 3, going back to our little game at the beginning, right? And you brought this up quite a bit, is shared risk. Residents take risks all the time to deal with these problems. And policymakers, local governments take risks too, but we take risks alone, and we think the other group isn't taking risks. And so we don't trust each other. So a shared vulnerability, a shared opportunity to take risks is one way, as Amelia said, to rebuild those relationships and take down some of those power dynamics. And one last ingredient that I think we need to bring all of those together and to tie this into what's coming next, to build that into the architecture of governance, right? To make that, repeating that participation, is a sense of fun and a sense of joy. That is going to bring us together in some shared vulnerability and some shared risk. So, putting it all to you, how could any of those 3 things be useful for building trust? Thank you.
Wow, Kati, thank you for your voice. We will try to ask our colleagues to truly reveal their human experience in this exercise. Try to answer in the 3 points that Kati said, which is the shared problem, shared understanding of the problem, shared problem solving, and shared risk. Colleagues, we're going to break out the rooms again. We have facts led by Ainara. We have the cautions led by Amanda, benefits, and creativity. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
journey to unity. Okay. So basically, in the narrative, some very clear, simple messages. The first message was, I am trying to open a departmental store, a shop, in Love, in a bazaar that's lovely. Right? How opposite to BJP. Exactly. So he says that's what you want to do, even if there's one shop there, eventually the other guys are going to be out of business. So that caught on remarkably well with young people, with women, with all kinds of folks, including the other political parties. The BJP was attacking him and all that. So that was one thing. The second thing was consistent. Every day he was sounding like the other. They never participated in this. That's the movement. Their thing is to divide people. And he spoke very clearly about unity, which the Congress has never done. He's saying, always talking about they're about dividing the country. Exactly, we're not different. And as he walked, he was, when he tell the story, he would bring up examples of how it wasn't different. Saying, look, I walked.
Colleagues, you have 5 minutes.
What I'm finding, where the hell are they coming from? Yeah. Then he directly attacked, he said the reason why you people are confused about this because the media is tired of control. It's dominated everything. I know that you have no choice because, your strings are in somebody else's job. But let me tell you, this is what the reality is. You're also smiling at me, but you know what I'm saying. Absolutely. So these are three big messages, in some senses. And he clearly talked about love, which is kind of, since Gandhi, nobody's had the guts to do that in politics. And of course, he talked about all the other economic issues and the difficulty people were facing and all that. But that was a big shift. That is the primary driver. It may not directly translate into political vote, but it certainly consolidated in the Congress. Now there's no opposition to the Congress. Second thing is now the Congress has become the primary opposition party for the 2014 election. They still may not do whatever they want. That's become very clear.
Those are national elections.
That's the next round. So Modi is now preparing for the election. That's why he's so worried. In fact, he has consistently been talking about Adani every third day, saying that these two guys, all that Modi is doing and all this stuff, he made you 6 profits, but he's stuffing the pockets of these guys. The fact that this meltdown is happening. Yeah, the billionaire. That's what he said. And he's been doing this for like 90 days, right? I read on the detail about it. Yeah, exactly. He's saying, he was number 400 in 2014, and in 9 years he's number 2. Where the hell does the money come from? It's our money, effectively, that he's stealing from you. So he's been saying that then this fall is happening.
Ainara, how's it going on your side? Ready to conclude? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. Jordi, Jean-Baptiste, 2 minutes.
That is the most stupid thing that they're going to do.
If there's one country that knows how to go work around the system, it's going to be India.
1 minute, colleagues. Start choosing your spokesperson.
Which basically says India's second war of independence. Because these guys, the RSS was along with the Brits, right? So it shows Modi and Amit Shah with all of his guys who tried to our income tax basically on the edge of a cliff, about to fall off. And they're taking aim at the BBC, saying we're trying to kind of liberate the world, the world from the BBC, the wicked BBC. Do you see it? Yeah, of course it is. It is a very tame program. I know the person who wrote the book who's now sitting in New York, where she did a sting operation. I think Rana basically wrote a book called The Modi Files. Rana, you? Rana, Rana wrote the real book where all the facts are there. And you know, she's now in your book. Yes, exactly. Because she went in there and she understood all of it.
I'm going to break this.
She has the evidence, the tapes, and everything else.
Colleagues, we're going to wrap up the trust.
Compared to Rana's stuff, nothing.
Amanda, are you ready? No. Ainara, how's it going in the facts corner? You have 30 seconds.
Now, of course, there's
Jordi, how are you going in creativity? 30 seconds.
which is a great high platform.
So, colleagues, we're going to start with the responsible group that managed to make their use of time efficiently. And it's the benefits group led by Jean-Baptiste. Colleagues, can you bring the lights to the stage, please? Thank you very much. So Jean-Baptiste, who's going to be speaking from the benefit side? Ainara, your time is off. Thank you very much. No, time is off. Jean-Baptiste, please introduce yourself and let us know your advice.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chandra from UCLG ASPAC. After discussing with the colleagues about the benefits that we had in the statements, so we have several perspectives. The first is feasibility of problem of inclusivity. The second, the accessibility, quality of services. A third, more efficient use of resources and time. So when we building together the time activity and we can save the resources, and then the better ability to tackle the complex problem, as well as the open to complaint trust that local governments can give us solutions. Others is sustainability of local governments, a project and program, and the last things is the trust of legitimacy for local governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much from UCLG ASPAC. Allow me now, Amanda, to go to caution and let us know who's the spokesperson from your group trying to react to trust and to the three key aspects Cathy gave us. Nicholas Yu, the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself, Dr. Yu.
Thank you. I think I already introduced myself yesterday, but for those of you who weren't here, I'm the Executive Director of the Guangzhou Institute for Urban Innovation and also a member of the General Assembly of Partners. So we have a long list of cautions when it comes to building trust. The first one is a difference of legitimacy and difference of commitment between local governments and civil society. They might have different understandings of what is legitimacy and what is commitment. Conflict of interest between politicians and business community. Consultations which are endless and often not meaningful. So how many of us have been to town hall meetings where nothing happens, people keep on talking but nothing actually happens. And not always do these consultations include everybody, and not all voices are always heard. There is, of course, in different places, a different perhaps understanding and culture of participation, so the degree to which you can engage people in meaningful dialogue and meaningful policy dialogue is very different. Lack of civic education is also perhaps a cautionary issue that we have to look at. And in some cases, we do need to educate the people as well in civility and civic education before meaningful participation can happen. Sometimes there's a lack of capacity to conduct adequate and truly participatory and co-creative processes. So it's again a question of competency that needs to be strengthened at the local level, and if it doesn't exist, where to find it with perhaps professional moderators, etc. Corruption came up again, the issue of corruption. But another one, which I think, two other ones that are interesting, is the misrepresentation of people's interests. You have always the same voices that are often showing up at these meetings, and it's not always certain that these voices are And of course, there's the behavioral and another cultural behavioral issue, which is lack of openness by certain city representatives to engage in open discussions. And of course, there's a material barrier, which is a lack of time for society to engage in prolonged participatory processes. And then finally, the negative experiences in the past can entail perhaps a perceived high political cost and therefore reluctance to engage again in true dialogue.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Political will comes again, and then the necessity of tackling corruption and open governments. I want to highlight that we have open government partnerships and their local program here in the room, and we will be talking with them tomorrow, but that you have them in mind in terms of co-creating what we will do. Ainara Fernandez from the research team, who is your two, I assume, spokespersons, or only one this time for the facts?
Pablo, it's going to be 3 people this
Okay,
time.
but use good. Yeah, you have limited time, so please be brief, the 3 of you.
They'll use it wisely, I'm sure. So we have Jasmine and Antoine who are going to be speaking from the Spanish side of the facts group.
And please introduce yourself, Jasmine.
Hello, hola. Mi nombre es Yasmin y represento el área internacional del Ayuntamiento de Bilbao. Formo parte del equipo internacional. Y bueno, han salido varias ideas en esta mesa y se puede resumir como lo siguiente, ¿no? El tema de la confianza, aquí hay una doble vertiente con el tema de la confianza, ¿no? Por una parte, hemos resaltado la importancia de hacer partícipe a los ciudadanos en la toma de decisiones, ¿no? Y en los procesos participativos, como por ejemplo hemos mencionado el tema de los presupuestos participativos, que son muy importantes en los gobiernos locales, la importancia de organizar encuentros ciudadanos desde los barrios, como las reuniones en los centros de distrito, los consejos cívicos, donde se participa en la recogida de opiniones de los ciudadanos y ciudadanas, y también nos sirve para tomar información, recoger información que va a ser importante para luego implementar las políticas, ¿no? Luego también hemos mencionado la importancia de hacer partícipe a los jóvenes, a los jóvenes y las jóvenes del municipio, ¿no? Por ejemplo, a través de iniciativas, de premios, a través de los centros escolares, ver qué inquietudes tienen, a través de, por ejemplo, consejos de la infancia, también ha salido el tema de un parlamento juvenil también. Entonces, bueno, pues todo esto, la canalización de la información y de opiniones de los jóvenes también nos parece fundamental. Y esta es una vertiente. Y luego la otra era un poco
Please
otra...
be brief if you're
Sí.
3 speakers.
Ok.
Pues entonces sigo yo. Bueno, yo me llamo Antoine, trabajo con la Comisión de Cultura de CGLU. Para seguir con lo que estaba diciendo la compañera, nosotros hablamos de la importancia de generar una participación real, de tener un proceso de escucha real, porque muchas veces hacemos procesos participativos, pero al final no escuchamos realmente lo que quiere la gente. Entonces, ahí no construimos confianza, construimos desconfianza. Entonces, por muy importante que seamos, por muy cultos que seamos, por muchos doctorados que tengamos, por favor, escuchemos realmente lo que quiere la gente para generar procesos de confianza. Como dijimos, todos alrededor de la mesa creemos que los gobiernos locales son el nivel de gobierno más adecuado para fomentar estos procesos participativos de escucha y de participación, pero necesitamos construir esta confianza con la población. Y luego, para terminar, 2 segundos, estamos diciendo que este entendimiento también tiene que ser mutuo, en el sentido de que también la población, la ciudadanía, tiene que entender que los procesos políticos municipales no se puede arreglar un problema en un día. Entonces es importante también que haya un entendimiento y un diálogo para que la gente pueda entender las limitaciones que podamos tener también de parte de los municipios para generar confianza y co-construcción.
Gracias, Antoine. Sí, señor. Y Ainara, please, very brief. Next slot, you will have only one speaker, I hope.
One speaker, and she has a great summarizing skills.
Great.
Thank you, Ainara, and I promise I will be very, very quick. We have also focused on the process of participation, and just 3 points that emerge is that the frequency and the relevance of this participation. The relevance, of course, from the point of view of the local communities, and then that maybe governments are not asking the right questions. Maybe the questions are boring, the questions are complex. So we stress the importance of asking simpler questions, more creative questions, and in a sense transforming the narrative of the questions to also transform the facts that we get.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Thank you very much, Ainara. Key things, which is when talking about trust, we have two basic issues. One is listening, and this is super relevant. It is one of the 12 commitments, and the other is youth. And for this, just to have in mind, we don't have to conclude today, future generations is a key figure for the common agenda, for the Pact for the Future, for what we are doing. There are ideas, creative ideas of repurposing the Trusteeship Council of the United Nations for the future generations. We have the Youth Caucus. We need to identify how we can involve the current youth, but as well the ones that will be coming. And for this, we need to be creative. So I'm really happy to give the floor to the creative corner of this room. Jordi, who's going to be speaking?
Pefis. Oh.
Pefi Kinji, the floor is yours. We'll give you one of these microphones, Pefi.
Thank you. I know that you trust that we know what this exercise is in terms of its significance. Therefore, in the interests of time, and thank you to my leaders and leads of the Greens, yay, go Greens, they have allowed me to be a facilitator. I shall facilitate the process and read only one response, therefore manipulating the time. And so saying, thank you to the tables of leaders. Accessibility to participation process, plain language, that's what we're about. Give meaning to participation with more direct democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, give my team a big hand. Yes.
Thank you so much, Pefi. Thank you, colleagues, for this breakout room on trust. Kati, I hope they didn't answer your 3 points, but we will make sure that we will go to what you asked. This is a complicated thing about process and about doing the right questions, as Claudia from UN Habitat was saying. We will now go to the final entry point, which is governance architecture. My colleague Jose Alvarez from the World Secretariat will be leading this file through the working plan. And sorry, it's Adria Duarte, the coordinator of the OIDP, who will be leading the trust one, so that you know who will be your focal points within the World Secretariat. So governance architecture is a complicated, well, not challenging conversation, not complicated, because it goes in many ways. From the local sphere of government to the multilateral current system internationally. And we go by this by governing emergencies and having a platform, a global platform to respond to emergencies. We have done a lot of this with LSE, as Emilia was referring, but it also goes for calling to a new type of system. It also goes for having the seat at the table that we have advocating since many, many years ago in the United Nations and different international fora. So it is really broad. But as broad as it is, we think it's so relevant that it has to be one of our entry points. And we have Maria Fernanda Espinosa, who comes, as we said, from being the president of the United Nations General Assembly, and I will repeat again, 2 times Minister of Ecuador, with really important files such as foreign affairs and defense. But also she's an Ubuntu advisor, and she has been thinking with us how to imagine the
governance of the future that will be fit for purpose, not for our constituency, of course including our constituency, but for future generations. So Maria Fernanda, the floor is yours to make your pitch, and thank you very much.
Uy, ay, ay. Thank you, thank you. If I may, this doesn't count for my 5 minutes, okay? But I'm going to share something very quickly that I was sharing with some friends here. I say, you know, when people need to recharge, they go and take a walk in the woods, they do yoga, they get a massage, and when I need to recharge, I come to UCLG. And because this is a unique, incredible energy, and believe me that I have to deal often, you do too in a way, but with real politics. So, and here it's like different. It's when you feel like the world can change with all of you working together. So today we heard time and again about the vital importance of getting our act together, our pact together. And that entails, as Billy said so brilliantly, a shift in our value system, a systemic transformation. It's not, you know, an easy call, of course. And let me just drop a series of provocations for the working groups later on the governance dimension of the pact that I would say only mirror the amazing pitches of my colleagues previously. So the question is the how, no? And what are the governance designs we need to make the pact happen in a way? So we heard about the commons, the finance, the trust as key enablers, not only to implement the pact at the local level, but to transform the international power landscape. The world order, and I'm not exaggerating, to change the world order, it's not, of course, a minor responsibility, but why are we here? Why we need to act and to do so collectively? We heard loud and clear that no crisis, no shortage, no suffering, no institution is only local, and that the global is much more than the sum of its parts. And the much more part is precisely the power and the value of collective municipal action, transforming national and international politics and decision-making in making multilateralism more relevant and connected to we the peoples. And by the way, we the peoples is the first phrase of the UN Charter. So in other words, what here in this ecosystem we call the power of we. So we really need to put these into words. What does it mean, we the peoples of the United Nations? It's us, it's we. So that, I think, it's critical. So I would like to share three areas of caution when we are collectively strategizing and translating the pact into transformative action. And I will end by suggesting perhaps some challenges, questions, tasks ahead. Number one caution is the big difference between government and power. We can be elected to office in parliaments, in local governments, but it does not automatically mean that we have the power to transform and to act. There are many determinants. We spoke about resources, about money, about the international financial architecture. We have the challenge to transform bureaucracies into creative and committed and responsible bureaucracies, empowered and informed citizens that are central to reclaim power. And this is more than to have a seat at the table. We are talking about revitalizing citizenship, participation, well and informed and empowered critical citizenship, in not only to speak to the local power, but talking, engaging, and challenging global matters, global spaces of decision-making. And I think that's the power of the pact in a way. So the key here is how we close the gap between government and the actual power to transform, how we ensure power sharing in a true, genuine way, so voices and agency are truly democratized. We need to consciously and deliberately act to make it happen. And perhaps this is the right space, and the Pact of the Future is the right, no, we shouldn't use weapon. It's dangerous, especially today. So tool, mechanism, instrument. The number, that was the one caution, you know, this disconnect between government and power. The number two is the issue of trust. I loved what you said. But trust as a governance challenge between, you know, how to build this trust between people and government, among people, and between people and institutions at all levels. So trust building is connected to what Pablo said before, making institutions and democracies deliver for people. And electoral democracies, we know, are not enough. We need to ensure that democracies perform, solving the shortages, the problems of people on the ground, security, health, jobs, climate, etc. So again, the challenge is to close the gap between legitimacy and performance, between informed and sustained participation and efficiency of our democratic institutions. And that includes the United Nations, of course, not only local governments. And for that, we need, you know, the three phrases that are so powerful: the shared understanding, the problem solving, the mutual vulnerabilities. In number three, caution is one of the main debates. Here, when we talk about commoning, the commons, it looks like natural, but it's not, unfortunately. The key question is how we get our pact together so we can govern our commons. Our government systems, even local governments, are organized in silos, looking at services, at themes. This is, for example, for me, one of the weaknesses of the Sustainable Development Goals. They compartimentalizan, sorry, that word in English, no puedo. Say it. Voila. You know, they bring, you know, they silo and divide reality, nature, societies, and governance, for that matter. And that is a big obstacle to deal with complexity, because our world is about governing the commons and dealing with complexity at the same time. And I think that I believe this is one of the most complex challenges because of the very design of the Westphalian state, of the centralized concept of the state, where the locus, the raison d'être, is to defend national sovereignty and national interest. So to govern the commons, we need to redefine sovereignty. We need to think in a form of shared and responsible sovereignty to govern the commons. And this is at the center of current discussions at the UN. You know, I see this as a form of people's sovereignty over the responsibility to keep, maintain, and protect our commons. And this is at the core of the need to build a more representative, legitimate, inclusive, multilateral system beyond the Westphalian model of the state. That is why I think that it's not about asking for a seat at the table, but to redesign the table, to conceptually reframe the conversation. And that's what the Pact of the Future is about. So what are the tasks ahead in terms of the governance arrangements? How to use the Pact as a transformative governance tool, as a language, as a narrative, as a guidebook to consolidate the identity. I would say two things: to consolidate the identity of the municipal movement, but also to talk to other spaces and actors, including national governments, including the United Nations. So the question is how to measure the power of the Pact, the transformative power of the Pact. So I see the Pact as being a sort of constitution for you, for local authorities, in your own spaces of leadership, of government, and of decision making. But also the tool the pact as a tool to unleash dialogue, advocacy, negotiation, to transit and shape multi-level governance, and to catalyze the translation of the power of we into transformative action. So I see the pact in terms of, from a governance lens, as a compass to feed and inform global processes, summits, declarations, that we see so many. So the pact is a tool is the content to transit and influence the ongoing conversation about, for example, UN reform, and that goes beyond our common agenda, not only within the UN walls, but the big array of actors working from academia, the grassroots organizations, feminist constituencies, indigenous peoples, to retool the multilateral architecture. So, for example, and I'm close to finishing here, my time is up, but let me explore, for example, a potential indicator for the power of the pact. How much of our pact is reflected in the global pact for the future? How much the municipal movement and the UCLG ecosystem can feel reflected, mirrored in the Global Pact for the Future that, as we know, will be adopted at the Summit of the Future in 2024. I am convinced that local and regional governments are transforming diplomacy today as we speak, are transforming politics and multilateralism. The issue is, again, much more than having a seat at the table and being invited. It's about, again, power sharing, responsibility sharing, about changing the shape of the table, about resetting the agenda and the priorities. So where we go from here, we need a clear strategy, as Bill mentioned, the tactics to ensure that the pact is used as a compass for the future, that is owned and has transformative impact in the form and content of the multilateral scaffold, that mirrors or looks more like the people and the societies it represents and decides for. So the responsibility here is huge. And why? Because UCLG, this movement, the pact, I see it as miles and miles away, conceptually, politically, compared to the global multilateral processes where there is a lot of mistrust, especially today, a lot of fear, and a clear difficulty to deal with complexity and with dissent. Again, the responsibility is huge to make the Pact of the Future the seed, in a way, and the harvest of a new culture of multilateralism. So thank you, I would leave it there.
Thank you very much, Maria Fernanda. It is our membership that have that huge responsibility and the mandate they came from. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we suggest that we will not break out rooms now. We will ask spokespersons from each of the groups to react to the final pitch from Maria Fernanda Espinosa from Governance Architecture, and then we will try to wrap up all the concepts that we have been discussing. Governance architecture is close enough to this community that we will allow some different spaces of the network to react. Please feel free to write your ideas, and our colleagues leading the files will bring them together for the report of this session and to kick off the future envisioning exercises that will come later. I will start with Jose Maria Marin from Open Government Partnerships to react to what Maria Fernanda Espinosa just said about the Pact for the Future, both global and our own Pact for the Future. Jose Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the pleasure of being here and seeing how we're all trying to redesign a new world from a definite shift in the way in which we conceive the problems and the solutions and how to take it forward. Now, some ideas from this governance discussion. I think that there is the opportunity here to make a definite shift in the way in which we relate to each other, in the way in which the different systems relate to each other. And I would want to leave you with just one idea. And this idea is that we can lead by example in showing that a new governance system can be done where the powers are being shifted by leading and demonstrating and living that throughout UCLG, the membership and the way in which we relate to each other. I think the bases are there. I think that we are moving towards that. And the best way to show that worldwide that the system can be done differently is by walking the talk as well as talking the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose Maria. I will now go to this side of the room, to the Secretary General of our European section, the CMR, Fabrizio Rossi. The floor is yours, Secretary General. You have a microphone in here. You go.
Thank you very much. Well, a very interesting intervention, a lot of food for thought, indeed. I do welcome very much the emphasis on the responsibility and accountability. Again, the path for the future is great because for the first time we are being very honest with our community on the ambitions that we have, yet this comes with accountability and responsibility. Probably the point I would like to emphasize, because I think you touched upon all the most relevant points. The point that is interesting to me is the one on communication. I think that really to unleash the power of the pact, we really need to develop altogether a new narrative. And probably this starts with an exercise of self-confidence, let's say. Because I'm pretty much under the impression that we are always, when we talk about local and regional governments, we are always very fast in criticize ourselves when things go wrong. And we are very slow to reward local and regional governments when things go absolutely in the right direction. So I think that communication is needed, a new narrative, and this starts really with a good exercise of self-confidence. We should really reward local and regional governments, political leaders at local level, and ourselves as a community when we are doing important things, when we are achieving important milestones.
Thank you very much, Fabrizio. We will go now with Catherine Klein from the Accessibility Caucus of UCLG. Kathy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And just as the former speaker said, it was a terrific presentation. As always, every time I hear you, it's brilliant. But the one thing I was thinking about is your note about Westphalianism and what difference it made. And it made me think about my father, who was a physiologist. And he tried so hard during his career to get the medical students to get textbooks that didn't concentrate each time on one part of the body. Because of course, you can't look at the heart without looking at the lungs, and he couldn't make it happen, but we can.
Thanks so much, Kathy. And finally, the final reaction from this amazing exercise will come from our Youth Caucus. Elana Wong from the UCLG Youth Caucus. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Pablo. And yes, that was, I echo what all the other respondents said before, but how it challenges us to redefine, I think, what governance structures is. And I want to pick up as well on the Westphalian state model and the implications for the UCLG and the Pact for the Future progress and strategy for potential institutions like the UN, which is something that Maria Espinosa said was redesign the table. And I think that is so important because now, as we see in international cooperation, the table is a zero-sum game. Power is limited. People need to earn and struggle to fight their way to the top to be at the table. And this is not how the global community works. Everything that we do affects each other. Everything that our ancestors, our descendants do will affect each other. And so I would ask people to then challenge themselves, like, what is the table for? What do we want to achieve? Do we want real cooperation? Do we want real progress? Or do we want to keep the power limited to ourselves? And so we think that this needs to redefine power from a youth perspective. Accountability, cooperation, collaboration. These all need to be based on shared understanding, shared responsibility, and we all want to see young people become aware that this type of governance structure is a possibility, and that we can make this happen if we decide to think about the world as a shared ecosystem and not about the power being concentrated just in states, but in communities themselves. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elana. Well, it's about shared responsibilities and shifting power, and as you know, we have the mandate, we need to implement it, which is the Pact for the Future. Thank you very much to everyone involved in the exercise. We're gonna finish here with the entry points, and we will continue with the wrap-up. So keep 30 seconds with us, and we will continue.
What a great job. Thank you very much, Pablo. Thank you, everybody, for energizing us. Remember, you can actually stand, you can applaud, you can dance, you can sing. We have seen it all today. We were only missing dancing, so I took the role. Okay. Now, we are coming to the wrap-up of today, but also of this session on the Pact for the Future, on unpacking the Pact. I told you this morning, we have been doing how do we call it? Reverse engineering. We were starting with ourselves, acknowledging the we, our powers, our talents, our capacity, and we are going and building up what we want others to perceive about those we's and how we want those we's to influence the agenda. And the agenda is our common agenda. It's humanity. And we have also agreed that the kind of power that we want, that power of we, is not power for the sake of it. It's a new type of power. It's a shift in powers. It's power of humanity. Now, when I was listening to Billy, that was, putting in perspective of what do we still need to do with the Pact, what are the things that we haven't answered, what does it take to unpack the Pact. I was thinking of a sentence of Richard Shaw, who said, "Only on paper has humanity reached greatness." Only on paper. We have done wonderful things as humanity, on paper. Do we implement it? Not really. Well, that cannot happen to our pact. Our pact is one that is conceived not for paper, but for the neighborhoods, for the streets, for the public spaces, to shape our lives. And I think some of the questions that you have put through are extremely critical. And I want us to think a bit of the kind of roadmap that we need. Fabrizio was talking about communication. We need communication. We need to explain better what we have achieved. But I think we also need a kind of a roadmap. A kind of a roadmap of presenting this pact to others, to those that agree with us and that are not here. There is many here. I don't know if we can handle many more next year. No, it's a joke. But we need to reach others that are like-minded, but we also need to reach out to those that are not like-minded. And in order to do that, then we need to be strong with our narrative, and we need to understand well what we are capable of doing, what is solid in what we are going to propose and not. And I feel, I started this morning with the story of my 20 years of experience in the municipal movement, my personal feeling about what we have achieved. I think we can always do better, but I think we are ready to face those that are not like-minded, because we do have a very solid narrative. And we need to dare tell that it is implementable. We need to dare and acknowledge the parts that are implemented. There are 2 points that I would like to expand a bit on, and for that I have the help of Aromar that will bring some wrap-up comments, and I want to go back to Billy. I think we have not cracked that nut when we talk about economy. We have not cracked it. Also not in the pact.
Agreed.
And it is the part where, despite of the huge effort that we are making, and we need to acknowledge the great efforts that we are making and the successes that we have, because we have booked some, we are not truly seen as interlocutors for the discussion on the finance of the economy. So we are not asking, and I'm looking at the representative of UNDESA over there, we are not asking to be rescued, but we are asking to be invested in differently and to decide where the investments are. And that is a part that, if you ask me, and listening to what I have heard about the differences between the small municipalities, the small cities, and the big cities, and the acknowledgement that there are many types of economies and that there are many tools to address those types of economies, but somehow we are not reaching that big table of the G20, of the IMF. Those tables we are not reaching with our discussions about public service provision, about our revolution of care that we are proposing. So I would invite you first Aromar, and then I go back to you, Billy, so you give us the overview of coming back to your own reflections. Sure. What would there be next? And remember, we still have a full day tomorrow where we're going to be discussing with all the other networks. This is a transparent exercise, an inclusive exercise, where everybody's at the table. Tomorrow is the day of the Global Task Force, and there are other organizations that will be joining us as well. So where we are going to be defining the tactic towards the United Nations Summit on Sustainable Development Goals and for the future. But can we start discussing, Aromar, what would be next, and pay specific attention to this aspect that we all feel we are missing? Do you want to stand over there? You want to? Might be easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amelia. That was... So, very quickly, apologies for coming in late, but I guess this is on record? It's been broadcast?
It is on record and broadcast live.
Which means that there'll be many places, if I speak from what I really think, that I will not be able to enter after saying what I'm going to say just now. But to start, the first thing I think that's really, really, it's an honor in some senses to be able to be part of a process that is constructing a revolution of care, solidarity, sharing, and compassion. Because the world system at the moment is more or less the antithesis of that. So in that sense, I think this is a very opportune time, because whatever we've seen, at least my own appreciation of it, is we're at a very critical juncture in history. There's a reset of the global intergovernmental system. We may have gone back 30 years. I'm hoping that we will not go back to 1945, but we're in a very clear risk as far as that's happening. The second thing is that COVID has taught us that inequality, exclusion, and competition actually pays. and the system is organized in an ultra-stable way to defend that framework and that system. So in some senses, I think what we're trying to do here, and that's why it's so challenging and difficult to do, is to try and agree on what you were talking about just now, of how to transform the world from a 20th century view of governance, financing, economy, etc., to a 21st century one, in which we're now moving from 8 billion to 10 billion people. Tremendous opportunity, tremendous challenge at the same time, and we're in the midst of a deep crisis of climate, of biodiversity, and inequality at the same time. So this is a juncture in which I don't think many institutions across the world, especially the intergovernmental system, has a very clear idea of what can actually work itself out. And in some senses, the opportunity of our common agenda and the convergence in the Pact of the Future is, and I'll say this rather explicitly, is the emperor does not have clothes, and the emperor is saying that herself or himself, that they need help to clothe and transform the system. So there's a clear understanding that there's a need for transformation. The question is, how can we make that happen? I'll start taking some very concrete examples here. So, how many of us know what the size of the global economy is? At the current point in time, it's a relatively easy number. Some guesses here? Simple number. Some wild guesses, you can't go completely wrong, fine? 6 trillion. Billy's way off. Okay. He's off by an order of magnitude. 30? 70 is also still very small. This is a number that a high school student, actually a kindergarten student should know. It's about 100 trillion at the current point of time. Fine? It's an easy number to remember just now. It's grown to about 100 trillion. Fine? So it's growing at roughly 2.5% or 2% given the crisis that's happening just now, which means how much is the total value addition, or how much is the addition that's going every year? 2.5 trillion, fine? Easy number to remember, fine? 100 trillion growing at 2%, so about 2 trillion. So then I'm going to ask the question which I asked 10 years ago in the Rabat UCLG convening, the final plenary, when I threw away my slides, and everybody in the plenary was saying, and Amina was there, fine? She was not what she was. She was not DSG at that point of time. Ségolène Royal was there, and so was Jean-Claude. On the plenary, I said, for God's sake, the mayors of the world cannot be approaching national governments and saying, please help us. Why? Why is that?
Because they can help national governments.
The countries, the local and regional governments actually control 70, or they produce 70 or 80% of the value added in the world. It's a mindset change that we have to, and that's a big shift between 10 years ago, when people were literally on their knees saying, please help us. And from that emerged, a whole range of things which led to SDG 6 and, the new urban agenda, etc. It actually happened at that meeting. We said, this is not enough. We have to move forward on this agenda, fine? So of that 2 trillion, where does most of the value added come from? 1.6 or 1.5 trillion is coming from cities, towns, and urban areas. Where does it go? What has COVID taught us? Where does that 1.5 trillion go to? 1%. It goes to 100 people. A lot of it goes to 100 people. And it goes to less than 10 countries. And it potentially, and we should accept that, goes to less than 20 cities. It's really important to understand, it's a very simple thing in some senses, the dynamics of this political economy. This, in a sense, is what drives power, this is what drives the economy, this is what enables us to be subaltern in spite of having the movement that we have. This is like, when you decolonize, you have to decolonize your mind, you have to deal with imperialist ideas because you've internalized those ideas. And I think that's the real shift that I've seen in the last 10 years. We didn't have a discourse that was dealing about caring, sharing, solidarity. Feminist politics was not on the agenda 10 years ago. It is just now. But that's why we're both dangerous, and we have a long way to go. Because we have to deal with the forces which are making this system that we have just now ultra-stable and unable to change. And COVID has absolutely shown us that. So if we don't change our relationship with the economic system, it's wonderful, these ideas are great. And it's not that we're doing this, we shouldn't be very arrogant about this, A set of people tried this 150 years ago, and I, just a footnote in history. It's not what we're doing just now, fine? But if you remember 1848, somebody produced a very important document, a manifesto not so different from ours. Yeah, okay? So Engels produced the manifesto in 1848. When was it operationalized? For those of us from France, I think, 1870, 1871? That really very, very tough year in Paris, called the Commune, fine? I mean, similar values in some senses in a different context. So it takes 25 years for an idea that is ready to actually transform the world at that time to be operationalized. That failed. We know what happened, fine? And Marx and Engels landed up in London, and they wrote a few more books after that. And when it did succeed, it succeeded in Petersburg in 1917. Within that frame, I'm not arguing whether the frame is good or not. It took 50 or 60 years for that to happen. The point is, at the current point of time, we cannot afford, forget about 2 generations, we can't even afford 1 generation, because the human cost that we're talking about, and this is why the importance of what we're doing is so significant. It's a planet with 8 billion people. It's a planet that's going to have 10 billion people, of which 5 billion people are going to be living with their constituencies now. We have no idea, we have no historical, cultural precedence of how to govern and manage the system in all of, 5,000 years of known history. That's why we are so important in the process. And that is why the multilateral system has to be transformed to take the actions and the processes that we're working on just now to actually deal with that. Otherwise, it's not going to work, fine? In 2050, 500 million people are going to be dying of hunger because of the challenges that we're actually going to see on water, on a whole range of other questions that we're dealing with. This is a, I would say, an unfortunate fact, given the dynamics that we have just now. So we have to be able to transform this process in a systematic way as far as that's concerned. So what you're engaging in just now is a revolution of care, compassion, and solidarity. The system does not understand and will not want to respond to that. The question is, how do you actually change the system? And I think this is a very deep question. You can engage with the politics and the discourse of the previous revolutions, which are set within a patriarchal frame. The opportunity and the real intellectual and operational challenge for us is, how do we not pick up the same weapons, which then create the problems themselves, and use a different frame and way of dealing with it? And I think this is not an easy task. We'll have to build this from the ground upwards with examples, and then be able to convince and enthuse and help people feel this rather than understand it from the head to make this actually happen. I think that's I think one of the big challenges that we have of the Traverse, whether it's the Traverse of the Commons or the governance frame that Maria talked about, or the financing frame that we talked about. This is a really hard question. It's not simple. This will require tremendous social innovation. It means undoing a whole range of things that are necessary. But having said that, just to close with with the ideas that you had just now, I have 2 or 3 very simple propositions that we can pick up and run with here. The first is that you have to be able to transform the nature of power. In an earlier incarnation or an earlier kind of articulation, you'd say capture power, fine? But that doesn't work in what we're trying to do. You actually have to transform the nature of power itself. The question is, do we have a forum that actually enables that to happen? We obviously have that in local national governments. We have that in UCLG, in the Global Task Force, etc. We don't have a similar kind of space in the international domain. So we've been trying very hard to knock at the door of the UN, talk to an open Secretary General, a whole range of other agencies. That's not going very far. Maybe it'll be interesting to actually encircle that frame and say we build something different, which actually speaks, and we spoke about this just now. Can you build a summit of your own, which actually picks up these values and processes and demonstrates that you can actually deal with these deliberative questions. You can actually deal with the question of, like you said earlier, shared understanding, shared problem solving, and shared risk. And my own contention, I'll be very provocative here, is we're thinking too small at the current point of time. We're thinking in the world of UCLG, local government, UN Habitat, etc. This is a much larger game. There's much, much more at place at the moment. We have to up that game by at least 1, if not 2 orders of magnitude, fine? Because unless you up that game, you're not able to, you won't have the leverage to deal with this kind of stuff. You've got to construct the levers to make that happen. So there has to be, and Benjamin did this a long time back when produced his book on When Mayors Rule the World. That's still within the old framework. We need an equivalent space which is very different that can actually be constructed and built. So that's, I would say, the core political agenda. And what's proof of that? The proof of that is you're building solidarity in a world that is fragmented, that is designed to be fragmented, where 4.5 members of the Security Council are fighting a proxy war at the current point of time, and people across the world are actually hurting really badly, fine. And the system is not able to solve it because the contradiction is embedded in the system itself. So you've got to build something differently that can work. So that's the first thing. You have to be able to transform power. The second thing is you have to transform the nature of resources and money, because if you don't transform that, the collusion between power and money, this is a 500-year-old problem, fine? The nation state and the firm were born at the same time, and there's a reason why that's become quite important. All the 4 things that we're talking about, colonization, industrialization, imperialism, and the new version of globalization, all come together because they're produced by the same forces, fine? They were born at the same time. And the takeover of the power of local government that took place in Europe and then was transformed across the world was part of that outgoing process that happened there in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries. That's a historical fact as far as that's concerned. So there has to be an engagement with questions of resources. We were just discussing that you really have to start bringing together people who work inside the system, that have credibility inside the system, to be able to get the system to see that it has to transform itself. So you can start with getting together 7 or 8 or 10 finance ministers. Some of us are doing this in other contexts. People who've been central bank governors. They're the people who are leading the changes from the inside. Unfortunately, because the economy is such a male profession, there are very few women who speak for this. You have to find them and strengthen them and make this happen. And this is very critical, because unless you actually take control over and set up resources, and we were discussing in a very simple, concrete way. There's a debate happening just now on the recapitalization of the World Bank. Right? Some countries of the world, especially from emerging markets, BRICS, etc., are suggesting they will put $15 billion inside it. This aligns directly with the Secretary General's agenda of trying to make sure that the World Bank and the multilateral system, multinational development bank system takes much more risk and makes money available where it's needed. In the cities of Africa, in Asia, Latin America, where money is actually not flowing because the risks are too high. But they can't do that because they don't have enough capitalization. So there's a proposal on the table, which is being debated, of putting in 10, 15 billion more in terms of equity funds, not resources, equity funds, so you can then leverage private sector investment. So my discussion with Emilia was, if we had a mechanism in place which you could go to these countries which have a lot of extra resources at the current point of time, very happy to invest it, not inside the multilateral system, and say, give us 10% of that money. 10% of 15 billion is actually a very small amount of money. Some of the 100 people who got the stuff that came out of COVID can write a check, and they do that very often. That's worth $1.5 billion, fine? But that would be enough to be able to transform what would happen as far as local governments are concerned. You have to be very pragmatic when we're dealing with resources and money. You can't run away from it and deal with all kinds of other stuff. That's how part. That's the second thing that's there. The third thing, of course, is, if we want to walk the talk, we have to mobilize citizens. If that is our strength, if that's really our strength, we need to do that. What shifted in the climate debate? 2 or 3 things. One person who almost made the president of one particular country wrote a wonderful book and produced a film that changed the discourse in one part of the world, fine? And then a lot of young people got up and said, this is enough. Cool? We have to be, and that's, at least in Europe and some parts of the world, absolutely shifted the narrative, shifted the politics. We need to do the same thing in terms not of local governments, but the values that we're talking about, of caring, sharing, solidarity, redistribution. That has to become a politically acceptable conversation, and some people, especially young people, will stand up and say, look, this is enough. And that has to be done literally in 10,000 places. Like we said, the SDGs cannot be implemented unless 10,000 places actually pick it up and be done, and have to bring in millions of people onto the streets in practical ways to do real things. And for that, of course, something that UCLG does and could do much better, you need significant public education. This is not stuff that comes off the internet, because we're living in a post-truth world, fine? So you have to really deal with a different way of mobilizing stuff. So affective means a whole kinds of new kinds of politics really has to but which will come from the movements that we have. We've done this in cities and in countries and different places. The question is, can we do it more significantly, finally? And I'll just close with one core thing. Given that the Trusteeship Council in the UN may be given over to the future and to young people, we don't know that for sure. If UCLG as a movement would be able to mobilize and say to the multilateral system, we represent whatever it is, 500 million young people across the world, we want you to make a space for us to make it happen. And UCLG becomes the repository and the vehicle for making that happen. You would have entered the multilateral system without having knocked on the doors of the 190-odd member states. You would have entered it from below, and then hopefully, and Maria Fernanda can speak to that more practically, this may be a stupid idea in some senses, you need to be able to take over and manage the system, not in the conventional ways of doing things, not in the conventional discourse, conventional narrative. You have to use different ways of doing this stuff. And you remember, this is what happened in China in 49. Don't take the cities, take the countryside. The cities will fall on their own, fine? I mean, this is kind of a radical doctrine, given where it comes from. I think we have to start thinking about these kind of things in some senses, whether it's commons or governance or questions of finance. A little bit thinking out of the box may be useful and interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aromar. Thank you for being our Ubuntu advisor, for joining our discussions and our conversations, for inspiring us to think bigger and to think of what is possible, even when it doesn't look possible. But the only thing impossible is what you actually don't try to do. So we will certainly stick to that. Some of your thinking and something that I hope we can address tomorrow, related to the multilateral system, is if we start treating the multilateral system like a common, then we will also need to approach it in a different way. And the knocking at the door needs to be in a different format, but to be continued tomorrow. Thank you very, very much. Billy.
So thank you, Aromar, for taking us back to the Paris Commune and then forwards and into the trillions. But it's salutary because it does point, the scope and scale of the pact and the challenge starts to come into view. Incremental change is not going to do it. And that's the key message. And that is why the pact reads like it does. I mean, there is a powerful tool there. We are going to, and the pact does, challenge basic assumptions, but above all else, it's going to have to remove current certainties, and it has to have new concepts and certainties to put in its place. Otherwise, it can lead to a real disjuncture, and that is, of course, a danger. It was your comment about the trillions going to literally a few hundred people means that we're talking about changing the power of me to the power of we. I mean, that's the reality that we're actually playing with here. And the reason why I'm optimistic, because I don't want to do a wrap on the content here, because it's all been said. It's all been said. The reason why we come, this has been one of the most interesting 4-hour sessions I've been in a while. And the reason why I'm optimistic is because of the openness, the innovation, and the energy that we've had this afternoon, the engagement and the involvement, the Secretary General dancing, and you'll be very pleased to know I'm not going to be dancing. So, round of applause to the Secretariat for an incredible session, and that's a wrap.
Thank you very much. So allow me just to recall what we are going to be doing tomorrow, and also to introduce to you a very special participants that we have among us. I need to acknowledge her, even if she doesn't really feel like it today, but I do need to do that. What have we done in these 2 days of retreat? We have signed a historical agreement with the World Blind Union, and I'm really thankful to them, but also to our colleagues from World Enabled, which have actually triggered great changes in our policy and the way we do things. We have also disclosed our new portal, from now on, everybody that goes to uclg.org will see we care. And they will understand the power of we, and we are embracing that as the new way to communicate, to acknowledge the work that we do. We have started to disclose the way that we are going to be telling the impact of our work in a story. What is our storytelling? What is the impact that we make? And that monitoring system goes beyond the core of UCLG. It goes beyond the secretariats, the many secretariats that this federation has. But it's something that goes back to each of us, to the partners as well. And this afternoon, we have started to unveil what it will take to unpack the pact for the future. This evening, you can network, you can have nice food, you can stroll, because tomorrow we will be working together again. We will start with an accessibility walk. I think registrations are closed, but those that are available and that have already registered, I think you are really going to enjoy to see what Barcelona is doing on accessibility. And then we are going to start at 11:30, so you have time for your own bilaterals with the meeting of the Global Task Force. Many other networks are joining tomorrow. And now, with this recollection of work, wishing you a good evening, I want to leave the closure of the day to our president, the mayor of Montevideo. Welcome, Carolina. A few words.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised because I have to say something in English. So I will do my best because I speak Spanish. I was not going to dance as Emilia did by now. Congratulations to all of you because I have the privilege to be here from 1 hour or so, listening to you, to your thoughts, and mainly you are all people that are speaking from the day-to-day task, from your day-to-day life, because all of us, we are working locally in a way or another, and that's a huge value that this meeting has, really. So the pact, which is a pact, is perhaps a vehicle to build trust, because it's not faith, it's trust, what we want to build. So let's work together because it's what we do every day in our life, to work with the people, to work side by side, to work with the reality. So I'm sure we are going to succeed. So welcome to this beautiful Barcelona, and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you, President. Enjoy the evening, everyone.